My fiancé threw away our 3-year relationship for his ex. When I discovered she was juggling 2 men and pregnant, I let him burn his own life to the ground. The pounding on my apartment door started at exactly 12:14 in the morning. I know the time because I was staring at my phone when the first knock hit, watching the screen glow in the dark like it might suddenly offer an explanation for my ruined life. 3 knocks, then 5, then a closed fist rattling the wood. Sarah. Sarah, I know you're in there. Liam's voice cracked through the door. I didn't move. I sat on my living room floor with my back pressed against the couch, knees pulled to my chest, watching the door like it might grow teeth. I have proof, he begged, his voice dropping to a desperate whisper. Please, just look at it. My phone buzzed in my hand. It was the same message that had been sitting unanswered for 11 minutes. She's pregnant, but I don't think the baby is mine. The timing doesn't add up. Unless she was already pregnant when she messaged me first. I read it 3 times. None of the meanings made me want to turn the deadbolt. Sarah, come on, he pleaded. The neighbors are going to call the cops. Good, I thought. Let them. You have to understand what she did to me, he continued, sobbing into my hallway carpet. What she did to us. I thought about the $2,400 wedding dress hanging in my closet, still wrapped in its plastic sleeve from the boutique. I thought about the rustic barn venue we'd booked in Lake Forest, the $4,500 non-refundable deposit sitting in a vendor's account, already spent on someone else's version of a perfect June wedding. I thought about how, 6 weeks ago, I had a fiancé, and tonight I had a stranger having a breakdown outside my door over a baby that might not be his. Liam, I finally spoke, close enough that he could hear me but far enough that the door remained an impenetrable wall. Go home. I don't have a home, that's the whole point, you're it, you've always been it. I almost laughed. Almost. Instead, I picked up my phone and did the only thing that made sense at 12:19 a.m., with a man I used to love falling apart 6 inches from my face. I called his younger sister, Chloe. It hadn't always been like this. 3 years earlier, Liam Hayes had been the easiest person I'd ever loved. We met at a barbecue in Lincoln Park, both of us hiding from a game of cornhole, and he made me laugh so hard I choked on my drink. I was 27 then, working grueling shifts as a physical therapist at Summit Physical Therapy, perpetually exhausted in the specific way you get when your career revolves around other people's pain. He was 29, working in marketing at Apex Software Solutions. He was the kind of steady, reliable, sharply funny guy my mother had stopped believing existed before she passed away. We moved in together after a year, renting a 2-bedroom unit at Willow Creek Apartments. He proposed at Starved Rock State Park on a random Tuesday in March. No crowd, no hidden photographers, just the 2 of us splitting a gas station sandwich on the same stone step where we'd had our 3rd date. He was shaking so badly he dropped the ring box. The ring was $6,500 more than either of us should have comfortably spent, and I wore it like it meant something permanent. His family folded me in immediately. His grandmother, Beatrice, 74 years old and sharper than a scalpel, taught me to knit on Saturday afternoons in her kitchen. My own mother had died when I was 22, and Beatrice filled that void without either of us ever naming it. Liam's mother, Diane, constantly texted me recipes, and his sister, Chloe, a labor and delivery nurse, became the sister I never had. About 18 months into our relationship, I herniated a disc lifting a patient at the clinic. It put me flat on my back for 6 weeks. Liam rearranged his entire life without being asked. He drove me to every appointment, sat in waiting rooms doing his marketing job on his laptop, and learned to cook meals that wouldn't trigger my nausea from the muscle relaxants. He never once made me feel like a burden. Beatrice still brings that season up. He was so good to you that year, she said once, months before the collapse, not knowing she was building a defense for a trial neither of us knew was coming. I believed a man who showed up like that was showing me his truest self. Now, I don't know how to hold that belief next to what happened. Maybe both things were true. Maybe he was that kind, devoted man, but there was something older waiting patiently in the background. Something that simply won out when an easier option walked back into view. There was one strange moment early on. We'd been together 8 months, trading past relationship stories. He told me about Jessica Vance. 7 years, he said, staring at the ceiling. Started in freshman year of high school, ended the summer before college scattered us. We never got a real ending. No fight, no cheating. We just drifted. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't. I thought it was wistful and sweet. Everyone has a Jessica. I didn't recognize it as a warning. For 2.5 years, it didn't matter. We built a life solid enough to plan a wedding on. Venue booked for June 21st. Dress bought. Deposits paid. Then, in March, an email arrived. Liam showed me his phone at the kitchen table, smiling nervously. My high school ex wants to catch up, he said. Jessica. Weird, right? Haven't heard from her in over a decade. Go, I told him. Have coffee. Catch up. I meant it. I trusted him enough to hand him the rope myself. He came back from that coffee a completely different person, and the shift happened faster than I could track. For 3 weeks, our dinners turned dead quiet. His phone, which used to sit face up on the counter, started flipping face down the second I walked into a room. When I hugged him after work, he flinched like I'd pressed on a fresh bruise. "What's wrong?" I asked repeatedly. "Nothing. Just work stress," he lied, looking anywhere but at my face. On a Saturday in April, I went to Beatrice's house for our usual knitting afternoon. When I came home 2 hours later, Liam was packing duffel bags on our bed. His coworker, a guy named Mark from the Apex office, was outside loading boxes into a pickup truck like they'd rehearsed a tactical extraction. "I'm sorry," Liam said, refusing to meet my eyes. Seeing Jessica again, I realized what I lost. It's comfortable, but it's not real, not like what we had. 3 weeks, I said, my voice eerily steady. "You're throwing away 3 years for 3 weeks. "I've known her since I was 15, he said, like that justified blowing up my life. "You can't compete with that kind of history." He didn't look at me once on his way out the door. I didn't eat properly for 2 weeks. I slept on the couch, because the bed smelled like him. But his family didn't disappear. Beatrice called me every single day, furious at her grandson. Diane texted endless apologies. Chloe called Jessica poison, and predicted she'd vanish the second the thrill wore off. Chloe was right. It just took 3 weeks to prove it. Date 1. Liam called me on a rainy Tuesday night, his voice cracking before I even said hello. "I made a mistake," he choked out. "The biggest mistake of my entire life. She's a stranger, Sarah. She mocks my job. She threw out half my clothes because they didn't match her aesthetic. I miss you. I miss someone who actually knows me, not some fantasy from high school." "You left me for a memory," I said flatly. "I know. God, I know. Please, can we talk? I'm outside your building right now." My blood went ice cold. I looked out the window. His car was parked diagonally across 2 spots, headlights off, him standing in the rain like he was starring in a tragic romance movie only he could see. "Leave," I texted him. "Or I call the police." "You wouldn't," he replied. "Try me." His next message came 4 minutes later, completely changing the trajectory of the night. "She's pregnant, but I don't think the baby is mine." The timing doesn't add up. Unless she was already pregnant when she messaged me first. I turned off every light and sat on the floor, which brings us back to where this story started. 12:14 a.m., Liam pounding on my door. I called Chloe while his fist was still hitting the wood. She picked up on the second ring, groggy but immediately furious. "Don't open it," she ordered, and I heard her grabbing her keys. "I'm calling him right now. Do not open that door, Sarah." I didn't. A few minutes later, I heard Chloe's voice coming faintly through Liam's phone in the hallway, screaming about harassment, restraining orders, and Beatrice finding out exactly what he was doing. Liam's footsteps retreated. His tires screeched against the wet pavement. The next morning, I called my landlord. By 2 p.m., the locks on my unit had been completely changed. I stood in my hallway, running my thumb over a shiny brass key that didn't fit any lock Liam Hayes had ever touched. That evening, I heard his old key slide into the deadbolt. It turned, caught on nothing, and jiggled aggressively. Then his hand slapped flat against the door. "Sarah, the key isn't working." I stood in my kitchen with a dish towel and let the silence answer for me. 10 back-to-back calls went straight to voicemail. 2 days later, he came back, banging so loudly the neighbor across the hall peeked out. "Open the door." Liam shouted. "Jessica lied to both of us. I have the messages. I have proof." I dialed the non-emergency police line. My hands shook so badly I mistyped the number twice. An officer arrived within 20 minutes. Liam pointed at my window, screaming that his name was still on the lease and it was legally his home. The officer made him leave anyway, but before pulling out, Liam rolled down his window and yelled, "She played us both. You're making a mistake." When direct harassment failed, Liam changed tactics. Beatrice called me a few days later, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "He came by the house." She sighed. "Sat at my kitchen table and cried for 40 minutes. It was a good performance, Sarah. He told me you changed the locks without warning him. He made it sound like you blindsided him." I sank onto my kitchen floor. "That's not what happened." "I know." Beatrice's voice hardened. "I told him if he came back here trying to use me to get to you, he wouldn't be welcome in my house anymore. He left angry, said I was choosing sides." Next came the flying monkeys. 2 mutual friends texted me with identical, rehearsed language. "He's really struggling. He knows he messed up. Maybe just hear him out for closure." I told them both that if Liam wanted to talk, he could talk to my lawyer about breaking the lease, and a therapist about his delusions. Then came the crisis text at 11 p.m. "I don't know what I'm going to do if you don't talk to me. I'm not okay, Sarah. I mean it." My old instinct was to rush to him. Instead, I called Chloe. She called me back 40 minutes later, her tone deadpan. "He's fine. He's sitting in Mark's living room drinking a beer and watching a hockey game. I heard the TV the whole time." He had weaponized the one thing you're never supposed to fake, a mental health crisis, just to see if I'd open the door. He even called my estranged father, a man I hadn't spoken to in 4 years due to a bitter dispute over my late mother's estate. Liam tried to play the concerned fiancé, claiming I was acting erratically. My dad, to his credit, called me directly. Some guy named Liam called me, my dad grumbled. I don't know what happened between you two, but I know you wouldn't lock a door on somebody without a damn good reason. We didn't fix 4 years of silence in one call, but we talked twice more that month. Liam's desperation inadvertently cracked open a door with my father that I thought was permanently sealed. Update 2. By the following week, I had a locksmith's invoice, a police incident number, and a June 21st wedding to dismantle. I was sitting at my kitchen table calculating the cancellation fees when I got an Instagram DM request from an account I didn't recognize, Julian Rossi, 821. The message made my blood freeze. I'm sorry to message you out of nowhere. My name is Julian. I was with Jessica for 2 years until about 6 weeks ago. I think you deserve to know what actually happened if you're willing to hear it. I typed a single word. Yes. What came next arrived in long, careful paragraphs. Julian and Jessica had been living together in Evanston for 8 months. She wasn't a nostalgic, freshly single woman unearthing an old flame out of loneliness. She had a full, live-in boyfriend. Julian noticed her phone lock changed the same week she emailed Liam. She started taking calls in the bathroom with the fan running. Then, in April, she told Julian she was pregnant. He was thrilled until he did the math. The conception date landed squarely in a 10-day window where she'd been sneaking off for coffee with Liam. Julian confronted her 3 weeks ago. She didn't deny it. Instead, she told Julian that Liam was just something familiar to lean on, that she loved Julian, and the baby was his. She said Liam didn't matter. Julian didn't believe her. He dug through her iPad and found deleted screenshots and a receipt from a jewelry store. Jessica had been keeping both doors open, testing which man offered a better payout. I have a paternity test scheduled for next week, Julian wrote. I found your name through a mutual friend. I don't know what Liam told you, but don't carry this like it's your fault. Everything clicked. The coffee date. The 3 weeks of Liam flinching at my touch. None of it was a man swept away by a lost love. It was a man auditioning an escape hatch while the woman on the other end auditioned 2 men at once. And Liam's midnight panic? It wasn't heartbreak over losing Jessica. It was terror. Jessica had a baby that wasn't his, a boyfriend who found proof, and when Julian dumped her, Liam was left holding the bag. Liam had burned down an engagement, a wedding, and a loving family for a woman who never actually chose him. He was the backup plan. I didn't cry. I felt a cold, absolute clarity. I knew exactly what I was going to say to Liam. The next evening, my apartment buzzer rang at 7 p.m. I looked at the security screen. It wasn't just Liam. Chloe stood beside him, arms crossed, jaw tight. Beatrice was a step behind them, leaning on her cane, looking. Liam. You were a backup plan. You were what she kept in her pocket in case Julian found out she was cheating. And the second he dumped her, you showed up here with nothing because you'd already destroyed the only real thing you had. That's not, Liam started, then choked. I have proof. Screenshots. I was going to show you. I don't need your proof, I snapped. I have Julian's. Beatrice spoke up, her voice deathly quiet. You sat at my kitchen table and cried about how unfair Sarah was being. She said to her grandson, you let me believe you were the victim. You knew exactly what you'd done. Grandma, it's complicated. It is not complicated. Beatrice barked, her cane hitting the floor. You had a woman who loved you honestly, and you traded her for a liar. And now you're begging the honest one to take you back, because the liar got caught. Chained. Liam started crying, actually sobbing. I loved you, Sarah. That part was real. Maybe it was, I said. But loving someone and choosing them every day aren't the same thing. You stopped choosing me the second an easy fantasy walked by. I don't need an apology. You don't get to come back from this because there's nothing left here to come back to. He stared at me, realizing the door was permanently welded shut. Okay, he whispered. He turned and walked down the hallway alone. Chloe stayed and sat on the couch with me while the adrenaline finally wore off and I shook. Beatrice held my hand, exactly like she did when she taught me to knit. She didn't mention Liam again. The fallout wasn't quiet. 9 days later, Liam showed up at Summit Physical Therapy while I was walking an elderly patient through resistance exercises. The front desk warned me, and I intercepted him in the lobby. I just want 5 minutes? He begged, looking unhinged. Jessica's not answering my calls. Julian is telling everyone I knew what I was doing. My coworkers are looking at me differently. I have nowhere to go. Julian is tell, you can't be here, I said firmly. This is my job. It isn't my responsibility to catch you when your mistakes finally crush you. Security escorted him out. Word spread through his office at Apex Software. A junior colleague he mentored stopped speaking to him. A massive promotion he'd been angling for quietly went to someone else. He had made his bed, and the sheets were lined with glass. Even his friend Mark, the guy who helped him move out, texted me an apology. I helped him move his stuff that day. He told me you two were already basically broken up before Jessica. I know now that wasn't true. I'm sorry, I just replied. Thank you. The logistics of canceling the wedding were a nightmare. The Lake Forest barn kept the $4,500. The caterer kept the $1,800. The bridal shop took my $2,400 dress back on consignment. I had to send 140 cancellation messages. The groomsman I always hated replied, "He doesn't deserve you." He was right. Liam's attorney tried to demand I return half the security deposit for our apartment. My attorney, a friend of my coworker Maya, sent back a letter citing the police reports, the changed locks, and the workplace harassment. The demand vanished. When his lawyer asked for the $6,500 ring back, citing Colorado's conditional gift laws, I mailed it to him the next day. I didn't want his money. I paid him $900 for his half of our shared furniture just so I'd never have to speak his name in a legal context again. It's been a little over a year now. I moved out of Willow Creek and into a beautiful one-bedroom apartment I chose entirely by myself. I got a major promotion at Summit PT, running the entire outpatient program. I still knit with Beatrice every Saturday. Chloe got engaged this spring, and I'm going dress shopping with her next weekend. I heard Liam moved back in with his parents. The paternity test confirmed the baby was Julian's, and Jessica completely ghosted Liam once the dust settled. He traded a beautiful, loyal life for a woman who never even wanted him, and now he has absolutely nothing. I didn't get my June 21st wedding, but I got something better. I got the truth, and I got my life back. If you enjoyed this story, please hit that subscribe button. It really helps the channel out and allows us to bring you even more awesome stories. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much for watching. My mother told 150 people about my suicide attempt at my party. Months later, I turned the tables and watched her breakdown in front of her friends. My mother shared my worst secret to make everyone laugh. I showed hers so that everyone would leave. My mother Catherine always felt she was the funniest person in the room. She had been performing stand-up comedy at open mics for years, never getting above 5-minute stints at dive bars, but she considered herself a professional comic. Her whole demeanor revolved around making others laugh, even if it meant humiliating anyone for a joke. Growing up, every humiliating thing I did became part of her act. She informed my birthday party that I wet the bed at 8 p.m. and thought it was amusing. When I had my first period and bled through my trousers at school, she made it her closing line for months. But the worst thing she's ever done was during my engagement party. I'd been with my fiancé Ethan for 3 years before we decided to marry. Ethan's engagement party was held at his parents' country club, attended by his whole family, his father's business associates, and everyone significant in his life. Catherine arrived already inebriated, wearing a sequined gown as if she were winning an award. She constantly interrupting discussions to make jokes that didn't land. People smiled nicely but were clearly uneasy. Catherine clinked her glass halfway through dinner, preparing to deliver a speech that no one had requested. She began talking about how delighted she was that I had met someone who was willing to marry me despite everything. Then she told a humorous anecdote about how she never imagined this day would happen. She informed everyone about my mental breakdown at the age of 19. Not only did she mention it, but she also performed it as a comedy performance. She imitated my sobbing, acted out my pleading her for assistance, and performed an impression of me, claiming I wanted to die. She informed them about catching me with medications, getting me to the hospital, and the 48-hour hold. She created sound effects for the heart monitor. She really got on the floor to demonstrate how I had collapsed. They weren't laughing. Ethan's mother had tears in her eyes. His father seemed ill. My future brother-in-law went out but Catherine continued, adding, "The funniest part was when I told the psychiatrist I felt worthless and he said, 'Well, at least you're self-aware.'" She smiled at her own joke as 150 others sat in frightened silence. Ethan was unaware of any of this. I had planned to tell him someday, but not like this. Not as a means of entertaining his entire family. His granny clutched her pearls. His business partners exchanged stares. Catherine eventually realized no one was laughing and added, "Tough crowd," before sitting down like she'd killed it. Ethan's family departed immediately. Half of them have not communicated with me since. Following Catherine's visit, they believe I am unstable or that it runs in the family. Ethan nearly called off the engagement. It took months of couples therapy for him to believe I was fine, that it was just a one-time crisis years ago. Catherine never apologized, claiming I was overly sensitive and that humor stems from reality. She repeated the engagement party anecdote in her following performance, discussing how wealthy people lack a sense of humor. She said I should be glad that she made me memorable. The wedding was in 2 months. Catherine anticipated she would be delivering a speech and was already preparing content. She continued asking for humiliating tales about Ethan to keep things fair. She purchased a white sequined garment that resembled a bridal gown, claiming she needed to stand out in images. I told her she wasn't going to give a speech. She giggled and remarked, "I couldn't stop the bride's mother from talking." That's when I realized Catherine needed to know what it felt like. The week before the wedding, I invited all of her comedy buddies to what she mistook for my bachelorette party. She was happy that I had included her scene. She brought in 12 people from her open mic evenings, all of whom wanted to be comedians but felt they were funnier than they actually were. I stated I wanted to do a roast, but with a twist. We'd roast our parents for all the insane things they did while raising us. Catherine enjoyed it and commented, "Finally, I was developing a sense of humor." She spoke first, recounting additional anecdotes about my childhood that made me appear miserable. Others recounted really humorous stories about their parents. Then it was my time. I began by explaining how my mother became pregnant with me at the age of 17 by her married English instructor, Mr. Parker. She blackmailed him for money until his wife discovered it, at which point he committed suicide. How Catherine retained a suicide note that named her by name. The comic stopped laughing. I went on to explain how Catherine put vodka in my bottle to make me sleep at her parties. How she brought guys home to comment on my development. How she advised me to be friendlier to them because they had paid our rent. How she took my college fund from my grandmother's bequest and used it to pay for unsuccessful comedy lessons. I informed them about how she was dismissed from 10 jobs for stealing. She went to rehab 4 times but left because they wouldn't let her perform in group therapy. About her coming up intoxicated at my high school and the administration contacting child services. She told the social worker that I was lying for attention. The room was really silent. Catherine attempted to laugh it off, but I continued. I told them about the time she arrived at my 7th grade talent performance so drunk that she fell out of her chair and how the other parents had to take her to the parking lot while I pretended I didn't recognize her. I reported finding her passed out in our bathtub with a lighted cigarette burning a hole in the shower curtain. When I discussed Christmas, Mother sold my Nintendo for drug money and informed me Santa was no longer real because we were too poor. Sam stood up first without looking at any of us, and proceeded to the door without saying a word. Olivia gazed at Catherine, her mouth slightly open. People are unable to stop watching vehicle accidents. Mia kept her phone up the entire time, filming everything, and I could see the red light that indicated it was still active. The vindication felt like electricity in my chest, hot, brilliant, and strong. However, something icy was creeping throughout my gut. I just completely ruined my mother in front of everyone she knew. Everyone who comprised her whole social life, and the expression on her face made me feel like I had kicked a dog. She attempted to chuckle, the false comic laugh she used when jokes failed, but her voice broke halfway through and came out like a cough. Her face had become white behind her makeup, and I could see a vein pulsating in her neck. Catherine opened her mouth and said, "Liar," but it sounded weak and pathetic rather than furious. She said I was making things up for attention and that I usually exaggerated everything, but her hands shook so violently that she had to set down her drink. The other comedians were staring at each other, having quiet discussions with their eyes, and I knew they were recalling all of Catherine's stories about me. David cleared his throat and recommended we all take a pause to get some air. His voice was too loud for the calm chamber. People began to move toward the entrance in an uneasy manner. There is no conversation, only the scrape of chairs and feet on the floor. Within 2 minutes the room had emptied, leaving only me and Catherine seated opposite from each other at a table strewn in empty drinks and wadded-up napkins. She stared at me with an expression I had never seen on her face before, one of genuine fear rather than her customary assurance. She wondered why I would do this to her voice tiny and aged. I told her she brought this on herself when she used my suicide attempt as a comedy routine at my engagement party in front of 150 people. The words sounded flat and harsh, and I saw her face collapse like paper. She began weeping, but not in the theatrical manner she typically does when she wants something. Her makeup was pouring down her cheeks in black streaks, making her seem different and worse. She said I had wrecked her reputation in the comedy scene, that these were her only friends, and that I had removed the one thing that made her feel important. I rose up while she was still speaking and took my jacket from the back of the chair. She continued shouting my name and asked me to stay so she could explain, but I went out and left her alone. The corridor outside the private room felt both bright and silent, and I could hear her weeping through the door. I didn't feel as happy about what I'd done as I expected. I simply felt exhausted, nasty, and as if I had eaten something harsh. Ethan phoned me 3 times that night, but I let it go to voicemail since I couldn't explain what I'd done. I sat on my couch, gazing at my phone as it lit up with his name, feeling my gut tighten each time. When I finally listened to the messages the next morning, his voice sounded frightened and bewildered, wondering if I was all right and informing me that Catherine had phoned him, weeping about me hitting her in public. The third message stated that his mother was asking him questions and he didn't know what to say. I felt wrath return to my chest since of course Catherine had already contacted him. Of course she was twisting things to make herself the victim, as she usually does with everything. She'd undoubtedly told him I was nasty and unstable, that I humiliated her for no reason, and that she was only trying to be a decent mother. I flung my phone across the room and it struck the wall hard enough to leave a scratch on the paint. I met Ethan for coffee the next afternoon at a cafe near his workplace, arriving early and ordering something I didn't drink. He entered looking exhausted, with black bags under his eyes as if he hadn't slept well. We went down at a corner table and I told him everything that transpired at the fictitious bachelorette party before Catherine could twist it any further. I recounted inviting her comic buddies, preparing the roast, waiting for my time, and then listing every nasty thing she had ever done. Ethan listened without interrupting, his coffee cooling in front of him, his expression becoming more serious with each detail. When I finished, he remained quiet for a long time, staring at me with an expression I couldn't interpret. Then he asked whether I felt better now that I'd heard her response, and the question hit me like a slap. I opened my lips to say yes, but nothing came out since I honestly didn't feel any better. I felt sick, angry, and terrified that I was growing into her, that I was becoming someone who hurts others while calling it justice. Ethan stated that his parents had asked if we might postpone the wedding because they were concerned about potential family tension during the ceremony. Panic swelled in my chest so quickly that my hands shook. I'd spent months organizing this wedding, selecting out flowers, testing different cakes, and fussing with the venue about table placements. I didn't want Catherine to spoil it either. To waste away another valuable day by focusing solely on her dysfunction. He informed me that his mother had expressly stated that she could not face another public spectacle such as the engagement party, and that she was still receiving queries from relatives about what they had observed. His father suggested that we wait till things calmed down and my family situation became more stable. The term stable made me want to scream because my family has never been stable, will never be stable, and if we waited for that, we would never get married. Catherine arrived at my apartment 2 days later without having called beforehand. And after looking through the peephole, I almost didn't open the door. She appeared really shattered in a way I had never seen before. Her hair was dirty and pushed back, and she wore sweatpants and an outdated t-shirt instead of her normal eye-catching clothes. I opened the door, and she went in without asking, sitting on my couch as if her legs couldn't support her longer. She informed me that 2 comedy clubs had barred her from their open mics when word spread about what I had uncovered. The Laugh Factory informed her that they were taking a different way, while the Comedy Store informed her that they were booked for the next 6 months. I had a flash of shame before remembering her on the floor at my engagement party, playing out my fainting and creating sound effects from the heart monitor as Ethan's grandma grabbed her pearls and his business friends exchanged frightened stares. She claimed that the allegation about Mr. Parker was real, that when she was 17 she became pregnant with her married English teacher and blackmailed him for money until his wife discovered it and he committed suicide. She claimed she had carried remorse over his death for 27 years and still had dreams about his wife calling her a murderer during the burial. She was 17 and dumb, and she had no idea how blackmail might drive someone to commit suicide. She informed me that his suicide note addressed her by name, stated she had wrecked his life and marriage, and that she had kept it concealed in a box beneath her bed for years. I sat there stunned since Catherine never acknowledged anything, never accepted responsibility, and never demonstrated genuine sorrow that wasn't simply manipulation to obtain what she wanted. I wasn't sure if this was genuine honesty or simply another performance, another attempt to make herself the victim of her own actions. Ethan's parents asked us both to supper at their home to clear the air before the wedding, and I knew it was some sort of test. Catherine vowed she'd behave and apologize properly, that she recognized how important this was, but I didn't believe she could go through one dinner without making everything about herself. Luke informed me that this meal was very important to his family, and that his mother was unsure if she could accept our marriage after all had transpired. I decided to attend since I had no option, but the entire journey over made me feel like I was about to vomit. Catherine met me there, coming in her beat-up automobile and dressed in a basic black outfit that appeared to be for a funeral. We went up to the home without speaking, and I could feel her shivering beside me. The dinner began awkwardly and only grew worse from there, with Ethan's mother being coldly nice in the way that affluent people are when they despise you yet show etiquette. His father hardly talked, instead passing plates and cutting his meal with precise, aggressive gestures. Catherine rushed into an apology that began well but quickly devolved into excuses about her terrible past, struggling as a single mother, and never having any assistance. Ethan's mother allowed her to speak for about 2 minutes before cutting her off in mid-sentence, stating that many people have difficult lives without abusing their children's pain for attention and pleasure. The words lingered in the air like smoke, as Catherine's face became crimson, then white. Ethan's father laid down his fork and inquired whether Catherine intended to exploit his son's wedding as fodder, and whether she had already begun working on jokes about his family. The inquiry was so clear and nasty that I felt defensive of Catherine for a moment before realizing he was correct to ask. Catherine's lips opened and closed, but nothing came out at first, and I saw her chest rise and fall in fast, shallow movements as if she couldn't get enough oxygen. She gripped the edge of the table with both hands, her knuckles becoming white, and when she finally spoke, her voice was little and broken in a manner I'd never heard before. She said yes. She had been a terrible mother, and she knew it even as she was doing it. But she couldn't stop herself since the only time she felt important was when she made others laugh. Ethan's father sat back in his chair and inquired whether she meant to use his son's wedding as fodder, or if she was already making jokes about this dinner in her brain. The query rested in the center of the table, like a knife. And everyone glanced at Catherine, waiting for her response. She shook her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. She shed genuine tears rather than the histrionic wailing she was accustomed to. She vowed she wouldn't deliver a speech at the wedding or make any jokes about our family since she knew she had already done enough damage. Ethan's mother set down her wine glass with a harsh click, saying it wasn't enough. Catherine needed to realize that she was on thin ice with their entire family, and one more incident would mean she'd never be welcome back. I felt a strange twist in my chest, like if I wanted to protect Catherine, even though she deserved everything they said to her. The words spilled out before I could stop them. She was still my mother and will be at the wedding. Everyone, including Ethan, turned to gaze at me with amazement. His mother raised her eyebrows and his father grimaced, and I could tell they felt I was making a mistake. But I couldn't take those remarks back now. Ethan drove me home after supper without saying anything. Just the sound of the automobile engine and the radio playing something soft that I couldn't concentrate on. We parked into my apartment parking lot, and he switched off the car but did not move to exit. Just sat there looking at the steering wheel. He questioned if I wanted Catherine to attend the wedding or if I was doing it because I felt obligated to. I opened my mouth to respond, but realized I didn't know what to say since I'd spent so much time being furious with her that I hadn't considered what I really wanted. He turned to face me and told me that it was fine to uninvite her if it made me feel safer on our wedding day, and that his family would understand and support whatever decision I chose. I told him I needed time to think about it, and he nodded, kissed my forehead, and promised to contact me tomorrow. I walked inside and laid on my couch for hours, looking at the ceiling, replaying the dinner in my thoughts and trying to figure out what I was feeling behind all the fury. 2 days passed in which I scarcely left my apartment, ordering meals and sitting with my phone in hand, looking at Catherine's contact information. I reflected on all the times she had humiliated me, all the boundaries she had broken, and all the ways she had taken advantage of my misery. But I also considered what would happen at the wedding if Mom wasn't present, how everyone would wonder where she was and why, and how the entire day would become about her absence rather about me and Ethan beginning our lives together. I grabbed my phone and contacted her before I could alter my mind. She answered the first ring as if she'd been waiting, and I informed her she might attend the wedding, but there would be tight rules. No conversation, no jokes about me or our family, and if she drank too much my cousin would accompany her away without question. She instantly consented without fighting or making excuses. And the fact that she didn't fight me about it frightened me far more than if she did. The wedding planner contacted me 2 days later when I was at work, and I could detect stress in her voice before she told me why she was calling. She stated that Catherine had approached her personally regarding microphone access during the reception, seeking to know the technical configuration and the ideal moment to utilize it. I felt wrath rush through my body, making my hands shake because Catherine had practically guaranteed me 2 days before that she would not deliver a speech. I left work early and drove directly to Catherine's apartment, not even calling beforehand, since I knew if I warned her, she'd make an excuse. She opened the door in sweatpants, her hair a mess, and I pushed past her into the living room. When I challenged her about phoning the wedding planner, she raised her hands and claimed she only wanted to perform a song for us. It wasn't a speech, but rather a musical homage. I told her I knew she was lying, and that she was organizing a show that would make everyone talk about her again. I stood in her disorganized living room, comic notes strewn about, and warned her that if she did anything during the wedding that brought attention to herself, I would never talk with her again. She burst into tears, claiming that I was being harsh, that she simply wanted to celebrate her only daughter's wedding, and that I was treating her like a criminal. I didn't move or soften my voice. I simply stood there and informed her that her celebrations had always meant embarrassing me, and I wouldn't let it happen again. She fell into the couch, burying her face in her hands. And for a split second, I nearly felt awful before recalling the engagement party and how she'd played up my suicide attempt for laughs. I left without saying goodbye and drove to Ethan's apartment to tell him what happened. Ethan listened to everything and then recommended that we hire security for the wedding, particularly to control Catherine. And, despite how stupid that sounded, I knew it was vital. His parents phoned him while I was present. And after he described the issue, they volunteered to pay for protection since they didn't trust Catherine after what had transpired. I consented because I recognized I needed to preserve my wedding day, even if it meant viewing my own mother as a threat to my pleasure. We spent the remainder of the evening researching security providers and discussing the problem, and I felt both relieved and extremely saddened that this was what my life had come to. 2 days before the wedding, I received a message on social media from Sam, one of Catherine's comedy pals who had attended the fictitious bachelorette party. He said he wanted to speak with me about something important and suggested we meet for coffee. I nearly disregarded it, but something about the message piqued my interest, so I agreed to meet him near my apartment. He arrived looking uncomfortable and guilty, swirling his coffee for a full minute before informing me that Catherine had been contacting all of her comedy pals to invite them to the wedding and support her. He stated it appeared she was preparing something, and he wanted me to know that he felt awful for not speaking out about her conduct sooner. I thanked him and exited the coffee shop, my stomach sinking because I knew Catherine would do something regardless of how many limits I placed. I drove directly to Catherine's apartment again, not waiting for her to invite me inside before confronting her about bringing her comedy pals to my wedding. She broke down entirely this time. Not the phony crying she typically performed, but genuine ugly sobbing that made her entire body quiver. She said that she couldn't stand being alone at an occasion where everyone condemned her, that she knew she had wrecked our relationship, but she was still my mother, and she was frightened of being cut out from my life. I stood there watching her break apart, feeling uneasy since it was simpler to despise her when she was simply being horrible. However, this weakness made things more challenging. She claimed she didn't know how to attend my wedding without her pals as a buffer. She was afraid of addressing Ethan's family alone after everything she had done. Ethan and I had an emergency appointment with our therapist the next day, and I confessed that I was afraid of becoming Catherine, someone who harms others and then excuses it. The therapist helped me understand that understanding this anxiety distinguished me from Catherine, who never questioned if her acts were wrong or considered how they affected others. Ethan leaned over and grasped my hand, telling me he loved and trusted me, but he wanted to know I wouldn't use his vulnerabilities in the same way Catherine had mine. I promised him I wouldn't, and I meant it. But I also knew I had crossed a boundary by revealing Catherine's secrets at the bogus bachelorette party, and I needed to figure out how to be better than that. We ended the session with a wedding plan and limits for Catherine, but I was still concerned about what may go wrong. The night before the wedding, I sat at my kitchen table, a blank piece of paper in front of me. Ethan was at his parents' house for a pre-wedding custom that his family followed, so I had the flat to myself. I took up the pen and set it down 3 times before I began writing. The letter came out untidy and honest, something I couldn't do face-to-face with Catherine. I suggested she could attend the wedding with one of her comedy friends who would help keep her grounded rather than urging her to act. I stated that our relationship was shattered and I wasn't sure if it could be repaired, but I was prepared to try if she could respect actual limits this time. I emphasized that I wanted freedom to grow in my marriage without continuously worrying about being used as material for her next set. The last line was the most difficult because I had to accept that some part of me still desired a mother, even if Catherine could never be the one I needed. I sealed the envelope and placed it on the counter, intending to drop it off at her apartment in the morning. I couldn't sleep that night because I kept picturing her face at the faux bachelorette party where I revealed all of her secrets. I worried if I'd gone too far, or if she'd finally grasp what it was like to be humiliated in front of loved ones. The morning of the wedding, I was in my bathroom attempting to fix my makeup when someone knocked on my apartment door. Ethan wasn't meant to pick me up for another 2 hours, and the wedding planner had my itinerary down to the minute. I opened the door to see Catherine standing there with my letter in her hand. Her eyes were crimson, but not in the typical dramatic way. She seemed smaller, as if she had been deflated. She asked if she might come in, and I nearly answered no, but I moved aside and allowed her enter through to the living room. She sat on my couch, holding up the letter, her hands trembling slightly. She informed me she had read it 4 times and understood what I was saying. She had spent her entire life using comedy to avoid dealing with true emotions. Her voice cracked when she stated she was going to start real treatment, not the type in which she acted for the doctor or cut her sessions into pieces. She said that she did not expect me to forgive or trust her, but she wanted to strive to be better, even if it was too late for us to have a regular mother-daughter relationship. I paused at the door, unsure what to say because it was the first time Catherine had apologized without making excuses or turning it into a joke. She wiped her eyes with the back of her palm and said she was proud of me for setting limits but wished someone had taught her how to do so when she was younger. I told her she had to leave so I could continue getting dressed, and she agreed and walked out the door. Before leaving, she turned and announced that she would be sitting quietly in the 3rd row with Olivia, who had promised to be her support person for the day. The wedding ceremony took place in a garden site chosen by Ethan's parents, with white seats arranged in rows facing a flower-covered arch. I stood in the bridal suite with my bridesmaids while the organizer gave everyone their signals. My stomach flipped every time I thought of Catherine sitting in the audience. Ethan's mother had scarcely spoken to me at the rehearsal dinner, and his father kept throwing me concerned looks, as if he expected anarchy to break out at any time. The music began, and I walked down the aisle, staring at Ethan's face rather than the guests. Catherine sat in the 3rd row, precisely where she said she would, wearing a modest blue dress instead of the white sequined one she had purchased months before. Olivia sat next to her, her hand on Catherine's arm, and while Catherine's face was soaked with tears, she remained totally motionless and quiet. The ceremony was wonderful in a manner I hadn't expected, with Ethan speaking his vows and me saying mine without interruptions or performances. Catherine approached Ethan's parents at their table, and I observed her from across the room during the reception. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I saw her speaking without her normal expressive motions or efforts at comedy. Ethan's mother's face remained frigid and tight, but she nodded as Catherine finished and replied briefly. Ethan's father shook Catherine's hand in a formal manner, indicating that they were not immediately buddies, but at least they were polite. I felt something loosen in my chest. Not precisely forgiveness, but rather the first step toward being able to breathe without continuously fearing the next calamity. 6 weeks after our wedding, Catherine and I began meeting for coffee every Thursday morning at a location midway between our residences. The first few meetings seemed awkward and stiff, with both of us being very cautious about what we said. I had established a list of topics that were off limits, things she couldn't ask about or use as comic fodder, and she really obeyed the guidelines without complaint. She informed me about her therapy sessions in a genuine way, without faking or exaggerating for effect, simply discussing what she was learning about herself. She acknowledged that her therapist had pointed out that she'd used humor as a weapon to keep people at arm's length, that if she made them laugh or startled them initially, she wouldn't have to risk genuine connection. I listened but did not offer forgiveness or comfort. Just let her speak and process without making it about myself. She inquired about the wedding, and I gave her the details that seemed comfortable to disclose. She did not interrupt or make jokes. Our relationship would never be normal or straightforward. The damage was too severe and extended back too far. But I was learning that defending myself didn't have to entail fully destroying her, and that I could set limits without seeking vengeance. Ethan and I were starting our lives together in our new apartment, making plans for the future without the continuous anxiety hovering over us. I still trembled when my phone rang and I saw Catherine's name, concerned she'd fall back into her old habits. But for now, having coffee once a week with defined guidelines seemed feasible, and that was plenty. I was finally free of waking up every day worried if I'd be her next punchline. And that independence was more valuable than any apology she could offer me. My sister laughed at my modest lifestyle, excluded me from Christmas, saying we only need real family. I left, and Grandpa took action that ruined her. This happened last year, and I am finally ready to relate the story. It's long, but believe me, the finish is well worth it. My family believed they could treat me like garbage and get away with it. They were very, terribly incorrect. This is perhaps the best revenge story you'll read today. Background. I, a 32-year-old guy, reside in Denver and earn around $180,000 per year. I know that seems good, but wait until you hear about the rest of my family's outrageous spending habits. This story is about years of family strife, public humiliation, and the most spectacular comeback you can imagine. Allow me to provide a vivid picture of my youth and explain why this retribution was so rewarding. While my sister Chloe competed in beauty pageants and dated famous athletes, I was the odd kid who was more concerned with school, saving money, and establishing a genuine future. My parents, Thomas and Susan, made it quite apparent from the start who their golden kid was and who was simply taking up space. When Chloe turned 16, she received a stunning new BMW with a large red bow on top. I'm talking about a $45,000 automobile for a youngster with no work. The entire neighborhood gathered to see her shriek and leap about as if she had won the jackpot. She shared it on all social media platforms, calling it the happiest day ever and praising her incredible parents. When I reached 18, I got an old Honda Civic with 185,000 miles that my dad bought from his coworker for $1,800. It builds character, he remarked, while Chloe grinned in the background, most likely contemplating her next extravagant request. Despite graduating from summa cum laude with a 3.2 GPA, I ended up with $45,000 in student loans because I refused to ask my parents for help after seeing how they handled financial requests. While studying finance, I worked 2 part-time jobs, one at a grocery store from 6 p.m. to midnight and the other at a local restaurant on weekends. Right after graduation, Chloe hit what she considered the ultimate jackpot. My parents acted as if funding her lifestyle was just a normal part of being good parents, while treating my financial independence as a character flaw. Chloe married Jason, a commercial real estate developer who reportedly earns more than $420,000 per year, and now she lives in a massive 9-bedroom house in the most exclusive suburb, drives a Tesla Model S, and posts Instagram stories every other month from Cabo, Dubai and the Maldives. Her social media became this carefully curated display of wealth that honestly made me embarrassed for her. Meanwhile, I'm grinding 70-hour weeks, eating ramen for dinner, and slowly chipping away at my debt like a responsible adult. Don't get me wrong, I did very well for myself through hard work and wise decisions. I have about $160,000 saved up, my loans are completely paid off, and I max out my 401k and IRA every year. I drive a reliable Toyota Camry and live in a nice but modest 2-bedroom apartment. I'm dating Olivia, a nurse practitioner who makes around $95,000. Olivia is down to earth, saves money, invests wisely, and represents everything Chloe isn't. According to my family, Chloe never misses an opportunity to take passive-aggressive shots at my lifestyle choices. She'll say things like, "Ethan, when are you going to get a real job that pays enough to actually enjoy life instead of just surviving?" Or, "Maybe if you spent less time obsessing over spreadsheets and more time networking with successful people, you'd understand how the world actually works." She'd say this while showing off whatever new designer purchase she'd made that week. She always delivers these comments with this fake concerned voice that makes me want to scream, as if she's genuinely worried about my sad little existence while showing off her newest Louis Vuitton handbag that costs more. The worst part was watching my parents nod along as if her criticism was completely valid and helpful. But here's what makes this whole story even more satisfying. Our grandfather Jack built a construction empire from nothing, starting with a pickup truck, a toolbox and a willingness to work 16-hour days in any weather. After decades of hard work, wise investments and treating people fairly, he became the owner of one of Colorado's largest construction companies. He's worth between $8 and $10 million, and he's always been passionate about teaching family values like hard work, saving money, and earning what you deserve through merit rather than handouts. Somehow that lesson only stuck with me. The rest of my family treats my grandfather as if he were their personal ATM machine. They all live these completely inflated lifestyles, funded entirely by his generosity, and then have the audacity to look down on me for being unsuccessful and unmotivated. Every year, Grandpa organizes this elaborate family Christmas trip to bring everyone together and maintain family bonds. He pays for everything because he believes that family unity is worth any price. Last year's trip was supposed to be at some fancy ski resort in Colorado, and I was looking forward to it because work had been absolutely brutal and I desperately needed a break from the constant stress. Grandpa had booked everything months in advance because he wanted this trip to be extra special for reasons I didn't understand at the time. The Christmas trip was planned for a luxury ski resort in Vail that charges $1,200 per night for basic rooms, which included $250 dinners, $350 spa treatments, and lift tickets that cost more than most people spend on groceries in a week. I drove up from Denver after finishing a major project at work on Friday, arriving at the resort around 8 p.m. The place was absolutely ridiculous in the most ostentatious way possible, with exposed wood beams that probably cost more than my car and natural stonework that looked like it belonged in a museum. There were massive fireplaces with chimneys that could probably fit a small person inside, and people were walking around in ski gear that easily cost $5,000 per outfit, casually discussing their plans for helicopter skiing and private mountain tours. I felt a little underdressed in my normal Columbia winter jacket and basic snow pants, but I figured no one would notice. I was there to spend time with my family, not to compete in some kind of fashion show. I walked up to the front desk with my simple duffel bag, gave the clerk my name, and waited while she typed away at her computer with increasing confusion. She began frowning and typing more aggressively. After more frowning and irritated sighs, she summoned her supervisor, who repeated the process with the same outcome. "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't see any reservation under your name in our system. Let me try other spellings and see if it's under a family member's name." That's when I heard Chloe's voice behind me, and I could tell something was wrong simply by her tone. There was this strange theatrical element to it that I remembered from childhood whenever she was poised to stir problems. "Oh my gosh, Ethan, you actually made it. I wasn't sure you'd be able to take time off from your small work." But she seemed too cheery, as if she was putting on a show for an imaginary audience. When I turned around, there she was in a designer ski outfit that probably cost more than I spent on clothes in a year, a jacket that was clearly custom fitted, pants with metallic threading, and boots that looked like they belonged in a fashion magazine rather than on a real mountain. She had this weird smirk on her face that I recognized from childhood, the exact same expression she'd get right before telling mom and dad that I'd allegedly done something wrong to get me in trouble. The front desk staff kept frantically searching their computer system while other guests began gathering behind me, clearly annoyed by the delay. You could feel the tension growing as rich people in fancy clothing waited for this issue to settle itself. Chloe came closer and remarked, just loud enough for everyone to hear, "How strange that there's no room reserved for you. I'm not sure how it happened." She came in closer and lowered her voice to a whisper, which she undoubtedly believed was appropriate. "Actually, Ethan, I had a lengthy talk with Grandpa concerning our sleeping arrangements for this vacation. We both agreed that we only needed rooms for true family members this year." She raised her voice again. "You know, folks who actually give something valuable to family gatherings rather than simply turning up expecting freebies." My stomach dropped totally as the ramifications hit me. "What are you talking about, Chloe? Grandpa personally invited everyone. So, we have the presidential family suite for me, Jason, and our twin sons. Mom and Dad have a magnificent corner room with a mountain view." She paused theatrically, evidently loving every moment of it. "I believe there wasn't enough space for everyone who wanted to come. You realize how pricey these places are, right?" The lobby had gone utterly quiet except for the crackling of the fireplace, and I peered around to see my parents seated in leather seats near the main hearth. When I made straight eye contact with them, they both turned away like cowards. Jason was standing near the concierge desk, scrolling through his phone like nothing was happening, and their twin 8-year-old boys were running around the lobby, completely oblivious to the adult drama unfolding around them. Chloe continued her carefully planned performance, saying, "Let's be realistic here. You couldn't afford to reside in a property like this with your small analyst income. Maybe there's a Holiday Inn or Super 8 motel down the mountain somewhere." She actually began giggling while saying this, as if the idea of me staying at a budget hotel was the funniest thing she'd ever imagined. Several other guests were now openly staring at our family drama, and the front desk clerk looked mortified, probably wondering if she should call security. The supervisor was pretending to be engaged with vital papers while clearly listening to every word of this embarrassing chat. "Chloe, what the earth is going on here? Grandpa personally invited and approved my appearance." "Oh, sweetie. Grandpa understood entirely when I thoroughly described the whole issue to him. We need to focus the individuals who genuinely important to our family's future prosperity." She gestured dramatically toward Jason, who still hadn't looked up from his phone. "I mean, Jason's firm just won a $17 million commercial development contract last month. That is actual success. That is the type of accomplishment we should be celebrating and supporting as a family." Chloe had purposefully and meticulously planned this entire scenario to humiliate me in front of complete strangers in order to prove some twisted point about family hierarchy and her perceived superiority. At that precise moment, something clicked in my brain. This wasn't some innocent misunderstanding or computer error. I stood there for about 20 seconds, just processing what was going on, while Chloe looked at my face with obvious satisfaction, probably expecting me to beg for help or make some kind of desperate scene that would embarrass me even more. My parents were still avoiding eye contact like cowards they'd always been. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, as Chloe clearly desired, I felt a strange sense of crystal clear clarity. Jason continued to act as if nothing was going on, and the other hotel guests were becoming increasingly uneasy with the public family breakdown. Like jigsaw pieces that had been scattered for years suddenly snapping into place to create a picture I'd never seen before. "You know what, Chloe? You're completely correct about everything." Her confident smile faltered slightly as confusion crossed her face. "I apologize. What have you said?" "You're exactly correct. I should leave this location quickly." I got out my phone and launched a ride-sharing app with purposeful calm. I wish you and the actual family have an absolutely lovely Christmas together. She looked genuinely confused because this clearly wasn't the reaction she had carefully planned for. Wait, that's it? You're simply giving up without even attempting to resolve this? Nope. I'm making a conscious decision based on fresh facts. Have fun explaining to Grandpa tomorrow morning why I'm not attending Christmas breakfast. When I tell Grandpa how improper and theatrical you've been acting in this scenario, he'll totally understand. I turned around one more time and gave her the widest, most sincere smile I'd had in months. I am very certain he will, Chloe. I am convinced that he will grasp everything correctly. The ride down the mountain gave me plenty of time to think clearly for the first time in years and plan. See, Chloe had made one critical mistake that was about to destroy her entire fake life. She assumed I was still the same powerless little brother she used to pick on when we were kids. She had no idea what kind of position I was in, or what I knew about the family's true financial situation. Here's what Chloe didn't know, and why her little stunt was about to backfire spectacularly. First, I've been assisting Grandpa with his business finances for the past 6 years. Second, I'm the one who persuaded him to modernize his record keeping and transfer everything to secure digital systems. He'd call me whenever he had a question about investments, tax strategies, retirement planning, or financial analysis. And I knew more about his money, concerns, and future plans than anyone else in the family combined. I helped set up his online banking, organized his investment accounts, and digitized decades of paper records. I have legitimate access to financial information that would make Chloe's head spin if she knew what I could see. Third, and most importantly, for what was about to happen, Grandpa had been growing increasingly concerned about the family's spending habits and sense of entitlement. He has made several pointed comments over the years about people who live beyond their means and expect handouts instead of working their way through life, and he has expressed deep concern about what will happen to his hard-earned money after he is gone, and whether anyone in the family understands its value. I contacted Grandpa from the airport while waiting for my trip back to Denver. Ethan, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be at the resort with everyone else? I told him the truth. No drama, no emotional manipulation, no exaggeration. Just the facts. How Chloe had purposefully excluded me from the room reservations. Her specific comments about real family members. The public humiliation in front of other hotel guests, and my parents' cowardly refusal to defend their own son. The quiet on the other end of the line lasted around 45 seconds, which felt like a lifetime. When Grandpa finally spoke again, his voice had transformed from warm and worried to ice-cold and resolute. Well, I believe it is time for certain members of this family to learn about the actual repercussions of their behavior. Grandpa, you don't need to do anything dramatic. I'm okay, actually. I'll just spend Christmas at home. Can Ethan come to my office first thing Monday morning? I have some extremely serious business concerns to address with you. Bring your laptop and any financial analyzing software you own. Monday morning, I'm sitting in Grandpa's office, which looks like a museum of American business success, with dark wood paneling on every wall, leather chairs that have probably been there since the 1960s, and dozens of awards and photos from 40 years in the construction business. That's when I realized Chloe had just made the biggest mistake of her life. Grandpa is exhausted but resolute, reminding me why he's been so successful for so many decades. Ethan, I want to know exactly how much money I've given your parents and sister over the years. Every money, gift, loan, and emergency payment. Can you assist me in compiling this material into a detailed analysis? This is where my financial analysis skills came in handy in ways I never envisaged. I spent the following week going through bank records, transfer logs, tax documents, canceled checks, and digital payment records. Grandpa gave me complete access to his personal accounts, business accounts, and financial records going back 20 years, and what I discovered was absolutely mind-blowing and worse than I could have imagined. Here's what I discovered over the last decade. Chloe received $49,000 for her wedding, which she claimed was just enough to cover the basic expenses, but I discovered receipts indicating they spent more than $78,000 in total. She received $32,000 as a down payment gift for their house, followed by another $28,000 2 years later when they decided to upgrade their kitchen with granite countertops and professional appliances. For the past 5 years she has been receiving $4,000 per month to help with the children's expenses and cost of living adjustments, totaling over $250,000 in direct monthly payments. However, there's a lot more. Emergency loans that were never repaid and $43,000 for a business opportunity that never materialized. My parents, who had been working the same system for years, were no better. They had spent $37,000 on various schemes, more than most people's annual car payments, on birthday and Christmas gifts, and probably another $60,000 over the years. They had also funded vacations, jewelry purchases, and furniture allowances. Grandpa paid off their $95,000 mortgage early when they claimed they were struggling with retirement planning, and he's been supplementing their retirement income with $3,500 per month for the past 6 years because their savings were insufficient for the lifestyle they deserved, over $220,000, which included home renovations, medical bills, car payments, insurance premiums, emergency repairs, and unexpected expenses. Over the last decade, these folks have received far over $700,000 in direct handouts, not including smaller gifts, dinners, vacations, or other advantages that are more difficult to assess. Meanwhile, I had asked Grandpa for help only once in my adult life, a $6,000 loan when I was between jobs for 3 months after college, which I paid back with interest in 4 months and never asked for anything else. But here's where the investigation got really interesting and revealed how fake their lifestyle was. I decided to do some serious digging into Chloe and Jason's actual financial situation using public records databases that I have access to through my job. I know how to read financial documents, court filings, and business records in ways that most people don't, and what I discovered was absolutely shocking. Their house is mortgaged to the absolute maximum limit. They owe $750,000 on a property that is currently worth around $680,000 in today's market, and both of their luxury cars are leased, which means they are paying monthly fees for vehicles they will never own. Chloe's credit card debt is completely insane. I discovered at least 14 different accounts with significant balances totaling more than $100,000. According to public business filings, Jason's company has been struggling for the past 2 years, with 3 major development projects falling through due to financing issues. Remember how Chloe used to brag about his $17 million deal and $420,000 annual income? His biggest commercial client terminated their contract in September after delays and cost overruns. The business has defaulted on 2 significant construction loans and is essentially operating on borrowed time and credit extensions. They are living a completely fraudulent lifestyle, funded entirely by massive debt and Grandpa's monthly payments. When I presented Grandpa with all of this information in a detailed written report, he just sat there quietly for about 15 minutes, slowly flipping through the documents with increasing rage. Without that $4,000 per month, they'd be declaring bankruptcy within 60 days. Finally, he glanced up at me with a unique face and murmured, "Very intriguing. Very fascinating indeed. I think it's time for some people to learn what real consequences feel like." 3 weeks after the ski resort incident, Grandpa called a mandatory family meeting at his house, telling everyone it was to discuss important financial planning and estate planning issues, and that attendance was absolutely required for anyone who wanted to be included in his will. I arrived early to assist him in preparing what would be the most satisfying presentation of my entire life. He had printed out everything: bank statements, transfer records, loan documents, property records, business filings, credit reports, all neatly organized in folders with each family member's name written on the front in his careful handwriting. Chloe arrived 25 minutes late in her Tesla Model S, dressed in another ridiculously expensive outfit that probably cost more than most people's monthly salary, and she appeared genuinely annoyed that she had to be there, as if it was an inconvenience to her busy schedule of spending other people's money and posting about it online. Jason appeared uneasy from the moment he walked in. I believe he was beginning to realize their financial situation was deteriorating. My parents arrived as if nothing had happened at Christmas, with no apology, acknowledgement or explanation for their cowardly behavior, just business as usual. Probably believing this meeting was about raising their monthly allowance or discussing inheritance specifics, Grandpa began the meeting quite formally. "I've asked everyone here today because I've been conducting a full evaluation of my financial support for this family over the last 15 years. Ethan assisted me in gathering some really eye-opening material, and I believe it is time we have a truly honest debate about money, entitlement, and family values." He handed out the folders with theatrical precision, and I watched Chloe's face as she opened hers and began reading the numbers laid out in black and white. The color literally drained from her cheeks as she realized the scope of what she was looking at. Grandpa continued in his most businesslike tone. "I want each of you to carefully analyze those statistics and then explain to me why you feel you're entitled to this amount of continued financial support." Chloe instantly went into full victim mode. "Grandpa, raising children is really costly these days. Jason and I work very hard to provide for our family, and with the economy being so unstable and unpredictable." "Chloe." Grandpa's voice pierced through her whimpering like a scalpel through butter. "According to these paperwork, Your husband allegedly makes $420,000 each year. Please explain in detail why you require an additional $45,000 per year from me to maintain your lifestyle. Well, the house payment is really high because we wanted the boys to grow up in a good neighborhood and they have activities and sports and we have other necessary expenses that you wouldn't understand. You decided to buy a house that you couldn't afford. You decided to lease fancy automobiles rather than purchase dependable transportation. You choose to enroll your children in pricey private programs rather than great public ones. These were your purposeful decisions, made with the expectation that I would continue to finance your lifestyle choices eternally. My parents tried to intervene and deflect attention. Dad, you know how much we appreciate all you've done for us over the years, but retirement planning is becoming increasingly hard due to inflation and medical bills. You retired at 62 knowing that I would augment your salary eternally. You made no attempt to save enough for retirement because you expected I would manage all of your financial duties. You regarded my generosity as an entitlement rather than a gift. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, and Chloe began to fear as she realized things weren't going as planned. Grandpa, what are you trying to convey here? Are you threatening us? I'm saying that effective immediately, all financial support to this family is being permanently terminated. The eruption was instantaneous, expected, and really enjoyable to see. Chloe began her fake weeping act with crocodile tears and theatrical wailing. My parents began feverishly talking over each other about their limited income, medical expenditures and retirement security, while Jason sat there looking like he wanted to disappear through the floor. But Grandpa wasn't done delivering his verdict. Furthermore, I am profoundly disappointed and personally insulted by how Ethan was handled during our Christmas trip. The purposeful exclusion and public humiliation were utterly wrong, and it demonstrated precisely who you have become when you believe no one is watching. Chloe's phony tears quickly turned into genuine rage. This is about him. Are you really doing this because of him? He is a mature guy. He should be able to care for himself without relying on Grandpa like a small baby. Yes, Chloe. He should be able to care for himself, and he does. He has never asked me for continued assistance. He paid off his college loans by his own efforts. He lives within his means. He handles family members with decency and respect. You might want to think about learning from his example rather than ridiculing it. Oh, please. He is a dull loser who spends his days staring at spreadsheets and has no social life. Jason earns 3 times his current salary. We're the prosperous members of this family. We are the ones who matter. That's when Grandpa brought out one more folder with a small smile. Actually, Chloe, speaking of Jason's tremendous success, he glanced directly at Jason, who had turned extremely pale and was sweating. Ethan, could you please explain what your financial study indicated concerning the commercial real estate industry? This is probably when any good person should have felt terrible for them, but I didn't. Not even much. They'd been expecting this for years. I opened my laptop and pulled up the extensive financial study I'd prepared just for this moment. Well, based on public records, business filings and financial documents, Jason's company is essentially bankrupt and has been operating on borrowed time for months. Jason's complexion turned pale to green as he realized his fictitious empire was going to collapse in front of everyone. Ethan, you had absolutely no right to investigate my private business affairs. I actually had every right. This is all publicly available information from state corporate registrations and court filings. Your firm has defaulted on 4 large construction loans totaling more than $2.5 million during the last 2 years. Your largest commercial client terminated the contract in September, alleging delays, cost overruns, and quality difficulties. You haven't closed a development project for more than $65,000 since last summer. Chloe was gazing back and forth between me and Jason, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. The fabricated world she'd created on social media was collapsing in real time. I proceeded with deliberate precision. Your personal finances are worse than your corporate condition. Your house is around $85,000 underwater on its mortgage. You owe $100,000 in credit card debt across 14 separate accounts. Your car leasing payments alone cost $2,400 per month, which is more than most families pay for housing. The quiet in the room was terrible, and you could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the corner. Grandpa spoke forward with apparent delight. Ethan, what did your investigation indicate regarding Chloe's personal spending habits? According to credit card bills, bank records and social media activity analysis, I believe Chloe spends around $5,200 each month on clothes, accessories, beauty treatments, spa visits, and entertainment. That is more than double what the average American family spends on housing. And it excludes the money she spends on vacations and luxury experiences. Chloe eventually lost control. You're an absolute psychopath. Who gives you the authority to look into my personal life like a creepy stalker? This is insane. You did, Chloe, when you chose to disgrace me in public and bar me from family gatherings. When you made it apparent that you think I am inferior to your purportedly successful spouse. When you treated me like garbage in the presence of strangers. Actions have consequences, and you're going to discover what those repercussions look like. Grandpa rose up slowly, with the dignity of a man who had established an empire through hard labor. I believe we've covered all we need to talk about today. You all have some extremely important decisions to make regarding your future. Ethan, could you kindly remain behind for a few minutes? I have something crucial to talk with you in private. My parents and Chloe's relatives filed out of the home in full commotion. Chloe was yelling about how unjust everything was and how I had wrecked the family with my erratic behavior. Jason looked like he was ready to vomit, and my parents were completely devastated. After they went, Grandpa sat down and smiled warmly at me for the first time in weeks. Ethan, I've been thinking a lot about updating my will and estate planning lately, and my estate planning attorney believes it's definitely time to make some very significant changes to reflect my current understanding of family values and responsibility. 9 months have passed since that family meeting, and the results have been absolutely spectacular beyond my wildest dreams. In April, Jason's company filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. They lost their house to foreclosure and had to move into a small 2-bedroom rental apartment in a much less desirable part of town. Both luxury cars were repossessed within 8 weeks because they couldn't make the lease payments, and Chloe had to get her first real job in more than a decade. My parents had to sell their house and downsize to a tiny 1-bedroom condo in a retirement community that they could actually afford, and my father came out of retirement to work as a part-time cashier at a hardware store. She's working at a department store for $17 per hour and hating every minute of it. Her social media has gone completely dark because she can't afford the lifestyle she used to fake. The twins had to transfer from their expensive private school to public school, which Chloe constantly complained about until she realized no one cared about her problems anymore. Mom is working the register at a grocery store, and they're both completely miserable and constantly stressed about money for the first time in decades. But here's the very greatest part that makes this entire tale perfect. They all started phoning me urgently pleading for aid, beginning with my parents approximately 3 months after the meeting. Ethan dear, we're really sorry about what occurred over Christmas. We should have guarded you from Chloe. We now understand how wrong we were to treat you in that manner. Could you please talk to Grandpa for us? We're definitely suffering with these bills, and we're not sure what to do. I told them I'd consider assisting if they sent me a thorough handwritten letter recognizing how they had treated me over the years and accepting full responsibility for their actions and decisions. Jason contacted me around 2 months ago and said, "Look, Guy. I understand we started out on the wrong foot, and Chloe deeply regrets how she handled the Christmas scenario. She feels awful about everything. Is there anything you could do to aid us? Perhaps a little loan could help us get back on our feet. I vow to repay you with interest as soon as business gets up again." I laughed out loud and hung up on him right away, but the most pleasant call came from Chloe herself approximately 6 weeks ago, which I taped since I knew it would happen. "Please, Ethan. I am aware that I made a serious mistake. I was utterly mistaken about everything. I was terrible to you and I sincerely apologize. But I'm in a bad situation here. The boys continually asking why we had to move, why mommy has to work now, why we can't go on vacation, and why their friends can't come to our apartment. I will do anything. I will openly apologize on social media. I will accept that I was incorrect about everything. I'll tell everyone you were correct. Just help us go back to normal. Ethan, I only have one question for you, and I want you to consider carefully before you respond. Anything. Ask me whatever you want. When you excluded me from the hotel reservation and told everyone it was solely for the genuine family, did you consider how it would make me feel as your brother? There was complete quiet for almost 30 seconds. Did you think that I was your brother and that I deserved fundamental respect and decency regardless of how much money I earned? Ethan, I was just trying to... No, Chloe. You humiliated me because you considered me weak and pitiful. You assumed I needed you more than you needed me. You believed I was always available as a backup plan. You were completely wrong on every count. Please, Ethan. I am literally begging you here. I'll go down on my knees if you want. Do you know what? You're totally correct. You're begging me. And do you know how this makes me feel? It gives me believe that maybe there is some true justice in the world after all. My parents called me the spare twin. They said, "Your sister is the one." Years later, she begged for my inheritance, and I had proof to destroy her. I'm Ethan. A 23-year-old guy who was always the extra kid my parents kept around until they found out someplace else to put me. My sister was the golden kid, while I was essentially the family's spare part. Years later, she contacts me with a foolish request. My folks join in, and things take a very amusing turn. Let's just say I had the final laugh. It may or may not have included a mop, a blue outfit, and my attempt not to pass out from laughter. From the start, it was clear who was the show's star. My twin sister, Chloe, 23, is a female with blonde hair, green eyes, dimples, and all the characteristics of an angel kid that people adore. Every time someone saw us, they said, "Oh, she's gorgeous." Then they said, "And that's her brother." As if I was her driver or something. My parents, John and Rebecca, ate it up. If Chloe just burped softly, she was elegant. If I did anything, it would be lethargic, uninspired, and problematic. And I am not exaggerating. One year for Christmas, she received an iPad, while I received socks. Not great socks. Clearance socks. 2 sizes are too small. They relished pointing out that I had darker complexion than Chloe. She inherited her mother's fair complexion and her father's fair eyes. I got me. Guess which one goes better with their family photo style? Spoiler. Not the youngster who was advised to stand in the rear so the light wouldn't wash out your sister's face. Growing up, I was the designated errand guy. If they needed someone to clean the garage, it would be me. It's Chloe's time to clean dishes. No, she had homework, so I completed them. Family excursions. Oh, I was invited, but only to carry baggage and photograph everyone else having fun. What still makes my eye twitch is that I was never permitted to be in some family photos. They'd make 2 versions, one with Chloe front and center and one with just her. My version did not exist. The day they finally decided they were done with me was almost hilarious. I was 14. Chloe was 14. We each had an upcoming school concert. I didn't want to wear the itchy, too tight outfit my mother chose for me. I expressed my discomfort and requested if I might change into something more comfortable. That is it. That is the crime. I didn't want to appear as if I was headed to court for tax fraud. Mom had a complete meltdown. Dad backed her up, stating I was ungrateful and humiliating to the family. The next thing I know, they're saying, "You know what? Maybe it's better if you go live with Uncle James and Aunt Laura for a while." That while turned into forever. Here's the bit that makes things worse. They did not disguise the motive. A week later, I overheard my mother on the phone stating, "We chose to keep the better child." That's me they're referring to. Or more accurately, not me. Uncle James and Aunt Laura, Dad's brother and wife, were shocked. They were not wealthy, but they were nice people. When they picked me up, they assured me that I would have my own room and space, and that I would not be treated like luggage. My parents scarcely said goodbye. Chloe waved at me from the porch, as if I were going on a school trip. My mother's final words were, "Don't cause them as much trouble as you caused us. No hugs. No, we will miss you. Just one final stab to remember them by." The first night with Uncle James and Aunt Laura made me understand how different my life may be. They inquired whether I was hungry. They never compared me to Chloe once. They didn't care what I was wearing as long as it was clean. They treated me like I was a member of the family, which felt strange at first because I wasn't used to it. But the problem was that even after I left, my parents found methods to remind me that I was the reject. They'd send me cards for Chloe's birthday with photographs of her as she grew older, but no mention of me. My favorite was when they sent me a family photo with me clipped out. You could still see my hand resting on Chloe's shoulder. Classy. I used to believe it may be me. Maybe I was the problem kid. But living with James and Laura taught me that I wasn't. It turns out that if you treat a child as if they are important, they will behave accordingly. So, it is how I became the spare twin. There were no spectacular judicial custody fights or sad catastrophes, just 2 parents who decided which child looked better on their Christmas cards. And really, that was the finest thing they could have done for me. Because while Chloe was being nurtured as the golden kid, I got out. I got to live with individuals who didn't mind how I appeared in images. And one day, I was going to make sure that their decision to discard me was the one that came back to hit them the worst. So I thought moving with Uncle James and Aunt Laura would be the end of it. They kicked me out, so why should they care what I did? Yeah. It turns out that my parents were not the kind to let things go. They were the sort of people who would put something in the garbage and then complain because the trash didn't send them thank you cards. That Christmas marked the beginning of their strange behavior. James pulls in a bundle of mail and gives me a card with my name on it. I open it, and there's a beautiful photo of my parents and Chloe in matching sweaters hugging a golden dog I'd never seen before. Large lettering on the front. Merry Christmas, from our ideal family. My name was not even printed inside, only a Sharpie. Message. You would look better in this photo if you worked harder. Merry friggin' Christmas. Then they got inventive. On my 16th birthday, a box arrives. Inside there is only one cupcake. There is no icing or message, just a candle shoved in the middle. And I realized right away that they hadn't remembered my birthday. It was their way of saying, "You're not worth an actual cake." Another time, a padded package arrived, containing a present. My antique third-grade participation ribbon, charred on the edges. I suppose they felt it would really stick it to me. This item was not for me. It was for them. They weren't attempting to reconnect. They weren't even attempting to harm me in a way that made sense. They simply wanted to ensure that I never forget I was the rejected one. It was only about malice. The oddest thing was that the harassment was planned. I'd get something from Chloe, then from Mom a week later, and finally from Dad. Like they have a harassing schedule posted on the fridge. Someone even mailed me a flash disk. I plugged it in. A huge error. And there came a slideshow showcasing Chloe's accomplishments. School accolades, holiday shots, her carrying trophies, all set to this goofy, inspiring music. I couldn't go through it without laughing. By the age of 17, it had become physical. They showed up twice. This is the first time I have come home from school. James stands on the porch clutching a large framed photograph. My parents had just left it there. It was an updated family picture. Only the three of them and the dog. In the frame behind the glass, pasted in the corner, was a little baby photo of myself with a red X through it. Second time I'm walking home. I see a vehicle parked at the corner. Chloe is leaning out the window, carrying a large sign that reads, "Need money? Ask your real family." A couple of school kids were behind me. They witnessed everything. Chloe waved as if she were at a parade. I didn't even react, just continued going. I think my lack of concern irritated her more than anything. The final straw arrived a few months later. A parcel shows up. Big, hefty box. I open it to reveal a shoebox, full with dirt and debris. On top of the soil was a message that said, "This is all you'll ever be worth to us." James almost phoned the cops. I advised him to not bother. I didn't want them to assume they had received a response. But in my thoughts, I made an essential decision. I wasn't just going to cut them off. I was planning to maintain receipts. Every insult, every petty prank was saved until the day when I could finally use them. By that point, James and Laura were saying, "They're not going to stop unless you cut every line of contact." So I did. New phone number, privacy settings on school records, and mail routed to a P.O. box. For over a year, everything was calm. No cards, no parcels, and no parade stunts. I nearly believed they had finally moved on. But here's what I've discovered about individuals like my parents and Chloe. They aren't reaching out because they miss you. They're reaching out because they want something, and when that something reappeared years later, it was accompanied by a phone call from Chloe, who pretended to be our closest friend. I could tell it was terrible news before I even picked up. I changed my phone number years ago following the dirt in a box farce, so she must have sweet-talked a cousin, or guilted a relative into giving it to her. First and foremost, seeing her name on my phone was similar to having the IRS audit department appear on your caller ID. You're not receiving good news. Second, I had not heard from her in years. She was carrying that large "Need Money, Ask Your True Family" sign out of a vehicle window when she last contacted me. So, while I wasn't anticipating a heart-to-heart, curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see what angle she was taking this time. I respond. Her voice is sugary, sweet, false, and happy, similar to how the Kardashians talk. Yes, that tone. "Hey, it has been forever. How are you?" I play along. "Let me guess. This call concludes with you begging for money." She chuckles as if I was joking. "Oh, stop. Seriously, I've been thinking about you. We should catch up." Which is Chloe speak for, "I want something." I just wasn't sure what it was yet. We do the awkward dance for around 2 minutes. Her chatting about her busy life, and my quick responses. Then she moves in for the kill. "So I heard Uncle James received some money from Grandma and Grandpa." Bingo. I maintain a bland tone. "Yeah, they left a trust in my name, which James maintained. He recently moved it to me a few months ago, so it is now mine." "Well, I just thought, since we're twins, it would make sense to divide it. I actually laughed. I couldn't help it. Divide my inheritance? That is adorable. She did not laugh back. I am serious, Ethan. We are family. The family shares. I could feel my jaw clench. Funny. You refused to share when I was having supper alone in the kitchen, allowing you to sit at the nice table. God, you're so theatrical, she exclaims, suddenly switching to the tone she used as a child. The one that made everything I said seem insane. It's about doing the right thing. I need this money for college. Oh, I answered. You mean the college you might have paid for with the funds your parents set up? The one Mom told James about before I learned from a cousin that you spent it on handbags and a vacation to Italy. Silence. That hit. Then she snaps back. That was different. I was living my life. You have had it easy with James and Laura. You don't need that much money. The arrogance made me chuckle again. Let's get this straight. You squandered your own education funds, and now you believe you are entitled to mine. Since I had a nice life with people who genuinely wanted me. You are being selfish, she says. If our roles were reversed, I would assist you. Oh yes, I said. It's strange because when I requested to borrow your graphing calculator in high school, you advised me to purchase my own, but now I'm expected to support your entire future. Her voice changes from pleasant to harsh. If you aren't going to do the right thing, maybe your parents should talk to you. I smirked. Go for it. Haven't talked to them in a while. Should be fun. Click the button. She hangs up. 45 hours later, my phone begins to blow up. First it's my mother, then my father, and finally an aunt I don't recall meeting. All using the same script. It is your responsibility to support your sister. You wouldn't have the same life without us. Without them, the same folks who abandoned me at their brother's house as if I were a broken toaster. One voicemail from my father stated, "You're still my son, so I have a right to ask this of you." Which was funny because the only time he's ever used the words on me is when he's trying to guilt trip me. One even provided me a link to a GoFundMe page Chloe created titled, "Help me get to college, my brother won't help." The description was pure gold. My twin brother was granted a large quantity of money, but he refuses to share with me. Even while he understands how essential my education is, he has had it easy his entire life, whereas I have fought. Last summer the girls' fight took place at an all-inclusive resort in the Maldives. The greatest part? The GoFundMe page included a photo of her standing next to a BMW. I wasn't furious at this time about her BMW. I was impressed. Chloe's entitlement was not merely typical golden kid enthusiasm, it was Olympic level. It takes confidence to spend your own money, beg for someone else's, and yet act like you're the victim. James and Laura were about to contact her and shut it off, but I persuaded them to hold off. Something inside of me had moved during that phone chat. I'd been cutting them off for years to escape their mess. Now I wanted to lean into it, not because I was going to hand them a penny, but because Chloe had just given me the ideal situation. She was blatantly lying about the reason she needed the money. My parents were backing her up like the devoted little enablers they'd always been. And here I was, armed with both physical and digital receipts, demonstrating she was lying. Instead of rejecting their calls, I began answering them, allowing them to rant while pretending as if I was contemplating the situation. I preserved everything of it. Screenshots, voicemails, and a GoFundMe link. I even had a common friend email me images of her gloating about her Italy shopping trip and Maldives vacation in a private group conversation. It wasn't simply about money anymore. It was about ensuring that everyone received precisely what they earned. That night Chloe texted me one more time before remaining silent. In a way, I am receiving what I deserve. I grinned at the phone. Yeah, I figured you would. Just not in the way you expect. See, people like Chloe and my parents don't know when to give up. If you let them think they're tiring you out, they'll just keep talking. And the more they talk, the more ammunition they provide you. So I choose not to block them. I decided to let the pandemonium in just long enough to get what I needed. The following morning, Chloe phoned again. I could see she had been practicing her reasonable voice. Ethan, I just want to work things out. I'm not asking for it all. Just enough to cover the tuition. Uh-huh. How much is sufficient? I inquired, knowing full well that the amount would be outrageous. She did not disappoint. 45,000. But that's only the start. There are also books, housing, and personal well-being. I cut in silence. Then he said, "How do you know that?" I replied, "I'm psychic." She huffed and changed the subject, but I could sense the worry in her tone. That informed me she understood she'd spoken too much elsewhere and was curious where I'd heard it. Meanwhile, my parents were doing their own campaign. My mother tried the "I'm just concerned" tactic. "Chloe is quite stressed, Ethan. You have always been the strong one. You can live without this money, but she cannot. Be a bigger person. You're not the golden kid, thus your life is intended to be more difficult." I knew I needed to keep them talking. So I began asking questions. So, if I helped, what precisely would the money be used for? I'd make it sound like I was thinking about it, then sit back and let them probe further. They emailed me spreadsheets. Actual spreadsheets. Chloe had created a college budget file, complete with color labeling. Tuition and books accounted for around 20%. The remaining expenses included a $6,500 wardrobe update, $3,500 for networking events and reading parties, and $10,200 for mobility upgrades, which was code for a new automobile. I transmitted the material to myself using 3 separate email addresses. I was not going to lose that jewel. About a week into this, I received a text from a mutual buddy. One of those folks who want to remain impartial yet enjoys a little of drama. She provided me photos from Chloe's private Instagram, posts of her visiting high-end stores, and selfies with titles like, "Manifesting my dream car." No one can tell me I can't have the life I deserve. Gold. Pure gold. I began to see the wider picture. Chloe expected this to be a brief guilt trip and a paycheck. My parents believed they could continue to put pressure on me as they had done in the past. None of them understood they were giving me enough information to destroy their reputation in one shot. But time was important. You do not simply drop all of the ammunition at once. You wait until they've progressed to the point where dropping it is not only pleasurable, but also irrevocable. So I continued giving them just enough hope to keep them talking. I mean, maybe I could help with some of it. I will think about it. Let me see how much I can save after my own costs. Every time I stated anything like that, Chloe's text became nicer. My mother began sending me texts saying she was thinking about you. My father even inquired about my employment as if he cared. It wasn't real. Everything was wonderful. Then Chloe made her first major error. She gave me a photo of a fancy handbag she recently purchased, claiming it was an investment item for interviews. The $1,500 tag was still on it. The sting was that she sent it while simultaneously messaging me about how broke she was and how she didn't have enough money for textbooks. I did not react. I've just saved it. 2 days later, she made another error. She announced on Instagram that she was going a weekend getaway with pals to unwind before the semester began. The setting was a 5-star resort, and the caption said, "Self-care is essential to success." I did not answer either. Saved it. By this point, I had screenshots of her shopping sprees, proof she wasted her initial college fund, the crazy college budget file, and her parents, my parents in name only, publicly supporting her entitled crap in messages and voicemails. All I needed was one more thing. A strong indication that they were not going to stop until they were publicly shamed. It arrived in the guise of a group message. Chloe added me, my parents, and perhaps 6 other relatives to a chat called Family Support. She began with, "I'm reaching out," so everyone could hear how Ethan refuses to help his twin sister with her future, despite having more than enough to improve her life. My mom said, "We're just asking for fairness. He's been blessed and should share." That was all. The ideal configuration. They had made it public among the family. They'd drawn their line, and they had no clue I was standing on the opposite side with a match and a gallon of petrol. When I lighted this up, I determined right away that I wasn't going to turn them off. I planned to make sure they couldn't twist it later. No misconceptions. No, it is not what we intended. Only their words, behavior, and entitlement are on full show. Once it was out there, there was no turning back. They intended to make it public. Fine. I was planning to make it permanent. I took a big breath, accessed the family support group chat, and began typing as if I were ready to submit a final paper that I was confident would receive an A. First message. Okay, now that we're discussing freely in front of everyone, let's make sure we all have the same knowledge. This is Chloe's comprehensive college budget proposal. I then attached the spreadsheet she had supplied me. You could almost hear the group conversation halt for a collective double take. Next message, you'll notice that just 20% of this is for college. The remainder is $6,500 for apparel, $10,200 for a mobility upgrade, and $5,000 for personal health, which based on her receipts likely includes facials, yoga retreats, and even a membership to an influencer's lifestyle course. Then I dropped the handbag image, which still had the $1,500 tag on it. This was bought yesterday. I'm not sure how this comes into the struggling student category, but maybe it's a textbook holder. There was a brief moment of silence in the talk. Then my mother gets in. That isn't the point, Ethan. The point is, you have been blessed. I interrupted her with an Instagram screenshot of Chloe at the 5-star resort. And here's a quick self-care excursion from last weekend. It must be tough to manage college applications with poolside mimosas. Oh wait. I am not permitted to discuss the alcohol. My fault. The conversation begins to spiral out of control. A handful of cousins depart the gathering quickly. One aunt sends an eye emoji. My father attempts damage control. Ethan, this is needless. We are family. So I reached for the throat. I included documentation from a common acquaintance that shows Chloe talking in a private group conversation about how she had already spent her original college fund on Italy and the Maldives. Along with her exact words. It's okay. I'll just ask Ethan to pay for the remainder. He owes me anyhow. I captioned it. So just to be clear, I owe you because when I was 14, our parents dumped me on James and Laura so they could keep the more attractive one. I want to be sure I grasped the rationale. At this point, the group conversation was more than simply uncomfortable. It was nuclear fallout. My phone started buzzing as if it were attempting to flee the table. Relatives were DMing me individually, claiming they had no idea or had always sensed something was wrong with Chloe's stories. Chloe finally responded in the group. You're taking everything out of context. That wasn't what I meant. I laughed out loud when reading it. Out of context? She actually stated it out in the correct context. So I struck them with the finisher. Here is the context. Chloe, you are not getting paid. Mom and Dad. You taught her to believe she has the right to whatever she wants, and now you're startled that it's backfiring on you. You could have left me alone, but you came after me, and now you have the entire family watching. This is the final time I will react to any of you. Goodbye. I then quit the group. It felt fantastic. It's like walking away from a trash fire that you didn't start but definitely completed. But I wasn't finished. I shared the identical proof, every screenshot, file and photo to the opposite side of the family, who had not participated in the discussion. I didn't want Chloe or my parents to think Ethan was being cruel or making things up. Nope. The receipts were bulletproof. Within 24 hours, Chloe's GoFundMe page had been erased. Not because she had met her aim, but because the remarks were harsh. One cousin even shared the entire screenshot album in the comments. So, anyone who clicked the link saw the entire tale before even reading her proposal. People started sharing links to the screenshots I'd given, claiming she was a fraudster. Someone even posted a college fund, which is more like a vacation fund. James and Laura were unable to stop smiling for a week. James even prepared popcorn one night and claimed, "This is better than Netflix." The best thing is that Chloe hates losing face. She may have simply accepted the L and gone on. Instead, she doubled down and tried to convince some family that the images were outdated or manipulated. However, the timestamps and information in the screenshots immediately disproved that deception. Every time she attempted to get out of it, someone else provided me her reason, and I showed them proof that she was lying again. Her reputation in the family plummeted quicker than a bad cryptocurrency. Party invitations are no longer available. My mom's proud parent posts about her are vanished. Even her pals began unfollowing her online. And I didn't even have to raise a finger after the initial explosion. The problem merely continued to expand on its own. It was no longer about money. It was all about control. For the first time, they had nothing on me. They couldn't blame me, alter the facts, or disguise what they'd been doing for years. I had turned their small public shaming effort into a career-ending PR disaster. All I had to do was give them their own words back. I assumed that was the end of it. However, I misjudged how desperate entitled individuals can get when the gravy train failed. Because a few months later, when their financial problems became apparent, my parents showed up at my door. Not to shout, guilt trip, or plead. And that was the finest moment of all. Picture it. Saturday afternoon, I'm in sweats, halfway through a dish of leftover lasagna, and watching a guy on TikTok describe how to remodel a 1-meter room using just galvanized steel. Life is calm. Then knock knock. Not the casual sort. Not a neighbor stealing sugar knock. This was sharp, fast, and desperate. I look out the window and almost drop my fork. Mom and Dad are on my porch. For a moment, I thought they were presenting an apology basket. You know, one of those pricey arrangements with nice cheeses and perhaps a small letter saying, "Sorry for being trash, parents." But nada. They were standing there in clothing that looked like they had been slept in, with expressions that suggested someone had just seized their souls. I opened the door halfway because I am not foolish. Wow, the better child is busy today. So you choose to slum it? Dad attempts to chuckle. Ethan, come on. That is not essential. Oh, this is vital. I ask them, so, what brings you here? Forgot my birthday again and wanted to make up for the last 20 years? Mom jumps in, clasping her hands as if auditioning for a church choir. We have made errors. We are aware of this. But we are still family, and family should end there. I cut her off since the last time I heard the term family from you, it was followed by a request for money. And based on your expressions, this isn't a social call. They share a glance that suggests they were trying to warm me up before telling me why they drove here. Finally, Dad says something. We were in a difficult place. I lean against the doorframe. A tight situation. Did Chloe purchase too many personal wellness packages? Mom sighs, as if she was the one who had been mistreated. The residence is under foreclosure. We've had some bills mount up, and your sister is right on time. Chloe walks up from the driveway, wearing designer sunglasses and clutching a coffee cup the size of her head. Hey Ethan, she says as if she were welcoming a waiter. She is about to stiffen on a tip. I grin. Well, assuming that isn't the subject of the GoFundMe scammer documentary. What's up, sister? She ignores it. We are just here to discuss. Things have been difficult and you have the resources to aid us. There it was. Not even suited up this time. Just give me your money. I tilt my head. You're correct, Chloe. I do have the resources and I am utilizing them for my own benefit. I know, it's a crazy notion. Dad takes a step forward, as if he is attempting to recover fatherly authority that he never earned. We are requesting an interest-free loan to help us get back on our feet. I laugh. You've been on your feet for years. They've just stepped on everyone else's toes. And now that you've tripped, you want me to be your crutch. Mom attempts the guilt trip next. We took you in as a newborn. I'm sorry, I interrupted. You gave me away to James and Laura because I did not fit the Christmas photo style. Let us not change history. Chloe scoffed. God, you are so theatrical. It's only money. You act as if we are asking for your kidney. Yes, I say. But notice the difference. If you removed my kidney, you'd probably sell it and then come back begging for the other one. Dad's jaw tightens. We're giving you an opportunity to be the greater person here. I smirk. I've been the bigger person since I was 14. You were all too busy polishing Chloe's halo to notice. They're all standing there now, shuffling uneasily, understanding that their old approaches aren't working. So Mom abandons her pretense of humility and plunges headfirst into desperation. If we lose our house, we won't have anywhere to go. Bummer, I say. On the plus side, taking family photographs is much easier when there is no furniture in the way. Chloe tries one more time. Please, Ethan, only enough to get us back on our feet. I vow I will repay you. I lock eyes with her. Oh, as if you were going to repay your original education fund or pay for your own vacations rather than setting up a GoFundMe to swindle family. Forgive me if your track record does not instill confidence. There is a long delay. Nobody is smiling anymore. Chloe appears ready to spew nails. Dad's face is crimson. Mom's eyes are moist, but not from grief, but from wrath because I am not folding. So I finished it. Calm, steady, and no yelling. You all made your decision long ago. You choose your favorite. You supported her even when she was incorrect. And you determined that I was expendable. Now you're standing here because you require anything from the disposable one. So here's my response. The same one you've given me all my life. No. And with that, I closed the door. I stood there for a second, listening. Nothing. No knocking. There was no yelling. Just the sound of footsteps returning to the car. Then the engine starting. I went back to my lasagna. And let me tell you, it was delicious. Life after closing that door on them was calm. Quiet in the best possible manner. No unexpected knocks. No guilt trip voicemails. And no strange family group chats attempting to conduct an intervention for my conscience. Just me, James, Laura, my goals, and the bequest, which belonged entirely in my account. I didn't boast about it. Not because I was the greater person, but because the enjoyment did not require an audience. I knew that was enough. But the world chose to give me an encore. It was Friday night. I was out with two companions to a nice mid-range restaurant with no graphics on the menus and servers who act as if they developed the specials. We just finished eating a dish of appetizers. When I got up to use the restroom, as I walked down the hall by the kitchen entrance, I noticed a mop handle hanging out of a yellow bucket. Then I spotted her. Chloe, hair wrapped back in a bun, had lost the fight hours before. Blue janitor suit, rubber gloves, sweeping the tile floor with the same zeal as someone removing graffiti from a gas station wall. I froze. Then, without trying, I burst out laughing. You can't fake this laugh because it's the result of genuine amazement and delight crashing in your chest. She looked up and suddenly turned pale. "Oh my God," she whispered, attempting to turn her face away. "No, don't hide," I responded, immediately taking out my phone. "Blue truly suits you. Honestly, this looks better than the Maldives bikini photos." "Delete that," she said, pointing to my phone as I took the first image. Click. She attempted to step behind the mop bucket, but I joined her. "Come on, sister. Only one for the family album. We can put it next to the one where you held up the necessary funds. Request that your immediate family members sign." Click. Click. Her jaw clenched. "Ethan, I swear to God that you meme." On the left, Chloe poses in Italy with shopping bags. On the right, Chloe in her blue janitor outfit is labeled, "Living the life she deserves." The next day I awoke to a torrent of texts from her. "Delete those images right now. You are obsessed with damaging me. I will sue you." I responded with a thumbs up emoji. That is it. A few hours later, Mom phoned. I didn't respond. Then Dad called. The same outcome. Then they attempted calling from a blocked number, which went directly to voicemail. I saved that one without listening. I did not need to hear the script. I already knew it was some combination of "you've gone too far and we're still family." They didn't understand that this wasn't going too far. This was precisely how far I wanted to go. This was not about vengeance for anything they had done. It was about allowing them to live in the reality they had created while periodically going by to admire the vista. Chloe had lived her entire life believing she would always be on top. That someone, whether it was me, my parents, the family, or someone else, would step in to save her, no matter how badly she fouled up. Seeing her in that outfit, scrubbing floors, and knowing there was no rescue on the way was better than any bogus apology she could have given. When I exited the restaurant that night, I passed by the kitchen doors again. Chloe was back at her position, head down and avoiding eye contact. I didn't pause, didn't say anything, just let my laughter trail behind me like perfume, since blue truly suits her. My sister locked my son in a car to punish him over a chocolate bar. Her cruel act led to a shocking legal battle that no one saw coming. After my mother informed me that she had left my 6-year-old kid at home with my sister Laura, I went around hunting for him everywhere. Then, as I passed by Laura's car, an uncomfortable sensation overtook me. I leaned down and glanced through the glass, and what I saw inside chilled my blood. My kid, Ethan, was slumped down in the back seat. His small body didn't move. His face was glowing red, and his hair was drenched in sweat. I hastily reached for the door handle, but the car was locked. I yanked hard, hoping the door would open. My heart was racing in my chest, and all I could do was hope to God that my son would be well. Why was my son in Laura's car? What the heck happened? I just wanted to share the tale I am telling today. This is a narrative that reveals a grim reality. Money has the power to transform people's actual nature, including those with whom you share blood. Before I go into the details, I'd want to thank you for listening to our tale today. I wish you a calm day. Hello everyone. My name is Matthew, and I am 35 years old. I work as the business director for a real estate company in California. I'm a single father. My wife perished during the epidemic in 2020. She died when Ethan was just 2, leaving a hole inside me that nothing can fill. After my wife died, I put all of my love into my kid. That young child is the sole reason I get up every morning and struggle through life. Fortunately, my folks live nearby, only approximately 16 miles away. They have been quite helpful to me in caring for Ethan over the years, and I frequently send the little kid down with them on weekends when I need to meet with clients. My parents had 2 children. Aside from myself, there's my sister Laura. She also brings her daughter, Lily, to see her mother and father on weekends. Laura is 4 years younger than I am. She did not attend college and married rather young. Her husband has a regular job and makes little money, so their life has always been difficult. Previously our relationship was normal, not particularly tight but without big issues. But 2 years ago, things changed entirely. And I am certain of one thing. I will never, ever forgive her for what she did to my son. The family turmoil occurred over a weekend. In November 2023 my wife had been gone for 3 years, and my kid Ethan had just turned 6. That day, at 9 a.m., I dropped Ethan off at his parents' house and asked them to keep him while I went to see a client. As a real estate business director, I frequently meet with clients or customers on weekends. If a customer wishes to meet, I'm available at any time. The day before, I phoned Mom and Dad about minding Ethan, and they agreed immediately quickly. When I arrived at Mom and Dad's house that morning, Laura's car had already been parked in the driveway. Laura and Lily had been there since 7:30 according to their parents. Laura was not delighted when she saw me walk in. She gave me a quick glance, then turned around and walked into the living room without saying anything. That attitude bothered me, but I didn't give it much thought because I had an important meeting coming up. After holding Ethan, Mom rubbed my shoulder and said gently, "Don't worry. Just go handle your business. We'll take care of Ethan." Dad nodded in agreement and added, "Just focus on work. Ethan may remain here all day if necessary." I thanked Mom and Dad. Then I went down to embrace Ethan, kissed his forehead and told him, "Be good, okay? I'll be back in a little bit." Ethan nodded, that innocent smile spreading across his face as he whispered to me, "Yes, Dad. I'll be fine." I left feeling at ease, but throughout the journey I was restless and apprehensive. Something about Laura's gaze made me nervous, but I couldn't describe why. I had no clue my gut intuition would be confirmed in the most terrible way conceivable. After 3.5 hours of customer meetings, I returned to Mom and Dad's house about midday. The meeting went well and I had brought 2 chocolate pastries with me. One for Ethan and one for Lily. After parking, I observed that Mom and Dad's cars were not in the driveway, only Laura's. I stepped in and noticed Lily and Laura seated on the couch, watching television. Laura rolled her eyes and returned her attention to the television. What drew my attention was Lily's terrified expression. The small girl avoided eye contact with me in an unusual way, and I couldn't see my 6-year-old son anywhere. Walking past Lily and Laura, I moved through the house, opening doors and yelling out loud, "Ethan, where are you? Dad is home. I brought you chocolate cake." I phoned numerous times, but Ethan did not respond. At this time I assumed Ethan had gone out with my folks. I immediately took out my phone and contacted Mom. When I asked about Ethan, Mom said we left him at home with Laura. We went to the store to get some items and are now on our way back. During this time I began to feel worried. I puzzled why Mom and Dad agreed to care Ethan but then abandoned my kid with Laura. They knew Laura and I did not get along. I swiftly entered the living room and stood in front of Laura. I shouted, "Laura, where's my son?" Laura merely sat there on the couch, eyes fixed to the TV, and responded in an uncaring, chilly tone. "I don't know, maybe the kids are playing in the backyard." After she said that, I ran around seeking for my son everywhere. Backyard, storage space, garden nook, and beneath tables. I cried out, "Ethan, where are you?" But there was no response from my kid. Then, as I passed by Laura's car, I had this unpleasant feeling, like if some unseen force was drawing me toward it. I took a step closer, leaned down, and peeked through the glass. What I saw inside made my blood turn cold. My kid, Ethan, was slumped down in the back seat. His face was very crimson. His lips were chapped and dried, and his hair was drenched with perspiration. His small body remained still, like a discarded toy. At that point, the world around me crumbled. I instantly grabbed the door handle and tugged hard. But the vehicle was locked. I yanked the door many more times, thinking it would spring open. I yelled, my voice choked with fright as I attempted to open the door. "Ethan, this is Dad. Wake up, buddy." My heart was hammering in my chest. Cold sweat spilled all over my body. All I could do was pray to God that my son will be well. After numerous unsuccessful tries to yank the door, I lifted my hand and struck the window hard. 5 fists in a succession. Yet the glass remained unbroken, as if it were mocking me. My knuckles began bleeding, yet I felt no discomfort. Fear had eaten out all other sensations. I dashed into the home and shouted at Laura. "Where are your car keys? Give them to me now." Laura remained immobile on the couch. Her gaze was fixed on the television screen and she responded in this alarmingly uncaring tone. "Find them yourself. I don't remember where I put them." Laura's attitude at the time made me want to lose my head. But I forced myself to keep my anger under control because I knew that protecting my baby was the most essential thing at the time. Right after that, I dashed inside the storage area where Dad stored gardening tools and sports equipment. My gaze swiftly searched the collection of items and settled on a baseball bat. 10 seconds later, I dashed out of the storage room, baseball bat in hand. Laura got up as she saw me rush out. She yelled, "Matthew! What are you doing?" I ignored her cry and continued running for the door. When I arrived to the automobile, I stood square in front of the driver's side window. Laura had made it to the front porch by then. She cried loudly and frantically, "Matthew, stop, the car keys are right here." But it was too late. I swung the bat hard against the windshield. Just 2 swings and the glass cracked, sending bits flying everywhere. I reached inside, ignored the wounds on my arm, and pressed the button to unlock the automobile doors. After the car doors were unlocked, I tossed the bat to one side, dashed to the rear seat, opened the door, and grabbed Ethan out of the mobile oven. My youngster was in a bad state. His skin felt very heated, as if he had a severe temperature. His respiration was faint, shallow, and fast. His lips were chapped and dried. His eyelids were clamped tight, and his entire body was saturated in perspiration, despite evidence of acute dehydration. The young kid became limp in my grasp, like a faded flower. My heart felt like it was being crushed. My voice choked as I whispered, "Ethan, Dad's here. Open your eyes. Ethan, Dad's here. Don't leave me. I'm begging you." After hearing what I stated, Ethan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were dull. He took a while to recognize me. He mumbled, his voice hoarse, "Dad? I was so scared, Aunt Laura." Before he could continue his statement, Ethan collapsed in my arms again. I brought him to the front porch, where there was shade, and quickly dialed 911. As soon as the operator answered the phone, I reported my son's problem and requested an ambulance. After I provided them the address, the 911 operator stated that medical people would arrive shortly. Waiting for the ambulance took the longest time of my life. Every second seemed like a century. I prayed my wife's soul in heaven to look after our son. Laura and Lily were both standing on the front porch. Laura's face became cold as she noticed Ethan laying still. For the first time since I had returned home, I noticed worry on her face. But at the time, I didn't have the time or mental space to care about her. "My son needs me." Less than 10 minutes later, the ambulance and medical staff arrived. 2 paramedics swiftly assessed Ethan's condition. They measured his temperature and examined his pulse. After checking his vital signs, they promptly loaded my kid into an ambulance and drove him to the hospital. I sat next to him in the ambulance, gripping Ethan's small hand tightly the entire while. The paramedics were continually monitoring his status, their looks strained yet concentrated. Ethan was transferred to the emergency department around 10 minutes later. The door shut in front of me, and all I could do was stand outside in the corridor, powerless and desperate. I sat in a frigid chair, my hands cradling my head. My imagination conjured visions of my son slumped down in the car. Images of his chapped lips and feeble voice. I prayed to God. I prayed to my wife. I prayed to anybody who could hear. "Please save my son." 30 minutes later, the emergency room door opened. The doctor glanced at me, his expression softening, and said, "The little boy is out of danger. Fortunately, you found him and brought him in just in time." That was when I let out a sigh of relief. My legs nearly gave out from the relief. I clutched the doctor's hand hard, my voice muffled with sorrow. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." Once I had calmed down, the doctor resumed his pronouncement. His voice became very serious. The hospital informed the police and Child Protective Services about the boy's condition. They'll be coming to gather information on the event once he's more stable tomorrow morning. After hearing what the doctor stated, I nodded and thanked him. I still couldn't see Ethan since he hadn't woken up yet. My parents came in the hospital corridor shortly after the doctor had departed. Their expressions were filled with horror. Both Mom and Dad seemed pallid as ghosts. I'm guessing they already understood what had transpired and how terrible the event was. When I saw them, I became enraged. I stood up straight, looked them in the eyes and said angrily, "You guys have the nerve to show up here." My mother fell into tears. She hurried up to hold my hands and sobbed, "Matthew, I'm so sorry. I didn't know things would turn out this bad." My father stood there, his face ashen. He attempted to remain cool, but his voice trembled as he told me, "We just went to the store for a while. And we thought leaving Ethan with Laura would be okay. Hearing those words, the rage within me erupted like fire. I moved Mom's hand away. My voice is as icy as ice. Fine. You guys thought it would be fine. My son almost died. He almost died from being locked in a car under the sun for almost an hour. And you're telling me it would be fine? My mother was breaking down. She continued saying, I'm sorry. My dad remained silent. For the first time in my life, I realized he had nothing to say. I looked away, my voice icy. Go home. I don't want to see you guys right now. However, they did not go. They just stood in a corner of the corridor, waiting for Ethan to wake up. I didn't look at them, but I knew they were still there, silent and regretful. I did notice Laura's absence. She did not show up at the hospital. Not one phone call or text message. 2 hours after arriving at the hospital, Ethan awoke. When the nurse told me, I raced inside the room. My son lay there with his eyes wide, staring about in uncertainty. But when he saw me, his eyes brightened up, and he shouted out weakly, Dad! I raced to his bedside, grabbed him, and couldn't stop crying. My voice strangled with passion. My boy, Dad's here, Dad's here. After the doctor rechecked him and established Ethan's stability, my parents were permitted to visit. They stood at the foot of the bed, their expressions filled with grief. My mother went forward, her voice shaking as she told Ethan, I'm sorry, sweetie. I failed to protect you. My father also spoke out, his voice thick and gruff. I'm sorry, Ethan. I was irresponsible. I likewise stooped down and stared into my son's eyes, my voice heavy with regret. Sorry, Dad, son. Dad wasn't there for you when you needed me. Ethan glanced at me, his eyes filled with anxiety. His voice was low as he told me, Dad, I was so scared. Aunt Laura had locked me in the car. Ethan's statement stunned everyone in the room. My mother covered her mouth. My father stood there, his body like stone. I tried to remain cool, caressed his hair and softly murmured, Don't worry. Dad's here now. You rest some more. You don't need to tell us everything right now. Ethan nodded, his eyes gradually closing from exhaustion. When he fell asleep, my father stepped next to me, his voice shaking but full of determination. If Laura did this, I won't let it go. Even if she is my daughter, I will not forgive her. That night, all of us stayed at the hospital to care for Ethan, and I sat by his bed, holding his hand tightly all night, while my parents sat in chairs in the room. I didn't say anything to Dad because I was too exhausted to argue or blame anyone. The following morning, around 9 a.m., 2 police officers and a worker from Child Protective Services entered Ethan's special care room. Emily, a female worker from CPS, said to me in a gentle and patient tone, We need to take a statement from Ethan about what happened. After I encouraged him, Ethan bravely told them everything. His voice was still shaking, but he tried to explain every detail clearly. He said to them in a soft voice, When Grandpa and Grandma went out to the store, I saw a chocolate bar sitting on the kitchen counter. I asked Aunt Laura if I may have the chocolate bar, but she declined. She said it belonged to Lily. Ethan paused for a moment, his eyes looking at me as if he was looking for comfort. I nodded encouragingly and he continued. I wanted the chocolate so bad that I took that chocolate bar and ate it even though Aunt Laura didn't agree. Hearing Ethan's words, the CPS worker took careful notes, occasionally nodding to encourage him to continue. After a few seconds of silence, Ethan continued his story, his voice getting smaller. When Aunt Laura found out, I cried and apologized to her, but she wouldn't accept it. Then Aunt Laura dragged me out to her car and pushed me into the back seat. I begged her to forgive me, but she wouldn't listen, and she locked the doors. Before closing the door, she told me, Ethan, you need to be taught a lesson. My mother burst into tears when she heard that my father had pampered you much too much. She had to cover her mouth with her hand to keep from crying out loud. My father's hands were clenched into fists, and his face was red with rage. I wasn't doing much better. Every word my son said was like a knife stabbing into my heart. If I weren't busy caring for Ethan, and the cops weren't there, I'd rush to Laura's house and give her what she deserved. After a few seconds of quiet to gather his composure, Ethan spoke again, his voice weak and broken. I sat in the car. The temperature rose quickly. I yelled aloud and knocked on the windows, but no one answered the door. I shouted for Aunt Laura, but she did not come out. I became so exhausted and heated. I can't recall what occurred after that. I remember when I woke up, I was lying on a bed with doctors examining me. After hearing everything Ethan told us, the room fell silent, and I hugged my son tightly, trying to hold back the rage that was boiling inside me. My mother was crying quietly, and my father stood there like a statue, but I could see his body shaking with rage. After Ethan's statement, the police and CPS worker proceeded to take statements from my parents and me right there in that room. I told them everything from when I got home, found Ethan in the car and rushed him to the emergency room. My parents also told their part, admitting that they went to the store and left Ethan at home with Laura without asking my opinion. After hearing everything, the CPS worker looked at my parents with serious eyes and told them, "You two will also be involved in this case because you accepted responsibility for watching the boy, but then abandoned him, allowing Laura to harm him." My parents made no attempt to avoid responsibility. My father stood up straight, his voice low but clear. "We're ready to accept full responsibility, including going to jail. We ask for one thing. Don't prevent us from seeing our grandchild." My mother nodded, tears still streaming down her cheeks, and said, "We see we were wrong. We accept any consequence." Seeing my parents recognize their error made me feel a bit touched within. Unlike Laura, who deliberately locked my son in the car as punishment, the police and CPS did not have a malicious intent to harm my son. One of the two officers looked at me with understanding but serious eyes as they prepared to leave after taking all of our statements. He told me, "I realize you're upset, but I have to implore you not to take any retribution on Laura." Even though I truly wanted to seek vengeance on Laura, I knew the officer wasn't fooling around, and I didn't want Ethan to have a father who was in prison. And worse, if I went to jail, I'd lose custody of my son. I forced myself to remain calm, swallowing the rage that was boiling inside me. I had no idea that in just a few days, someone would teach Laura a lesson she'd remember for the rest of her life. 2 days later, the CPS worker returned to the hospital to document information about Ethan's health condition. Emily, the CPS worker I'd met before, informed me that she and the police had gone to Laura's house to take her statement. She sat down next to Ethan's bed where he was sleeping, and quietly told me, "Matthew, I want to update you on the progress of the case." I nodded, bracing myself for what I was about to hear. Emily continued. "At first, Laura denied everything because your parents' house doesn't have security cameras. She blamed Ethan, saying that the little boy had gotten into the car to play by himself and locked himself in. She even accused you of being behind it and directing Ethan to lie. She made up this story that you always hated her. So, you did this to get revenge." I couldn't say anything when I heard what Emily was telling me. Anger and disgust rose inside me. How could someone use an innocent child and then turn around and blame that same child? But what Emily said next surprised me. Her voice softened slightly, but those lies were exposed by an unexpected witness. Emily claimed, "Lily, Laura's 7-year-old daughter, informed the police her mother was lying." My heart appeared to skip a beat. Lily, that tiny kid, had risen up to tell the truth, even though she knew it would upset her own mother. Emily added, "And what Lily told us matched exactly what Ethan had stated." Mia confirmed that her mother had locked Ethan in the car after Ethan ate the chocolate bar. The little girl even said she tried to beg her mom to let Ethan out, but Laura wouldn't listen. Hearing those words, complex emotions surged through me. Relief that the truth had been revealed, heartbreak for Mia, a 7-year-old who had to testify against her own mother, and rage at Laura for putting her own daughter in that situation. I was relieved that the truth had been revealed, but the pain and fury remained, smoldering like hot coals under ash, as I watched my son sleep peacefully in Ethan's care room. Emily promised me that the criminal trial would take place soon, and that Ethan would receive justice. I also reminded you that you should not take vengeance against Laura. After 4 days in the hospital, Ethan had fully recovered, and we were able to return home. My parents arrived to pick us up that day, but instead of taking us home as I expected, they turned in a different direction. I recognized the road leading to Laura's house, and after parking in front of it, Dad got out and brought a large bag. I had no idea what Dad had brought inside. He just looked at me with resolute eyes and said, "You and Ethan, follow me into the house. Let me handle everything." Laura's face paled as she saw us arrive, and she stopped at the entrance, mouth wide but unable to say anything. My parents strode directly into the living room, without waiting for her permission. I led Ethan by the hand behind them. In the living room, Dad placed the bag on the table and opened it, revealing a massive pile of chocolate bars, which I estimated to be nearly 180. He turned the bag upside down, and the chocolate bars spilled out onto the table. Dad looked straight at Laura's face. Laura's face turned pale as she stammered, her voice trembling. "Eat all of it? How could I possibly consume it all?" Dad's voice tightened. "You were ready to lock Ethan in a car for one chocolate bar and nearly kill him. Now I've bought chocolate for you to consume." Laura began to scream and beg. Dad, I can't eat all of them. Please, Dad. My mother intervened and I expected her to defend Laura as usual, but I was mistaken. She aimed her finger at Laura's face, her voice frigid, and said, "If you don't eat, don't call us Mom and Dad anymore." Laura collapsed, dropped to her knees in front of my parents, tears flowing down her face, and then her shaky hands picked up chocolate bars one by one and began eating them. My father stood there saying, "Eat quicker. I purchased about 180 chocolate bars for you." Laura was weeping as she ate. After approximately 30 bars, she couldn't eat anymore. Her face was green, and she looked like she was going to vomit. Dad continued saying, "Keep eating." "There's still enough left," Laura replied, her voice choking between sobs. "Dad, I was mistaken. I was mistaken. I can't eat anymore." Lily bolted out of the bedroom. The young girl went to my father, her eyes red and swollen, her little voice asking, "Grandpa, please forgive my mother. My mom understands she was wrong." My father gazed down at Lily, his expression softening somewhat, and he knelt down to touch the young girl's head before hugging her and saying nothing further. The room fell silent. Only Laura's sobbing echoed. About 5 minutes later my father stood up, looked at Laura with eyes full of pain and disappointment and said to her, "I'm sorry, but from now on, you're not my daughter anymore." Laura lifted her head, her eyes swollen from crying, and Dad continued, "You haven't apologized to Ethan once since I walked in. What I needed was not for you to consume chocolate. What I wanted was for you to apologize to Ethan, but you didn't." Laura rushed over and hugged my father's legs, crying and begging, "Dad, don't forsake me. I was mistaken. I'm sorry." My father shoved her away from his legs, his expression as frigid as stone. Laura appeared to comprehend something, and she hastily came up to Ethan, knelt in front of my kid, her voice choking. "Ethan, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. I'm sorry." Ethan glanced up at me, his eyes filled with uncertainty and worry. I didn't say anything, just gripped his hand securely and went out of the home. When the judge inquired about the true reason for locking Ethan in the car, Laura finally confessed the truth in a small trembling voice. "I did it to get revenge on my brother." And the entire courtroom fell silent. I had managed not to beat the hell out of Laura, and I was hoping that the law would protect my son. A few seconds later the judge said, "Revenge for what?" Laura hung her head, her voice choking. 2 months ago, I asked him to lend me $125,000. But he refused." The judge looked at her in disbelief. Hearing those words made me sick to my stomach. I had that money, but I couldn't lend it because it was what I planned to use for Ethan's future, his education, his life later on. Laura was sentenced to 13 years in jail after being found guilty of willfully hurting a kid and endangering a child's life. Because I refused, Laura took her rage out on my innocent child. The court made the decision after evaluating all of the facts and testimony. Laura had to pay Ethan $250,000 in compensation, which included medical costs, psychological trauma treatment costs, and emotional damage compensation. After the judge announced the sentence, Laura was led away, and as she passed where I was sitting, she looked at me with regretful eyes, but I turned away. My parents, who had agreed to watch Ethan and then abandoned him, were also punished by the judge. They were barred from having any contact with Ethan for a year, and they were required to take child care responsibility classes. My mother sobbed when she heard the decision, and my father simply nodded in acquiescence, his face saddened, but he said nothing. When I left the courthouse, I felt relieved that justice had been done and that my kid had been safeguarded. It's been more than 2 years since that dreadful day. Ethan, who is now 8 years old and has undergone numerous therapy sessions to overcome his trauma, was initially terrified of cars, particularly black cars like Laura's. He also had nightmares and would wake up in the middle of the night crying and calling my name. However, with the therapist's patience and my love, Ethan gradually recovered. After the contact ban was lifted, my parents came to see me and apologized once more. After a year of deliberation, I decided to forgive them. They had made a mistake, but they had not done so maliciously. They had paid for it, and more importantly, they truly regretted it. After I forgave them, they came to see us on a regular basis, and Ethan loved seeing Grandpa and Grandma. Laura, on the other hand, has been in prison for 3 years, and none of us went to see her. My parents had disowned her, as they had promised, and she was no longer their daughter. Laura's daughter, Lily, is being cared for by her father. On weekends, Lily still visits my parents' house and she and Ethan continue to play together. I don't blame Lily. She's just an innocent child, and she bravely told the truth to save Ethan. Through this story, I have some advice for you. First, teach your children how to protect themselves at a young age. To ensure your child's safety, you should teach them how to unlock car doors from the inside. Additionally, you should never leave your child alone in a car for even a minute, as the temperature inside can quickly rise and become life-threatening. Finally, you should exercise caution when leaving your child in the care of others, including relatives. When I tell this story, many people believe I did the right thing by refusing to lend Laura money, and I have the right to protect my child's assets. However, others believe I am to blame for the tragedy, claiming that if I had lent Laura the $125,000, none of this would have happened. My mother shows up at my dad's funeral with 4 kids, claiming she's entitled to my inheritance. You abandoned me when I was 8, you get nothing. I am Rachel, and I am 29 years old. My name is Rachel. My father passed away from a heart attack that occurred right there in his workplace 5 days ago. Not in any other way. The next minute, he was no longer there, and the minute before that, he was still alive and working on some building contract. It was not long, according to the paramedic. I believe that is meant to make me feel better, but it does not end up doing so. Everything was organized by me on my own. It was the funeral home, the flowers, the service, and the piece of land in the cemetery. Dad was wealthy, so I was able to afford to do it the correct way. His business associates arrived, individuals with whom he had collaborated for years on the construction of homes all around the city. Additionally, his pals from the golf club decided to turn there. In order to pay their respects, even some of the workers who had been employed at his building sites. They never stopped going on and on about how much of a nice man he was, how he helped them out when things were difficult, and how he provided them with consistent job. It was a pleasant experience. The pastor shared his thoughts on the father's love for his family as well as his kind nature. I was the only member of his family that remained after everything else. After the departure of his mother, the only other person who truly mattered to Dad was his grandmother, who had passed away 2 years before. When I heard someone cry out my name, Rachel, I was standing at the gravesite watching them drop the casket. After turning around, I became completely still. There she was, my mother, standing from a distance of around 12 feet, accompanied by 4 children and a man whom I did not recognize. The eldest appeared to be approximately 18 years old, while the youngest appeared to be around 12 years old. Every one of them was dressed in black clothing, as if they were a part of this place. For the past 22 years, I hadn't seen her. I could see that she was becoming older. Her tresses were distinct in that they were shorter and darker. Despite the fact that she had gained weight, it was undeniably her. In this place, what are you doing? I inquired about it. My tone was icy and abrasive on the way out. How were you even aware that he had passed away? You are not aware of this. I was informed by a few of my relatives. He placed his hand on her shoulder and he was standing next to her. The man was tall, balding, and dressed in a low-quality suit. The person she fled away with all those years ago must be this boyfriend or girlfriend. With an uneasy expression on their faces, the 4 children stood behind them. I can't believe you didn't invite me to the funeral, she remarked in response. It made me giggle to say, he was my husband once. My father's grave was the location when I actually laughed out loud. Your husband? You left him 22 years ago. You left both of us. The memories came flooding back to me as I continued to speak. The event took place when I was 8 years old. The father had gone on a business trip to the upstate area in order to look at some property. He was only scheduled to be absent for a period of 3 days. When his car finally pulled out of the driveway, Mom waited for it. Following that, she began packing. When I asked her where she was going, I recalled asking her. It's going to be a while before Mommy can return. She concluded by saying, you stay here. Daddy will be back soon. However, she did not wait for her father. On the kitchen table she left a message that she had written, along with 2 luggage that she had packed. After then, she exited the building and started driving away in her vehicle. She left me there by myself for a full 3 days without any company. I was so terrified that I couldn't even stand it. As a result of my lack of knowledge on how to prepare other foods, I ate cereal for both morning and lunch. While I waited for someone to return home, I would watch television. It kept running through my head that when my mother returned, she would realize that she had forgotten something. But she didn't. When my father arrived home at last, he saw me sitting on the couch wearing the same clothing that I had been wearing for the previous 3 days. I cried as I ran to him and told him that his mother had passed away. He read the message that she had written. Despite the fact that I never saw what it stated, his face became white. Then, he rolled it up into a ball and tossed it away in the garbage. After that, Everything happened very quickly. Mom was supposed to show up in court for the divorce and custody hearing, but she never showed up. The judge awarded Dad full custody and terminated her parental rights. He said this out loud, more to himself than to me. After that, everything happened very quickly. Dad called his lawyer. Papers were filed. My father informed me later that my mother had been having an affair with a man from her workplace. They had been preparing this for months, waiting for the appropriate opportunity to go away together. That moment came when my father left town and I was left alone and defenseless. At that point, she was legally removed from our life. Rachel, these are your brothers and sisters, she continued, nodding to the children. And this is Ethan. Now here she was, 22 years later, with her boyfriend and their 4 children behaving as if she had some right to be at her father's burial. He is 18 years old. Olivia is 15 years old. I turned my gaze to them, and they returned my gaze with eyes that were filled with curiosity. And little Ben is 12. They probably had no idea who I was or why their mother had brought them to a stranger's funeral. I don't care, I said. I turned away from her and walked toward my car. I heard her calling my name, but I didn't look back. I had nothing to say to her. She'd made her choice a long time ago, and now she'd have to live with it. The past 22 years flashed through my mind as I drove home. Dad and I had worked together to figure things out. It was difficult at first. It was heartbreaking, and I had to work constantly to avoid thinking about what my mother had done. I spent the majority of my time with Grandma, Dad's mother, who moved in to help take care of me. However, Dad's business took off. He channeled all of the anger and pain that he was experiencing into his work. He began to get larger contracts, which resulted in him making more money. We moved into a massive house in the most desirable part of town. He never remarried, and he never even had a serious girlfriend, despite the fact that women tried. He claimed that I was enough of a family for him. I attended college through my father's financial support and studied business administration. He bought me an apartment when I graduated. I got a good job, but I didn't really need to work because of what Grandma left me when she died. She'd saved up $250,000 over the years, plus she left me her house. I sold the house and invested everything smart. I could live off the interest if I wanted to, but I liked having something to do. And now he was gone, and I was all by myself. Well, I wasn't completely alone. He had left everything to me, including the business, the house, his cars, and all of his money. I discovered his will in the drawer of his desk. It was straightforward and unambiguous. Everything goes to Rachel. I suppose that my mother found out about it in some way. This is probably the reason why she showed up today. It's not because she was upset about her father's passing. Rather, she wanted to know what she could get out of it. After the funeral, a few days passed, and I made an effort to get back to some kind of normal routine. Normal is a relative term when your entire world has just been turned upside down. I had to deal with the company that my father owned, figure out what to do with all of his assets, and handle the legal stuff that comes with someone passing away. I made the decision not to sell the construction company because my father had started it from scratch, and it seemed wrong to just get rid of it. In addition, the company was making a good amount of money. Chris, my father's deputy, had been working for the company for 15 years. He was completely knowledgeable about the business, and my father trusted him completely. As a result, I appointed Chris as CEO of the company while maintaining ownership for myself. It was Tuesday afternoon around 3 o'clock when the doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone to come in, so I looked through the peephole before opening the door. It was my mother standing there by herself this time, with no husband or children present. It seemed like the right thing to do. I was in my apartment going through some of my father's paperwork. Despite my better judgment, I stepped aside and allowed her to enter my living room. She looked around, taking in the nice furniture, the large windows, and the expensive art that was hanging on the walls. She was wearing jeans and a sweater, and she appeared to be nervous. I opened the door, but I did not invite her inside. "What do you want? Can I come in? Just give me a few minutes." "This is a beautiful place," she said. "How did you get my address?" I asked around. "Some of your father's distant relatives gave it to me." "Great." So now she was tracking me down through family connections. "What do you want?" I asked again. She sat down on my couch without being invited. "Rachel, I know you inherited a lot of money from your father and from your grandmother too." I felt my stomach drop. How the hell did she know about Grandma's money? "What's your point?" "My point is that you're very wealthy now, and I think you should share some of that wealth with your family." I stared at her. "My family?" "Yes." With me and your brothers and sisters. Those 4 children you met at the funeral. They're your half-siblings. You are single, you do not have any children of your own to worry about, and you have more money than you could ever spend. In the meantime, I am struggling to raise 4 children on the salary that my husband earns. Rachel, they need assistance with school, with college funds, and with basic living expenses. I actually laughed because I couldn't help myself. Are you serious right now? Completely serious. While I was sitting down opposite of her, I said, let me get this straight. You abandoned me when I was 8 years old. You left me alone in an empty house for 3 days. You never called, never wrote, never sent a birthday card, and you never asked how I was doing for 22 years, and now you want me to give you money. She had the decency to look ashamed for about 3 seconds. Then she straightened up and became defensive. I never loved your father, Rachel. I couldn't live with him anymore. But I knew he would take care of you. You were always his little princess. You left me because you wanted to run away with your boyfriend and you didn't want to be bothered with a kid. Her face turned red. I never loved your father. And now, I continued. Now that your father has passed away and you have discovered that I inherited his money, you suddenly remember that you have a daughter. Suddenly you want a relationship. However, what you really want is half of everything. That is not true, is it? Then why didn't you fight for custody? Why didn't you even show up to court? She didn't have an answer for that. It's not about the money, she said. But her voice wasn't convincing. The hell it isn't. You didn't love Dad, but you sure love his money now. She tried a different approach. Rachel, those children are innocent in all this. They didn't do anything wrong. Ethan wants to go to college, but we can't afford it. Olivia needs braces. Little Ben has learning disabilities and needs special tutoring. They're your brothers and sisters. No, they're not. They're your children with the man you left us for. There's nothing to me. How can you be so cold? Cold. You want to talk about cold? You left an 8-year-old alone in a house for 3 days. You never contacted that child for 22 years. And now you show up demanding money. That's cold. She stood up, getting frustrated. You have millions of dollars, Rachel. More than one person needs. I'm asking for help with my children's education and basic needs. Then ask their father. Ask your husband. Don't ask the daughter you threw away. Your father turned you against me. Your actions spoke for themselves. She was getting desperate now. I could see it in her eyes. Rachel, please. I'm begging you. Just think about it. These kids are struggling. And you could help them with pocket change compared to what you have. My father never said a bad word about you to me. He didn't have to. Your actions spoke for themselves. You keep talking about what a concerned mother you are today. How worried you are about the futures of your children. However, 22 years ago, you cared so little about your kid that you left her alone and afraid for 3 days. I was young, and I made errors. You keep talking about how worried you are about your children's futures. I walked toward the door and then turned back. This isn't over. Those children deserve better. Yeah, they do. They deserve a mother who doesn't abandon her children when things get tough. After she left, I poured myself a glass of wine and sat on my couch shaking. I opened the door and said, I want you to leave. Please leave now. Rachel made her way toward the door. I couldn't believe the nerve of that woman. After 22 years of nothing, she wanted half of everything that Dad had worked for. I thought about those 4 children, and I felt bad for them. It wasn't their fault that their mother was selfish, and it was their father's fault that he apparently couldn't provide for them in the way that they needed. However, I wasn't responsible for them. After my mother left, he might have crumbled into pieces, but instead he channeled his anguish into constructing something better for us. He earned every dime he left me, and I wasn't going to let her guilt me into giving it away. I didn't owe them anything. My father had worked his tail off to establish the life that we had. 2 weeks later, I received a letter from a law firm that I had never heard of before. As I opened the letter, my hands were shaking. It was a lawsuit. My mother was suing me for half of Dad's estate. I called my lawyer immediately after receiving that lawsuit. His name is John Harris, and he had handled Dad's will as well as some business contracts over the years. Dad trusted him, so I did as well. When I showed David the documents, he said, Rachel, I'm sorry to hear about this. However, you shouldn't worry too much about it. Your mother has no legal grounds to claim any part of your father's estate, but she's actually trying to sue me. Yes, but that doesn't mean that she will win. Anyone can file a lawsuit. Winning is a different story. We will fight this. The lawsuit asserted that my mother was entitled to a portion of my father's estate because she had been married to him for 8 years and had assisted in my upbringing. Her attorneys argued that she had made a contribution to the family and that she was entitled to compensation. Although the lawsuit was finalized, we were still required to go through the entire legal process. The trial began 4 months after his death. She had the audacity to bring her husband and all 4 children, and they sat in the front row as if they were the victims here. The children kept staring at me with these sad eyes, as if I were the villain who was preventing them from receiving their rightful inheritance. I was as nervous as hell as I walked into that courtroom. My mother was sitting at the other table with her attorney, a thin guy wearing an expensive suit who appeared to think he was hot. Your Honor, the attorney for Mom went first. My client had been married to the deceased for 8 years. During that time she assisted in the upbringing of his daughter and made contributions to the household. As a result, she is entitled to her fair share of the assets that were acquired during the marriage. After that, he began to discuss how his mother had attempted to maintain a relationship with me after the divorce, but my father had prevented her from doing so. That was when I almost lost it. She has 4 children who require financial assistance for school and basic needs, the lawyer said. Meanwhile, the defendant has inherited millions of dollars that she cannot possibly spend in her lifetime. When it was David's turn, he spelled out the genuine circumstances. She ran away with her lover and never contacted her daughter again. She did not fight for custody, she did not pay child support, and she did not make any effort to be a part of this child's life for a period of 22 years. He had copies of the divorce papers, the custody documents, and everything else. Your Honor, the plaintiff abandoned her daughter, who was 8 years old, and left her alone in a house for 3 days while her father was away on business. This is not about family relationships or fairness. This is about money, plain and simple. David pulled out bank records, phone records, and everything else that proved that my mother had never attempted to get in touch with me. The plaintiff only appeared in the defendant's life after she found out about the inheritance. The judge then began asking questions. That's when things got interesting. Mrs. Green, the judge said to my mother, why didn't you contact your daughter when she turned 18 and was no longer under her father's control? Mom shifted in her seat. I thought it was better to let her have a stable life with her father. But you're here now claiming you wanted a relationship with her. Yes, Your Honor. I have always wanted to be a part of her life. Then why did you wait until after her father had passed away and she had inherited his estate? Mom's attorney raised his hand and said, Objection, Your Honor. The timing of my client's outreach does not negate her legal rights. The judge responded by saying, I'll allow the question. Mom appeared to be flustered. I had heard about the death through relatives, and I thought it was time to reconnect. The judge wasn't buying it. Mrs. Green, why didn't you provide any financial support to your daughter over the past 22 years? But now you believe she should provide financial support to you? Mom couldn't answer that one. She just sat there opening and closing her mouth like a fish. And why? The judge continued. Should the court award you half of an estate that was built entirely after you abandoned your family? At that point, Mom really lost her cool. She got to her feet and began yelling, she doesn't need all that money, she's alone, nobody cares about her anyway. She's selfish and cold, just like her father was. The entire courtroom fell silent, and even her own children appeared embarrassed. I felt as though she had slapped me after everything that she had done. She was calling me selfish and cold. She was saying nobody cared about me. The judge banged his gavel. Mrs. Green, sit down and control yourself. Her lawyer was trying to calm her down, but the damage was done. The judge looked at all the evidence, looked at Mom, then looked at me. I find no legal basis for the plaintiff's claim, he said. The defendant inherited this estate through a valid will from her father, who had full legal right to dispose of his assets as he saw fit. He paused and looked directly at my mother. Furthermore, I believe that the defendant is fortunate that such a mother abandoned her, as she clearly deserved a better life than the plaintiff could have provided for her. Mom's face turned white. The plaintiff had forsaken her parental responsibilities 22 years ago and had not made any effort to be a part of her daughter's life until she learned about this inheritance. Case dismissed, the court said, despite the fact that her attorney attempted to raise an objection. This isn't over, she screamed. You'll regret this. David stated firmly. Ma'am, you need to back away from my client. As we were leaving the courthouse, my mother pushed by her attorney and got right in my face. The court has decided that the defendant is entitled to pay all of the costs. Her husband finally came over and pulled her away, but she kept staring at me with pure hatred in her eyes. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A week later, she somehow got my phone number and started calling me. Then she started texting. The messages were crazy, talking about how I was evil, how I'd stolen her children's future, how God would punish me. I blocked her number, but she got new phones and kept calling from different numbers. Then one day, she showed up at my office. Dad's construction company had a nice building downtown and she walked right into the lobby with all 4 kids. "I want to see Rachel," she yelled at the receptionist. "She's my daughter and she's abandoned her family." The poor receptionist didn't know what to do. I heard the commotion and came out to see what was happening. "You need to leave," I told Mom. "These children are hungry," she screamed. "You have millions and they're going without food because of your selfishness." The kids looked mortified. Other employees were staring. It was a complete scene. I called David once more and told him that we need a restraining order. I had hoped that it wouldn't come to that, but I actually believe that you are correct. David filed for the restraining order the following day. Security came and escorted her out, but the damage had already been done. My employees were asking questions, and the whole thing was embarrassing as hell. "Your Honor," David stated, "my client is being harassed and stalked by her biological mother who has made threats and disrupted her workplace." He presented all of the evidence, including the crazy text messages, the phone record showing dozens of calls from different numbers, and witness statements from my office staff about the scene Mom had caused. We were required to return to court, but this time, it was a different judge. The judge represented a woman in her 50s who appeared to have seen everything. "Mrs. Green, you lost your lawsuit against your daughter. That should have been the end of it. Instead, you've chosen to harass and intimidate her." "She's my daughter," Mom yelled. "I have a right to talk to her." The judge did not buy it. The attorney for Mom tried to argue that all she wanted was a relationship with her daughter, but the judge did not buy it. "You gave up that right 22 years ago when you abandoned her," the judge replied in a chilly tone. "And you certainly do not have the right to stalk and threaten her." The judge approved the restraining order, which said that Mom was required to maintain a distance of at least 600 yards from me, my house, and my business. She was unable to phone me, send me a text message or get in touch with me through third parties. "You will be in violation of this injunction, Mrs. Your arrest and charges of contempt of court are going to be brought against you, Green. Does it make sense to you?" My mother only scowled at me from the other side of the courtroom. Her spouse appeared to be ashamed, and the children appeared to be perplexed and distressing. For a moment, I was almost sad for them. Not quite. That occurred around half a year ago. Since then, I have not had any communication from my mother. It is unknown to me if she is still residing in the same location or whether the children are doing well. Honestly, I have no interest in finding out. I am occasionally asked if I feel guilty about the fact that I did not assist those children. There is no wrongdoing. Those who have had such kind of mother claim that they did not choose to have her. Indeed, they are correct. It's true that those children didn't do anything wrong, but I didn't either. When I was 8 years old, I did not seek to be abandoned. There was no way that I would have asked for my mother to vanish from my life for 22 years and then suddenly resurface and demand money. The life that we enjoyed was built by Dad, who put in a lot of hard work. The departure of his mother might have caused him to disintegrate, but instead, he channeled all of that suffering into the creation of something more positive. Through his own labor and self-sacrifice, he was able to earn every single dollar that he left for me. A lady who treated me like garbage is not going to get it from me. I am not going to give it to her. On occasion, I find myself wondering what might have transpired if my mother had approached me in a different manner. Would she have shown up to the burial of her father and shown her regret? In the event that she had requested to partake in a cup of coffee and discuss the past? If she had admitted that she had wronged me and made an effort to make restitution for her actions? It is not true that she accomplished any of anything. She made the decision that I owed her anything after seeing monetary signs. Despite the fact that she had a deep-seated hatred for her father, she thought that she was entitled to his financial support. Occasionally, I find myself thinking about those children, Ethan, Olivia, and Ben. I am hoping that they are doing well. I pray that they are able to acquire the knowledge they require and mature into individuals who are superior to their mother. It is not my obligation to deal with it. It is my duty to pay tribute to my father's memory and to lead the kind of life that he would have desired for me. The reason he left everything to me was because he loved me and believed that I would handle it in the appropriate manner. The construction company has been successfully managed by me. As CEO, Chris is doing an excellent job, and we are even growing into new areas through his efforts. With the remaining funds, I have made several astute transactions and investments. When I want to contribute to causes that are important to me, I travel. I like to live a comfortable life without being flashy about it. I am now dating someone. In addition to being a teacher, his name is Jack. The fact that he is unaware of all the money is something that I find appealing. He likes me not because of what I inherited but because of who I am. Jack would have been liked by Dad. He is sincere and kind. The sort of man who constructs things rather than pulling them down is the kind of man. Every day, I remember my father. On a monthly basis, I pay a visit to his grave and share with him the latest developments in my life, including Jack, the business, and my life in general. In spite of the fact that he is unable to hear me, I still feel a connection to him. At times, the house has a sense of emptiness. Despite its size, it was designed to accommodate a family. It is possible that Jack and I will one day be able to populate it with our own children. That is something that Dad would have cherished. When it comes to my mother, I don't think about her very often anymore. To me, she is an unknown person. Only our DNA is the same, but that's all. The elements that comprise a true family go beyond DNA. When you are in need of them, real family members are there for you. They will not desert you and then demand payment 22 years later if they are your true relatives. My father was the only member of my family. In my eyes, Grandma was my true family. Perhaps at some point in the future, Jack will be as well. There is no change in the status of the restraining order. My desk drawer is where I save the documents in case something happens. My guess is that I won't require it at all. I believe that my mother has now understood that I am not to be considered her retirement plan. Not anymore am I feeling furious. Although I was for a time, rage is a draining emotion. Right now when I think of her, I don't feel anything at all. She is not meaningful to me in any way. My father's company is my responsibility, and I also have a relationship to tend to and a future to construct. That is what counts at this point. At times others suggest that I ought to forgive her, and that harboring resentment is detrimental to my health. As for me, I have no ill will against you. Simply put, I am defending myself against someone who has demonstrated that she cannot be trusted. When it comes to forgiving, there is a distinction between just being dumb. For my own mental well-being, I decided to forgive her a very long time ago. Forgiveness, however, does not imply that I have to allow her to return to my life or give her the money that belonged to my father. My mom opened credit cards in my name. When I confronted her, she snapped, "You should have budgeted better." My mother adopted Lila Bennett when I was 29. She was called a miraculous blessing from heaven. I was pleased for Mom. She has felt lonely since Dad died. Lila Bennett was 17 and about to age out of foster care. Mom wanted to give her a chance. Noble cause. I fully backed it. Even assisted with the adoption fees. $6,200 of my savings. The first month was excellent. Mom was shining. Lila Bennett was kind, helpful and thankful. Then everything changed. Mom began calling me with requests. Lila Bennett needs new school clothing. Could you take her shopping? Sure, Mom. I spent $950 that day. Lila Bennett selected all designer items. Mom claimed she earned it after her difficult life. Lila Bennett will need a laptop for school next week. $2,400, followed by a phone. Latest model. An additional $1,200. Mom would call and cry. This poor youngster has never had anything good. You had everything growing up. You can afford to support your sister. She is not my sister, Mom. She's your adoptive daughter. How could you be so cold? She is now family. By month 4, I was Lila Bennett's personal ATM. Dance courses cost $900 per month. Private instruction costs $720. Clothing, shoes, and spending money. Mom never inquired if I could afford it. I figured I'd pay. Meanwhile, Mom forgot about my birthday. First time in 29 years. She was taking Lila Bennett for a spa weekend. Lila Bennett required rest following her difficult background. I paid for this spa weekend. I attempted to set boundaries. Mom, I can't continue to finance everything for Lila Bennett. You have a pension. She felt offended. This hardly covers our costs. You do well financially. Lila Bennett deserves the same opportunities that you had. I worked through college, Mom. You forced me to acquire a job when I was 17. That was different. You were fortunate. Lila Bennett need caring. Christmas arrived. Mom invited me over. When I arrived, the tree was adorned with gifts. All for Lila Bennett. Mom hadn't even given me a card. I didn't want to make Lila Bennett feel awful by having you here with presents as well. This day is about making her feel special. I left. Mom called me selfish for spoiling Lila Bennett's first real Christmas. My mother called in January, worried. Lila Bennett was accepted to a private college. $54,000 each year. You'll contribute with the tuition, right? Mom. I am saving for a house. Your sister's education is more vital than your own comfort. She isn't my sister, and I already have student loans for my own studies. You can afford both. Stop being greedy. I said, no. Mom did not talk to me for 3 weeks. Then she called, weeping. Lila Bennett was crushed. I thought I despised her. Mom claimed I was harming this child's future. Okay, I'll pay for 1 semester. Watch how she does. Lila Bennett failed every course. We spent the semester partying. $27,000 was squandered. Mom offered excuses. She's adapting. Never had structure before. Requires more help. Pay for another semester. No. This time, Mom went ugly. After everything I've sacrificed raising you, you can't even help your sister succeed. Did you make any sacrifices? I started working when I was 14 years old to buy my own clothing. You were a single mother trying her best. Now Lila Bennett requires the same assistance. Lila Bennett is receiving far more support than I ever did. That's when Mom played her card. I am altering my will. Everything goes to Lila Bennett. She really needs it. You are succeeded. You don't require inheritance. I laughed. What is the inheritance? Mom, your home has a second mortgage. Your automobile is 10 years old. Mom hung up. 3 days later, Lila Bennett phoned. Mom claims you're envious of me. I believe we should discuss. We met for coffee. Lila Bennett bought the most costly drink, placed it on my bill without asking, and then informed me about her plan. Mom promised me the home after her death, but I need it sooner. Can you purchase it from her now? Let us reside there, rentre. Are you serious? Mom is getting older. She need care. I cannot give it without stability. You want me to buy my mother's house and let you live there for free? It's what's best for Mom. I stood up and went. Lila Bennett reported to Mom that I was aggressive. Mom labeled me abusive. I said I had traumatized Lila Bennett. She was now experiencing anxiety attacks. The patient required treatment. Can I pay for it? That's when I made a decision. I called my mother's sister, Aunt Margaret Maggie Collins. I told her everything. Money, demands, and a threat of will. Margaret Maggie Collins was outraged. She had been sending money to her mother on a regular basis to help with expenditures, assuming she was struggling. I contacted Mom's brother, Daniel Brooks. The same story. He had been paying his mother's auto insurance and phone bill for Lila Bennett's benefit. We compared notes. Mom received over $4,500 each month from family members, in addition to her pension and my contributions for Lila Bennett. She had been playing everyone. We all ceased making payments immediately. Mom contacted each of us in a frenzy. Her debts were past due. Lila Bennett required items. We recommended she acquire a job. Alternatively, Lila Bennett may acquire a job. Mom was outraged. Lila Bennett was focused on her schoolwork. What studies? She quit out after failing. Mom hadn't informed anyone about that section last month. Mom phoned me weeping after Lila Bennett departed. I awoke the next morning and couldn't get out of bed right away. My phone was on the nightstand, with 6 missed calls from Mom, all from yesterday. Instead, I grabbed my laptop and launched my banking application. The checking account totaled $3,100. 3 months ago, it was $20,500. I went back to my credit card bills and totaled up the figures again, even though I already knew what they would be. Card 1 costs $950. Card 2 costs $13,900. Card 3 was capped at $16,500. Card 4 costs $7,400, $47,800 in 3 months. The laptop screen blurred, and I had to blink many times. Lila Bennett was gone and I should have been relieved, but instead I felt exhausted and dumb. I contacted my boss to tell her I had food poisoning. She said to feel better, and I hung up before she could ask any further questions. The apartment was quiet, and I sat there staring at the red numbers on the screen until they no longer resembled money and instead appeared to be an error I couldn't fix. Mom's first voicemail rang when I was pouring coffee. Her voice sounded faint and panicky. Lila Bennett cleared out the guest room and stole everything, even the laptop you purchased her. I need you to call me immediately back. The second communication arrived 12 minutes after the first. This is your fault for being so unsupportive, and Lila Bennett has left, and I have no idea where she is. The third message made Mom cry. You pushed her away with your attitude, and now I'm alone again. Message 4 accused me of jealousy. Message 5 stated, I needed to help fix the situation. Message 6, left after 11, stated that Lila Bennett had also taken the new phone, and Mom needed me to replace it so she could try to reach her. I erased all 6 texts without replying. Whatever Mom wanted would cost me money I didn't have, or energy I had already expended. She'd either ask me to go seek for Lila Bennett or pay over money to replace what Lila Bennett had taken. I poured my coffee and disconnected my phone from its charger. Margaret Maggie Collins phoned that evening as I was having cereal for dinner because I hadn't done my food shopping in 3 weeks. Her voice had an edge that I hadn't heard before. I hired Claire Donovan, a private investigator, to investigate into Lila Bennett's history. I almost dropped the spoon. Margaret Maggie Collins kept chatting. Claire Donovan discovered data from the state foster system. Lila Bennett has been adopted and returned by 3 separate homes over the last 4 years. Each time money went missing from the family, including large sums, credit cards, cash and jewelry that was sold. The first family lost over $22,000. The second family filed accusations, but Lila Bennett was a juvenile. Therefore the documents were sealed. The third family just returned her to the state without submitting a report. Despite the fact that I had eaten so little, my stomach felt terrible. Margaret Maggie Collins' voice became softer. Your mother either didn't look into Lila Bennett's background or noticed it and didn't care. Regardless, this was bound to happen. We hung up after Margaret Maggie Collins agreed to give me the investigator's report. I sat at my kitchen table with my bowl of soggy cereal, feeling vindicated, enraged, and foolish all at once. Daniel Brooks contacted me 4 days later with an idea. On Sunday afternoon, the family met at his residence. He had previously contacted Margaret Maggie Collins and Mom's other brother, Michael Hayes, who resided 2 states away. Michael Hayes had also been giving Mom money, around $900 each month, to assist with food. Daniel Brooks wanted everyone but Mom to compare notes and determine out how much money she had accumulated. On Sunday, I drove to Daniel Brooks' house and discovered Margaret Maggie Collins already there, holding a notepad. Michael Hayes arrived 25 minutes later, looking exhausted from the journey. We sat around Daniel Brooks' dining room table, holding our bank statements and receipts. Daniel Brooks had been paying Mom's auto insurance, $195 each month, as well as her phone bill, which was another $110. Margaret Maggie Collins had spent $675 a month on utilities. Michael Hayes paid $900 for food. My monthly payments for Lila Bennett totaled around $2,800, including normal bills and one-time purchases. We added it up 3 times to be sure. $6,900 per month for 3 months, plus Mom's pension of around $2,650. Daniel Brooks contacted Mom and asked her to come over, but she declined. You're all ganging up on me, and I refuse to be treated like a criminal. We sat there after Daniel Brooks hung up, realizing we needed to assist Mom confront reality without encouraging whatever she was doing. Margaret Maggie Collins advised us to set limits and keep to them. Michael Hayes said Mom needed to learn that her actions had repercussions. I simply wanted to stop feeling like an ATM machine. Mom's landlord contacted me 3 weeks after Lila Bennett departed. The voice on the phone seemed professional yet annoying. Your mother designated you as her emergency contact, and her rent is 45 days late. I could feel my face getting heated. What amount does she owe? $2,100 for this month, plus late fees. I promised the landlord I'd call him back, then contacted my mother. She answered the first ring. Before I could say anything about the rent, she began screaming about Lila Bennett stealing her jewelry box and the money she had been saving. I interrupted her. Your landlord has just phoned me. You are 1 month overdue on your rent. Silence on the other end. Mom. More silence. Then she began talking quickly about how the money from the family had been going toward Lila Bennett's expenditures, and she suddenly didn't have enough to cover everything. What are the expenditures, Mom? Lila Bennett is no longer alive. I got a new couch last month since the old one was going apart, and I rented a newer automobile because mine was constantly breaking down. The words spilled out before I could stop them. You spent our money on furnishings and a vehicle. She became defensive. I needed those things, and Lila Bennett needed a comfortable house. I asked her explicitly how much debt she owed. She admits spending $19,500 on credit cards. Her pension barely paid her utility bills, car leasing and insurance. Everything else had come from relatives. Margaret Maggie Collins urged me to check my credit record when I phoned her about my mother's debt. I signed on to the credit monitoring website that I had been neglecting for months and watched the page load. 2 credit cards I didn't recognize appeared under my accounts. Card 1 from a large bank was opened 9 months ago. The balance is $8,200. Card 2 is from a department shop that opened 7 months ago. The balance is $5,100. My hands became shaky. I navigated through the transaction history, cash advances, internet shopping sites, and eateries in Mom's area that I'd never visited. The cards were unwrapped before Lila Bennett arrived. I phoned Margaret Maggie Collins back, and my voice sounded strangely high. Mom opened credit cards under my name 9 months ago. Margaret Maggie Collins cursed, something I had not heard her do before. That is identity theft. You ought to report this, but she is my mother. Margaret Maggie Collins' voice became harsh. She is also a thief. I hung up and gazed at my laptop screen until the numbers no longer made sense. The Lila Bennett issue was horrible enough, but at least I decided to give the money. This was different. This was Mom stealing from me before Lila Bennett came into the scene. The attorney's office was located in a plain downtown building with beige carpeting and fluorescent lighting. Andrew Cole was younger than I imagined, perhaps 35, with spectacles and a worn countenance. He listened as I described the credit cards and showed him the statements I had printed. When I finished speaking, he reclined back in his chair. This is textbook identity theft and financial fraud. You can submit a police complaint and dispute the charges with your credit card company. They will investigate, and you will not be held accountable for the fake debt. I felt relieved for approximately 3 seconds before he continued talking. However, submitting the report implies that the police will investigate your mother. If they discover proof that she opened the accounts, which they will based on what you've given me, she might face criminal charges. Identity theft is a crime. I sat there, feeling my stomach plummet. So I have to decide between my financial future and perhaps sending my mother to jail. Andrew Cole nodded slowly. Unfortunately, these are your alternatives. He gave me documentation to take home and study. I left his office feeling ill. I went to Mom's house, carrying the credit card statements in a folder on my passenger seat. She answered the door, appearing smaller than usual, and dressed in an old robe, despite the fact that it was 3 p.m. I stepped past her into the living area and noticed the new couch she had described, a gray sectional that cost around $2,400. I placed the folder on the coffee table and opened it. When Mom glanced at the documents, her face turned white. Where did you obtain this? I pulled my credit report. You opened 2 cards under my name 9 months ago. She attempted to talk, but nothing came out at first. Then she started making excuses. I was desperate. The pension wasn't sufficient. You have a lot of money, I interrupted her. I am drowning in debt because of you and Lila Bennett. $47,000 on my legitimate cards, plus $13,500 on the bogus ones. She became enraged then. You should have budgeted better. I felt a crack inside me. If you do not sign a payment agreement immediately, I will file a police report. Her expression swung from amazement to fury, and then she began weeping. Would you really do it to your mother? I brought out the agreement that Andrew Cole had helped me draft. $65 every month until the $13,500 is paid back. 208 months, and 17 years. She snatched the paper with trembling hands and read it. This is absurd. Sign that. Or I'll go to the police today. She signed. Daniel Brooks contacted me 4 weeks later, his voice tense with rage. Lila Bennett contacted my daughter via Instagram, telling her she was homeless and in need of aid. My cousin Emily Brooks was 20 and worked part-time at a coffee shop. She was about to send Lila Bennett $250 when Daniel Brooks discovered the texts and stopped her. He had given Emily Brooks the investigator's findings and described what Lila Bennett had done to her family. I felt protective wrath rush through me. She is currently addressing the younger generation. Daniel Brooks agreed. I'm warning everyone with children. She's probably looking over a list of everyone associated with your mother. I thanked him before hanging up. Then I phoned Claire Donovan and asked her to look into what Lila Bennett had been doing since she departed. 4 days later, Claire Donovan called back with information that made me want to hurl my phone across the room. Lila Bennett lives with Evan Miller, a 34-year-old guy from the neighboring county. They're at an apartment that he's renting. I discovered her social media sites with a new identity. She has postings from 2 weeks ago talking about defrauding her wealthy adoptive parents. One message referred to your mother as a foolish old lady who believed everything. Claire Donovan provided me screenshots, which I looked at on my PC. Lila Bennett's face and images appeared pleasant and arrogant. The piece discussed how simple it was to deceive those who wanted to feel like heroes. There was no sorrow or shame, only gratification from pulling off a good scam. I saved all of the screenshots to a folder on my desktop and felt something settle within me. This evidence that Lila Bennett never cared, that everything was premeditated, let me accept what had occurred. The evidence was obvious and conclusive. I sent Claire Donovan's report to Daniel Brooks and Margaret Maggie Collins that evening. The screenshots were stored to a shared cloud folder that we made to capture everything relating to Mom and Lila Bennett. Daniel Brooks phoned me 12 minutes later and informed me that he was adding his daughter's Instagram interaction to the folder. We're putting together a case without really intending to, simply attempting to protect ourselves and track the harm. Margaret Maggie Collins texted the group chat, wondering if we should reveal Mom the proof about Lila Bennett's social media posts. I replied back that Mom was unlikely to believe it and would make excuses. Daniel Brooks agreed. We resolved to keep the knowledge to ourselves unless Mom mentioned Lila Bennett again. My phone rang at 2 a.m., 4 days later. Mom's name appeared on the screen. I almost didn't respond because I was tired of her manipulative behavior and late-night turmoil. But something prompted me to pick up. She's breathing quickly, and her voice sounds strange. I'm at the hospital with chest problems. You are still my emergency contact. They need you to come. My heart pounds as I sit up in bed, wondering if this is genuine or a scam. Where are you, St. Mary's ER? Please come. I put on pants and a sweater and drive to the hospital, angry and concerned at the same time. Throughout the journey I kept thinking about the letter Claire Donovan discovered in which Lila Bennett proposed faking medical problems. This might be just that. But what if it is true and I disregard it? The ER waiting room smells like cleaning chemicals and stale coffee. I provide my mother's name at the receptionist, and a nurse leads me back to a small room with beeping machines and bright lights. Mom is laying on a bed with cables linked to her chest. Her face appears pallid and aged. She reaches for my hand as soon as she sees me. I am afraid. I think I am having a heart attack. I sat on the plastic chair next to her bed without taking her hand. The physicians are doing tests. She nods. They took blood. Did they do an EKG and say they needed to monitor me? A doctor arrives 25 minutes later with a pill and a fatigued look. He informs Mom that the tests suggest it is not a heart attack. It appears to be a panic attack, but her blood pressure is really high and she should lower her stress and see her usual doctor. Mom begins to cry and says she has been under a lot of stress. The doctor nods and exits. I sit for 7 hours while they perform further tests and check her blood pressure. Mom falls asleep at 6 a.m. Her handbag is resting on the chair next to me. I need to find her insurance card to complete the papers they handed me. I open the handbag and search through receipts, old Kleenex, and a wallet. There's a folded piece of paper in the side pocket. I take it out and unfurl it. It is a letter. Lila Bennett's handwriting is at the top, along with a date from 2 months before she departed. I begin reading, and my stomach drops. The letter discusses their strategy to acquire additional money from me. Lila Bennett writes about how I'm starting to resist and proposes that Mom stage a medical emergency if I keep saying no. Says I'll cave if I believe Mom is dying. Suggests chest pains, which usually draw attention. I reread the letter 3 times. Each time I feel worse. Mom knew. She understood precisely what Lila Bennett was doing. They planned it jointly. Mom was not the victim of Lila Bennett's deception. She was a willing partner. I fold the letter and place it in my jacket pocket. My hands tremble. Mom awakens about 7:30. She blinks at the fluorescent lights before looking at me. Thank you for attending. I could have died. I grab the letter out of my pocket and unfold it. Hold it up so that she can see. Did you realize Lila Bennett was using you to defraud her family? Mom's eyes widened. Where did you obtain those? Your purse. While searching for your insurance card. Answer the question. She reaches for the letter, but I draw it back. That is private. It is evidence. Did you know what Lila Bennett was doing? Mom's face changes. Goes from stunned to defensive. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The letter actually details your strategy to stage medical emergencies. She looks away. Begin picking at the hospital blanket. I knew Lila Bennett had been in trouble previously, but I believed that if I offered her love and money, she would change. That is not an answer. Did you realize she was defrauding us? Mom's been silent for a while. Then she nods. I got caught up in the fact that someone needed me. After your father died, I felt worthless. Lila Bennett made me feel significant. I did not want to know the reality about what we were doing. For the first time, she apologizes for hurting me. Then she says she was lonely and heartbroken and didn't know what else to do. I fold the letter and put it back into my pocket. I'll assist you achieve stability, but only under certain conditions. What conditions? We're drafting a contract. I'm not going to give you any more money without conditions. Mom appears offended. I am your mother, not a business deal. You established credit cards in my name and prepared fictitious emergencies with Lila Bennett. This is a commercial transaction now. She does not argue after that. I phone Andrew Cole from the hospital parking lot and tell him what I found. He claims he can create an agreement and have it ready by tomorrow. I drive home, sleep for 4 hours, and then head to Andrew Cole's office. The contract that Andrew Cole makes is basic. Mom must get financial advice. Pay me back $65 each month for the fake credit cards. Have no communication with Lila Bennett, save that I will only grant emergency assistance after ensuring that the need is genuine. I carry the contract to Mom's residence 3 days after she is released from the hospital. She reads at her kitchen table. Her mouth tightens. You are treating me like a criminal. You perpetrated fraud on me. Sign it, or I'll file a police report. She picks up the pen. Her hand shakes as she signs her name at the bottom. I create a copy on her printer and leave one for her. Take mine back to my flat and place it in the folder with all of the other paperwork. Having specific guidelines written down helps me feel stronger rather than guilty all the time. 4 weeks pass. Mom calls on Tuesday afternoon. Her voice sounds natural, not scared. My automobile requires repairs. $375. I cannot go to my doctor's visits without it. I'm at work and walk outside to answer the call. Request a written estimate from the mechanic beforehand. What? You not trust me? The contract requires that I verify emergencies before assisting. She erupts. Starts shrieking at me, calling me a terrible daughter who doesn't care if she dies because she can't go to the doctor, that I'm punishing her for a single error. She raised me better than this. I hung up. She called back 4 times. I don't respond. She does not talk to me for 14 days. The stillness is soothing rather than painful. I do not miss her calls or guilt trips. On day 15, she texts to see if I'm free for coffee. I say no. A Facebook message arrives in my filtered inbox on a Saturday morning. It is from Lila Bennett. Long paragraphs about Mom informing everyone that I abandoned them both. Lila Bennett wants to apologize and explain her side of the story. The message states that she is pregnant and afraid, that her mother is ill as a result of my actions, and that she just wants one chance to make things right. Each statement is intended to make me feel bad. I recognize all of the manipulative techniques Claire Donovan warned me about. The phony pregnancy, the blame, the assertion that one talk will resolve everything. I capture the entire communication and forward it to Andrew Cole, noting that Lila Bennett is still attempting to defraud me. Then I block Lila Bennett on Facebook, Instagram, and every other platform I can think of. Blocking her feels powerful, as if I'm finally learning to defend myself rather than falling for phony sorrow. 5 months after the family ceased providing money, Mom's landlord filed for eviction. Mom calls me weeping. I am going to be homeless. They are kicking me out. I cannot live on the street. I call the landlord immediately to confirm the problem. Mom owes 5 months of rent. Has not applied to any help programs. Has not sought for cheaper homes, despite receiving a list of budget flats. When the landlord talks about Mom, he seems exhausted. He claims he granted her extensions and payment arrangements, but she spent her money on other things instead of rent. I contact Margaret Maggie Collins to explain the problem. We spent the weekend assisting Mom in finding a tiny apartment that costs around 40% less than her current residence. Daniel Brooks agrees to co-sign the lease. Mom weeps as she sees the new flat. It's rather little. This is the amount you can afford. She relocates 3 weeks later. I assist her pack while seeing her lose the house she's lived in for 16 years. Half of me is saddened to see her downsize her entire life into a little one-bedroom apartment. But another half understands that this outcome was inevitable. She caused the issue by lying, stealing, and failing to budget. Daniel Brooks, Margaret Maggie Collins and I meet in a coffee shop the week after Mom's move. We sit at a corner table, holding notebooks and coffee mugs. We need a strategy for assisting Mom that does not allow her to manipulate us or exhaust anybody too much. Daniel Brooks advises that we rotate checking on her. We each take 1 week every month. Margaret Maggie Collins believes we should split her treatment copays 3 ways if she attends therapy. I emphasize that she must present documentation before receiving financial assistance. We write everything down, make a shared calendar for the check-in cycle, and set up a group chat to coordinate. Things seem doable rather than having my extended family's support makes overwhelming. We all believe that assisting Mom entails acknowledging that she will likely never completely realize what she did wrong, but we can still provide her fundamental needs without supporting bad conduct. In November, I started visiting a therapist named Dr. Elena Ramirez. She specializes in treating family trauma and financial abuse. Her workspace features gentle lighting and cozy seats. During the first session, I tell her everything about Mom, Lila Bennett, and the money. Dr. Elena Ramirez listens without interfering. Then she asks about my childhood. I spoke about working since I was 14. How my mother forced me to buy my own clothes, and how I always felt responsible for my mother's pleasure. Dr. Elena Ramirez helps me identify trends that I hadn't recognized previously. My mother used guilt and responsibility to dominate me my whole life. The Lila Bennett case was simply an extreme version of pre-existing dynamics. I cry in her office, recognizing that Mom's deception did not begin with Lila Bennett. It began when I was a child, and my mother made me feel responsible for alleviating her loneliness when my father died. Processing this hurts, but Dr. Elena Ramirez helps me to distinguish between love and responsibility. Shows me that defending myself does not imply that I am a terrible daughter. Each session helps me realize that I can care for Mom without compromising myself. 7 months after Lila Bennett's departure, Mom and I met for lunch at a place none of us had chosen. Neutral territory. We sat across from each other, menus between us. Mom appears older than she did a year ago. I am more weary. We order our dinner and then sit in awkward quiet. Finally, Mother talks. I detest that you achieved success while I feel as if I wasted my life. Having Lila Bennett made me feel important and needed, which I hadn't felt since your father died. Her honesty astounds me. I tell her that I need her to view me as a person rather than a resource, and that I can't continue to be her solution to every problem. She nods slowly, doesn't quite understand, but agrees to continue trying in treatment. We eat our meals and discuss about trivial stuff like the weather, her new apartment, and my job. Nothing profound, but it is honest. We leave the restaurant knowing that our relationship will never be what any of us desired, but it can be authentic and have limits. That seems like plenty. I've been double-checking every dime for 8 months now. Lucas Grant provides me weekly statistics that show my debt lowering piece by bit. I eat leftovers for lunch and avoid buying new clothing. My coworkers go out for happy hour, while I stay home. The sacrifices accumulate slowly, like coins in a jar. By month 7, I've saved $13,500. By the 8th month, I had saved $17,000, which was enough for a small down payment. I meet with Rebecca Turner, a real estate agent, who shows me 3 properties within my budget. The first one requires too much effort. The second one is located on a busy thoroughfare. The third is a little 2-bedroom ranch with old carpet but solid bones. I submitted an offer the same day. The vendor accepts within 36 hours. 4 weeks later, I'm signing paperwork in a title company office. My hand is cramping from writing my name so many times. The mortgage officer pushes the last document across the desk and says, "Congratulations." I walk out of that office as a homeowner. My house, not Mom's, and not for Lila Bennett. Mine. I buy paint and spend weekends painting the bland walls in hues I truly enjoy. Aunt Margaret Maggie Collins helps me hang drapes. Uncle Daniel Brooks installs new light fittings in the kitchen. Mom even comes up on moving day with a casserole dish. She moves through the rooms, gazing at everything with an expression I don't understand. The home is tiny. She whispers it quietly, but I can hear her. I choose not to answer since nothing I say will change her perspective. We eat pizza on the floor of my empty living room, and my mother relates a tale about my father that makes me giggle. For one afternoon, everything feels almost normal. 6 weeks later, my phone calls while I am at work. Claire Donovan's name appears on the screen. I step outdoors to accept the call. She tells me Lila Bennett was arrested in Nevada for stealing from an elderly couple she lived with. Lila Bennett explained that she was a nursing student who needed a place to stay while doing clinical rotations. Instead, she emptied their checking account and maxed up their credit cards. The couple's son apprehended her and alerted the police. Claire Donovan reports that Nevada and New Mexico have filed identical complaints, indicating a trend dating back nearly 3 years. The prosecution believes Lila Bennett will face jail time since the evidence is substantial and the victims are old. I felt a sense of relaxation sweep through me. Not quite bliss, but at least knowing she won't be able to hurt anybody else for a long. Claire Donovan adds that my police report on the identity theft helped establish Lila Bennett's background. I thank her before hanging up. That night, I called Aunt Margaret Maggie Collins to tell her the news. She responds, "Good." And we both sit quietly on the phone for a minute. That is all that any of us needs to say. 2 weeks after Claire Donovan's call, Mom arrives at my place unexpectedly. She is carrying a little plant in a ceramic pot and a white envelope. I open the door and she offers me both goods without speaking. The card inside features flowers on the front and 4 phrases written in Mom's handwriting. I apologize for not seeing you. There's no explanation. No excuses for Lila Bennett, loneliness, or anything else. Just these 7 words. I glance at Mom standing on my doorstep, and she stares back at me with tired eyes. This does not resolve anything between us. It does not erase the money, the manipulation, or the year of upheaval. However, this is the first time she has apologized without instantly defending herself. I thank her and ask her in for coffee. We sit at my kitchen table and speak about little details. Her new apartment, my work, and the weather turning colder. Nothing profound or significant. Just 2 people figuring out how to interact with each other. Honestly, she departs after an hour, and I place the plant on my ledge, where it will receive afternoon sun. It's been almost 11 months since Lila Bennett left her mother's house. On a Saturday morning, I am sitting in my living room with a cup of coffee and the newspaper strewn over my lap. The home is silent save for the clicking of the heater. My bank account balance is gradually increasing rather than decreasing. Mom and I chat around every 3 weeks. I occasionally assist her with little tasks like as transporting her to appointments or servicing her computer, but I never pay her bills, offer her money, or allow her to guilt me into anything. Uncle Daniel Brooks and Aunt Margaret Maggie Collins also keep an eye on her, so we share the job. Mom still makes statements that indicate she does not fully realize what she did wrong. She still believes Lila Bennett was disturbed rather than calculating, but she is making an effort in her limited capacity, which is more than I expected a year earlier. In 1 year, my relationship with Lila Bennett cost me more than $45,000. But it taught me an essential lesson about saying no and defending myself, even if my family thinks it's selfish. Every relationship in my life has improved once I learned to set limits. My friendships are stronger because I am not always exhausted and resentful. My professional performance increased when I stopped being sidetracked by family drama. Even my connection with my mother is more honest now that it isn't focused on her wants or my guilt. I finish my coffee and explore the tiny house I purchased with my own money. The walls are painted in hues that I picked. The furniture suits my tastes. Nobody else has the key. This is my space, and I earned it by learning to appreciate myself enough to quit contributing to other people's issues. Family love does not necessitate financial sacrifice or enduring deception. It can coexist with boundaries, honesty, and mutual respect. That is what I have now. Not flawless, but authentic and sustainable. I set down my coffee cup and begin deciding what color to paint the bedroom. My parents never noticed me. On my 21st birthday, they gave my brother a watch. I left that night. My dad called 2 weeks later. "Please, come back." I was 19 when I began counting down the days until my 21st birthday. Not because I was eager to become an adult, but because I knew it was the day I could finally go. My name is Ethan, and I grew up in a house that appeared picture perfect from the outside. 2-story white shutters, a large oak tree in the front yard, but inside it always felt like I was inhaling someone else's air, as if I was a visitor in a house that didn't want me. My brother Luke is 3 years younger than me. And he has always been the golden boy. I don't mean this in a petty older brother sense. I mean, he could actually slam the family car into the mailbox and people would inquire if he was all right. Meanwhile, I once neglected to vacuum before supper and was grounded for a week. Growing up, I learned how to live quietly. I did not want to give them an excuse to be furious. When I stepped into a room, the tone of my father's voice changed, tight and clipped, as if I were an unsolved problem. My mother wasn't doing any better. She didn't shout, but she had this way of gazing straight through me, as if I were someone else's child who had stumbled into the wrong house. Luke, on the other hand, had that effortless grin, charisma, and knack for being at the right place at the right time. He was a miraculous baby after a string of miscarriages. He was the one that made it. I believe my parents decided right then and then that he was unique, and everything else disappeared. Still, I tried. I had decent marks. I remained out of trouble. I worked part-time stacking shelves at the grocery store to save money for college since I knew they wouldn't help. Every time the subject turned to my future, my father would just grunt and say, "You're smart. You'll figure it out." Luke, on the other hand, received a new laptop for his 16th birthday since he required it for school, even though he spent most of his time playing games and scrolling TikTok. I recall asking my mother if I could borrow it once to fill out college applications. She said, "Ask your brother." I did. He said no. So, when my 21st birthday finally arrived, I wasn't expecting anything. Perhaps a card or a family supper. I hadn't even expected a present. I simply needed, I don't know, a minute to appreciate that I'd survived 21 years in a house that barely tolerated me. That they may have seen me. My birthday fell on a Saturday that year. I didn't have to work, so I got up late and came downstairs expecting someone to wish me a happy birthday. Instead, I found my father in the kitchen wrapping a knot around a sleek black box and Luke bouncing on his heels like a child on Christmas morning. I stood there, half drowsy, observing this little exchange between them as if I were intruding. My mom smiled and said, "Perfect timing, come on, Luke. Open it." Nobody glanced at me. Nobody even noticed that I hadn't spoken yet. Luke ripped open the package and let out a phony gasp, as if he had just won the jackpot. Inside was a silver expensive-looking watch with a leather band and Roman numbers. "Oh my God, Dad, this is very sick." Luke grinned as he slipped it onto his wrist. "Now I don't need to borrow your old one." My father chuckled and ruffled his hair. "Well, you deserve it, child. You've been working so hard recently." Hard. The kid's biggest success that week was reaching second base with a female from his chemistry class. I gazed at them, motionless, hoping that someone would recall why the day was important. My mother eventually looked over at me and said, "Ethan, don't look so bitter. It's not always about gifts. When you get older, you'll realize that what matters is who you become, not what you get." It hit me like a slap. She stated it in that calm, condescending tone she often used when she tried to appear intelligent, as if I were some greedy kid who didn't understand. I attempted to nod along, but my throat clenched. "I thought we were having cake," I murmured. "Oh, we did it before," Luke remarked nonchalantly. "I blinked while you were asleep. Did you have cake without me?" My mother promptly answered, "It was just a small thing. Nothing major." "Whose name was on it?" The stillness was just a beat too long. Then Luke grinned and said, "Mine? I mean, it was a cooperative effort. But it is not your birthday." "Don't be dramatic," my father yelled. "It's only a cake." I wanted to shout. I wanted to chuck something. Instead, I laughed. It was harsh, short, and did not sound like me. I laughed because if I didn't, I'd weep right in front of them, and I didn't want to give them any satisfaction. Luke lifted an eyebrow, as if I were the crazy one. My mother gave me this expression of sorrow and despair, as if I had ruined a perfectly fine day. That night, when I walked up to my room, I didn't even switch on the light. I sat on my bed for a long time, gazing at the floor, and attempting to swallow the knot in my throat. I maintained my thoughts. They're never going to love you the way you want them to. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how hard you try. You're never going to be Luke. I finally decided to act. I grabbed my bag and packed it with a hoodie, a water bottle, a couple granola bars, and the $50 I'd hidden in an envelope in the back of my sock drawer. I did not have a plan. Not really. But I had my ID, a phone charger, and a bus timetable that I had covertly printed from the library weeks earlier. At midnight, when the house was quiet and everyone was sleeping, I snuck out the back door and didn't look back. I expected to be gone for a day or two. Maybe stay in the refuge near the downtown church. Maybe look for a part-time work or couch surf if I can find someone nice enough. I did not know. I knew I could not remain. What I didn't anticipate was that 2 weeks later, my phone would ring with a number I hadn't seen in days. My dad. I let it ring the first 2 times, then on the third, I answered. Before I could say anything, his voice broke through, choked up and just above a whisper. "Your room's still here," he said. "Please pick up, just tell me where you are. Please." I sensed something had changed. I just wasn't sure what or why, and the bit that terrified me the most. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to go back. I did not go back. Not that week. Not the next. And not after the voicemail. My father departed 2 days later. This time, quieter and angrier. "I don't know what you think you're proving, Ethan, but this isn't how family works. You don't just vanish." That line made me giggle a little. Ironic, given that I had spent my whole life feeling like a ghost in that mansion. I remained gone. I bounced around. First there was the church shelter, followed by this little room for rent managed by Lynn, a retired mechanic with a soft heart for stray dogs and humans. I gave him what I could afford, $130 per week for a mattress in the corner of his garage, which he had walled off with plywood and curtains. It smelled of grease and iron, yet it was warm. And for the first time, I didn't have to follow someone else's rules in order to live. I obtained part-time employment unloading trucks at a shipping warehouse and spent the rest of my time filling out college applications at the public library, whose computers timed out every 30 minutes. I did not inform anyone where I was. I didn't want them to locate me until I had something to show for it. But they ultimately found me. It was Luke who arrived first. I was heading out of the library one afternoon when I noticed him resting against a vehicle that was clearly too lovely for him. New model with beautiful black paint and leather seats. He had not noticed me yet. He was glancing at his phone, seemed bored. I froze. My impulse was to turn and flee, but curiosity kept me in place. He noticed me a second later and smirked, as if I were late for an event I had no idea I had been invited to. "There you are," he said, sliding his phone inside his jacket. "You look like crap, bro." "Thanks," I replied bluntly. "Seriously though, Mom's freaking out. Dad's being weird. You made your point. Okay, come home." "I'm not coming home." He looked at his wife. "Come on, man. You had your little tantrum. Now everyone's waiting for you to crawl back so things can go back to normal." The term normal struck me like a brick. "You mean where my birthday cake had your name on it?" I requested an explanation. "That kind of normal?" He shrugged as if I had brought up the weather. "It was just a mix-up. You always take things so seriously. They didn't mean anything by it." "You're right," I told them. "They never mean anything by it. That's the problem." His smile faded. "Look. I don't know what kind of sob story you're telling yourself, but you're not the only one with problems, okay? You don't see me running away." "No," I told you, "you just see the world bending to make sure you don't have to." That hit home. His jaw stiffened. "Whatever. Just know that when you finally come back, don't expect a parade. They've been bending over backwards trying to reach you." I nodded slowly. "Yeah. Did they tell you what they said the night I left?" He did not respond. I did not expect him to. "Tell them I'm fine," I said, moving away. "And if they're really so worried, they can stop calling my number and start thinking about why I stopped picking up." After a week or two, I began to hear less from them. No more voicemails or texts. I assumed they'd given up and moved on, most likely converting my bedroom into a storage area, a mini home gym, or whatever project they could think of to fill the stillness. I assumed that was the end of it, until I received an email. Not from my parents, but from my high school counselor, Mrs. Dureau. It was brief and uncomfortable, as if she wasn't sure whether to be worried or polite. She expressed her wish that I was safe and well, but she wanted to inform me that my transcripts had been requested and revoked. According to the system, my parents called the school and informed them that I would not be attending college, and that all further application communication should be canceled. I sat there in the library, gazing at the screen and not breathing. I read it again, then a third time. They attempted to eliminate me. I contacted the school right away, my pulse hammering, and happily, Mrs. Devo answered. I described everything. She verified it with an apology, but it was evident she had not heard the entire tale. I spent the following 2 days untangling the mess and ensuring that my applications were not damaged. Several deadlines had already passed. I passed up a scholarship offer that I had a legitimate shot at. That night, I did not sleep. I kept replaying the email in my brain, thinking what type of individuals go out of their way to stifle their own child's potential. It was no longer about control. It was sabotage. I didn't seek vengeance. Not yet. What I wanted was to disappear so completely from their story that one day they'd have to explain to someone why their firstborn son never returned home. But fate had other ideas. Because 1 month later, I received a letter in the mail. An actual letter, paper and envelope with no return address, only my name written in my father's handwriting. Inside, there was no apology. There was a list, a genuine bullet-pointed list of things you had to complete before we could speak about you returning home. It had gems such as, stop blaming others for your unhappiness. Apologize for walking out and ghosting your family. Recognize the sacrifices we made for you. Understand that we do what we do out of love. I read it silently. Then I laughed, because what else could I do? It was not a letter. It was a contract. Another method to make me the issue. A technique to entice me back into the cycle of guilt, responsibility, and performance. I crumpled it, threw it in the garbage and told myself for the umpteenth time that I was finished. But then came a moment that altered everything. It happened in the early spring. I'd started working longer hours at the warehouse to save for community college. When Lynn entered the garage one evening with a hefty packet, he claimed someone had been by earlier, inquired whether Ethan lived here and gave it over without saying anything. I opened it gently. Inside was a legitimate legal letter from a lawyer's office. It said that I was being removed as a dependent from my parents' tax records retrospectively, that I was no longer regarded a member of their household and that I had until the end of the month to retrieve any remaining personal stuff from their property before it was disposed of at the homeowner's discretion. There was a sticky note attached. The only thing it said was, "This is what consequences look like. Sign, Mom." That was the switch. I felt something inside me stiffen and solidify. It wasn't rage. It was not even sadness. It was clarity. They didn't only want to injure me. They were attempting to eliminate me. And if they wanted to play that game, they had no clue who I was going to be. I didn't talk for 2 days after receiving the letter. Lynn noticed. He did not press me. He just passed an extra sandwich across the workbench over lunch and said, "Whatever it is, kid. It won't last forever. Not if you don't let it." I nodded, but I didn't believe him. Rock bottom may not necessarily appear like a catastrophic fall. Sometimes it's simply silent, a deep aching that stays in your chest and never goes away. It's going home from a double shift, fingers aching, boots drenched, and realizing you don't have a house, only a garage with no insulation and a curtain for privacy. At 3 a.m., it is sitting in the cold room. With your hoodie pulled over your face, you realize your family has written you off as a terrible investment. They weren't quite finished with me. They punished me for leaving. I didn't even have anything to return for. A few clothing and a shelf of books I had accumulated over the years. My guitar if it hadn't already been sold or discarded. But even so, I felt hollow. Knowing that my name, space and existence in that house were being washed clean as if I were a blemish on their flawless family image. Worst of all, I nearly broke down. That week, I skipped 2 shifts. I didn't respond when Len knocked. I didn't check my email, eat much, or sleep. I just laid there, listening to the wind blow against the garage door, wondering what I was doing now. But then something silly rescued me. A book. No, not just any book. My book. I believed I had lost it during the transfer. It was buried in the bottom of my rucksack, a dog-eared copy of John Cracker's Into the Wild. I have read it 3 times previously. But that night, I flicked it open and came upon a statement I had marked in red ink years earlier. Happiness is only real when shared. It should have made me feel bad. Instead, it made me sit up because I realized I was attempting to share my life with people who did not want it. I continued sending away bits of myself, expecting that someone would say, "We see you, you matter." But they never did. That is not the family I was born into, and I couldn't change them. I could only alter myself. The next morning I returned to work. I apologized to my boss for missing shifts and volunteered to take the graveyard position for the following 2 weeks to compensate. He didn't ask any questions, just growled and handed me a credential for the nightly staff. The task was tougher, with heavier boxes and colder nights, but I didn't mind. I needed it. That was the start of my reconstruction. Quiet, uncomplicated, and mine. Over the following 6 months, I settled into a groove. Wake up, work, read, sleep, and repeat. I started saving every additional money. To save money on my phone bill, I downloaded budgeting applications, eliminated superfluous expenses, and even quit using data. Len noticed and began assigning me more duties in order to gain credit toward rent. Sometimes he'd give me a $20 and claim it was for groceries, as if I hadn't just cleaned his entire vehicle engine. I applied to community college again, this time without the support of my parents, and paid the application cost on my own. I sobbed after submitting a brutally honest essay. I did not sugarcoat anything. I talked about growing up unseen, how silence can speak louder than words, and how you can create yourself from scratch when no one gives you the tools. Things gradually began to change. One night, while scrubbing the warehouse floor, I overheard two logistics employees grumbling about a shipment software error. I'd learned a little coding through an online course I'd been taking. Nothing significant, simply a free Python class, but I provided a solution anyway. They dismissed it at first, but 2 days later, one of them grabbed me aside and said, "Hey, that thing you mentioned, it worked." Before I knew it, I was unofficially the man people went to when their computers stopped or their printers went berserk. I didn't get a promotion or a title, but people started remembering my name, thanking me and seeing me. It was a strange feeling. The type of strange that makes you sit with it for a while and think, maybe I'm not just background noise. My first significant triumph occurred in early summer. I received an email from the community college. Accepted with a scholarship too. Not a full ride, but enough to cover tuition if I continued working part-time. I recall looking at the computer, repeating the word congrats over and again, as if it might vanish if I blinked too hard. Lynn allowed me to use his kitchen that night to prepare a packaged cake. It turned out uneven and little scorched, but I didn't mind. I used blue icing to write my name on it. Ethan is just Ethan. There was no communal celebration, no forgotten candle or lecture. It was just me. A dilapidated garage was the first thing I'd ever made with my own hands. I did not call my parents, I did not tell them, but I figured they'd figure it out eventually since people speak, especially in our town. And sure enough, one day at the grocery store, I ran across an old neighbor, Mrs. Langford, a sweet lady who used to slip me cookies when my mother wasn't looking. When she spotted me, she smiled broadly and said, "I heard you're going to college. Your mom must be so proud." I just nodded and muttered, "Yeah, must be." But I knew otherwise. They were not proud. They were presumably upset that I had done it without them. And I was fine with it since their approval was no longer the currency I needed. Later that week, I received a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. It was my mother. She did not weep. She did not shout. She just responded, "We heard about school. I'm glad you're doing well, and I hope you remember where you came from." I played that phrase 5 times, as if I were a straying stray who needed to return to his kennel. But I didn't feel furious. I felt liberated. By the end of the summer, I had moved out of Lynn's garage. I found a shared apartment near university with 2 housemates who stayed to themselves and did not ask questions. I began schooling and secured a part-time IT position at the school's help desk. It was not glamorous, but it paid the bills. And gradually, I began to construct something resembling a life. I still had emotional wounds. I still cringed whenever people raised their voices. Still questioning praises. Still found myself apologizing for taking up space. But I was learning. Healing is not loud. It is not always dramatic. Sometimes it's as simple as having coffee in a quiet room and recognizing you're no longer frightened to be noticed. One night, I opened a fresh notebook and jotted down a list of realities. Things I'd learned, things no one could take from me. At the top I added, "You don't need permission to be someone they never imagined." And under it, "Your worth isn't measured by someone else's disappointment. You can start over, even when they say you can't. Family isn't who you're born to, it's who roots for you in the quiet." I closed the notebook, turned off the light and slept better than I had in years, but I should have known it wasn't over. Because just when I thought I was finally free, something happened that pulled me right back in. It started with a message request. Late one night, I was reviewing my notes for an upcoming midterm, sitting on the floor of my apartment with a half-eaten burrito and 3 open tabs on laptop troubleshooting. Mrs. Langford, my parents' old neighbor, the one with the garden that used to spill into our backyard, was always kind but distant, friendly in the way that suburban neighbors are. I hadn't used Facebook in months, if not longer, and had only kept the account open in case of emergencies or identity verification. I hadn't spoken to her in years, and the message was simple. "Hey Ethan, I wasn't sure if I should say anything, but I thought you had the right to know. Your parents listed your childhood home for sale and the sign just went up this week. I hope you're doing well. I stared at the message, then reread it. The house was up for sale. Our house. For a second, I didn't feel anything. Just blankness. Then something flickered. Not quite sadness, not quite anger, but something else. Something sharper, colder. I'd always assumed they'd sell eventually. That once Luke graduated or moved out, they'd downsize or relocate to some gated community with a warning label on the HOA newsletter. But the fact that it was now, after everything, after cutting me off, after pretending I never existed, something about the timing didn't feel right. So, I did what any reasonably curious person would do. I opened Zillow. It didn't take long to find the listing, which was a bright, overexposed photo of our front porch. The white shutters were cleaned up, the old oak tree was still casting a crooked shadow across the lawn, and the description was flowery and fake, a charming family home with rich character, lovingly maintained for over 2 decades, with 4 bedrooms, custom finishes, and a quiet neighborhood. I scrolled through the photos, living room, kitchen, master bedroom, and bedroom 1, and clicked. My breath caught. They'd turned my room into a guest suite, with neutral walls, beige bedding, and generic art prints on the walls. Every trace of me was gone, no posters, no desk, no shelves, no indication that someone had spent 18 years growing up in that space, as if I'd never existed. They didn't just push me out. They erased me. That's when the idea began to form. That weekend, I borrowed a collared shirt from my roommate, printed a fake pre-approval letter using a free online template, and booked a tour through the real estate site using a burner Gmail. I wasn't looking for vengeance at the time, but rather curiosity. I didn't know what I was expecting when I pulled up to the curb in a borrowed car, maybe a rush of emotion, nostalgia, bitterness. But mostly I just felt numb. The porch creaked like it used to, and the front door still had the scratch near the bottom where I'd once tried to sneak in a stray cat, and the real estate agent, a perky woman named Sasha with 2 white teeth, had no idea she was walking through a landmine. So the sellers are really motivated, she chirped, looking for a quick close. They've already moved most of their personal belongings out, looking to downsize now that their youngest is off to college. I nodded politely, letting her guide me from room to room. I barely listened. My focus was on the walls, the spaces, the energy, and the gaping absence of me. When we got to the backyard, I paused. The fence was newer. Luke must have helped build it, or at least posed for a photo while someone else did. The treehouse I'd built with my uncle when I was 12 and still had hope, was gone, ripped down. "I'll give you a minute," Sasha said, sensing something in my silence. I nodded and walked toward the back fence, keeping my hands in my pockets to keep them from shaking. That night, I sat in my car long after the engine had cooled down. And I knew it wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was war. They wanted to pretend I never existed, which was fine. Then I'd make sure the world knew exactly who I was, and that they were the ones who lost me. I didn't want to burn down the house. That would have been too easy, too fast. I wanted something slower, smarter, and more permanent, so I began planning. The first step was research, and I spent the next week looking into property records, who owned the house, and what their finances were like. Using a few publicly available databases, I discovered something interesting. The mortgage wasn't paid off, and they were a few months behind, which raised questions about why they were selling. I filed that information away. I called Milo, an old high school classmate who used to run a tech club and now works freelance in cybersecurity. We weren't close, but I knew 2 things about him. He hated bullies and he owed me a favor from years ago when I covered for him during a plagiarism accusation. We met for coffee, and I put out a version of the tale, not the entire thing, but the main points. "What do you need?" he inquired. "I need access to the real estate records. Possible seller disclosures. Any correspondence that I can discover. I want to know what they're concealing." Milo cracked his knuckles. "Give me 48 hours. He finished in 36. My parents had listed the house without disclosing a major plumbing issue that had started in the basement, which could cost thousands of dollars to fix. The documents were forged, not just misleading, but also illegal. I saved every file, printed copies, and uploaded backups to encrypted cloud storage. The evidence was there, but I didn't want to blow it all at once. In the meantime, I contacted the college administration office to confirm something I'd been quietly working on for months. I was eligible to transfer into a full scholarship program due to my GPA and work-study contributions, and they invited me to speak at the fall orientation as a first-generation student. That's when the idea struck me. What if I invited them? Not directly, of course, but what if they saw me standing on a stage holding a scholarship certificate, announced to an audience as someone they'd given up on? And what if, right around that same time, the buyers for their house backed out and someone reported their fraudulent documents? What if everything they'd built their image on started to crack? Not because I screamed, but because I succeeded, because I smiled, and then made it clear that they were never part of the journey. That was the setup, and I wasn't done yet. I had one more card to play, a name, Luke. He was still their golden boy, their pride and joy, but I knew things about him that they didn't. Old screenshots, messages he sent from the school-issued iPad when he was 17, joking about borrowing money from my father's wallet and blaming the maid. I hadn't used any of it yet, but I would if they pushed, because I didn't need to ruin their lives. I just needed them to watch me build mine without them, brick by brick, speech by speech. Comments about not completing community service hours and having a friend sign attendance forms were minor until they were packaged together and handed to a college admissions committee. And then, when the moment was right, I dropped the match, quiet, controlled, undeniable, and walked away, not bitter, not broken, just free. I didn't want the ending to be loud, not a scene, not a tantrum, but quiet, measured, like placing the final stone on a grave, and that's exactly how it turned out. The first domino to fall was the house sale. I carefully timed everything, waited until the buyers had gone through inspection, financing, and all the drawn-out steps. And then I sent them a small anonymous package via a third-party forwarding service that guaranteed no return address. The flash drive contained images of the basement flooding caused by the old sump pump, screenshots of the fraudulent disclosure paperwork, and a penned message that said, "This house has a secret. The sellers did not repair it, instead, they covered it up. If you sign the contract, the problem is yours. Think twice. Ask the agent about the sump pump and watch what happens." The consequences were immediate. My parents, who were already behind on their mortgage, were about to face foreclosure if they couldn't find a new buyer in time, but they couldn't fudge the paperwork this time. Because the plumbing issue had been legally and publicly flagged. 3 days later, the house disappeared from Zillow and the listing went dark. I didn't even have to lift a finger after that, I just watched. Meanwhile, I said yes to the orientation speech, and the school had arranged for a local news crew to film parts of it for a segment on community success stories. I didn't expect it to be a big deal, just a 5-minute slot on a sleepy Sunday newscast. But what I didn't anticipate was the article. A few days after the orientation, someone from the city college board contacted me and asked if they could publish my story on their website. I said yes, expecting a paragraph, but they ran a complete profile, photo interview and everything. From Don to Dean's List, Ethan Lane's journey from abandonment to academic triumph was dramatic. It was a little too dramatic, to be honest, but it was real, and it spread. People shared it. Old classmates, teachers, neighbors, and eventually, my parents. I found out through a second-hand Facebook comment that someone screenshotted and texted to me. This article is filled with exaggerations. Some kids just don't appreciate how much their family sacrifices for them, my mother said, passive-aggressive, anonymous enough to appear inconspicuous, but unmistakably hers. She was spinning, and I wasn't done yet because Luke, the golden child, had just begun applying to transfer institutions. And I still had those screenshots. I didn't want to ruin his future, but I did want to send a warning shot. So I sent a short anonymous email to the admissions office of the school he was aiming for, containing only a few lines about falsified community service records, a suspicious paper trail of attendance forms, and a history of academic oversights. I attached 3 old screenshots of him joking about it, and I signed it for the integrity of your academic program. It didn't matter if they acted on it or not. What mattered was that Luke would meet someone new and never feel untouchable again. Now here's what I didn't expect. They came to me separately, rather than together. First, it was my father, who arrived at the university assistant's desk one Tuesday morning, eyes bloodshot, tie loose, face weary. "Ethan," he started. "We need to talk." I gazed at him calmly and steadily. "You mean now that the house is unsellable and Luke's applications are falling apart?" I said quietly. He blinked as if he hadn't expected me to acknowledge it. "We didn't know it had gotten this bad," he told me. "You've made your point. Okay. We get it." "No," I said. "You don't. That's how it got this far." He attempted again. "We can fix it. Maybe come home. Let's talk this through." I smiled, little and chilly. "There is no home," I said. "You burned that bridge and sold the ashes." Then I turned and went away. He did not follow. 2 weeks later, my mother sent me a letter. No envelope, just a piece of paper slid under the flat door in the middle of the night. Ethan, I realize now that we committed mistakes, but you're being harsh. Punishing us like way doesn't make you better than us. Please, this is your family. Mom. I did not answer. Instead, I tried something different. I emailed her a simple snapshot. I am standing in front of the college banner, carrying my scholarship award. Smiling. I added on the reverse. This is what consequences look like. That was the last communication I ever sent to them. Since then, the house has been foreclosed on. Luke transferred, but not to the school he preferred. And my parents relocated to a smaller, older rental house 2 counties away, with a lawn they don't show photographs of. I, for one, am doing well. Graduated with honors. I started working with a group that assists first-generation kids in navigating college without the assistance of their families. I mentor children who feel invisible, just like I did. I have a new apartment, a puppy, a full fridge, and friends who have chosen me. And I have never had to look back. My vengeance was not loud. It did not come with slamming doors or shouting battles. It arrived with silent breezes, inexorable progress, and the type of success that you construct brick by brick while everyone else is looking for a collapse. The nicest thing is that they'll spend the rest of their lives pretending they didn't lose a son, whilst I'll spend the rest of mine never needing them again. I was not the disappointment in that house. I was the escape artist they never noticed. I discovered $550,000 was gone from my account. The wire went straight to my brother's account. At Thanksgiving dinner, Grandpa made Mom turn white. When my grandpa stopped cutting the turkey, placed down the knife with surgical precision and remarked, "The gift I wired you was $500,000, I chuckled because the package my mother had given me an hour before had a check for $250. My name is Ethan Carter. I'm 31 years old and make a career by hunting out data criminals. Sentinel Tech employs a cybersecurity analyst in Denver. I've investigated Bitcoin fraud in 17 countries, assisted the FBI in recovering $4.2 million in ransomware payments, and testified 4 times in federal court. I understand how to track money through the darkest reaches of the internet. The biggest robbery of my career took place at my own family's Thanksgiving table. 3 days before the holiday, my sister Sophia called. I was in my flat, 3 monitors lit up with code, following a phishing operation out of Estonia. Her voice had a certain brilliance that always made me dubious. She employed this tone when she desired something but pretended not to. "Hey Jordy," she said. "Nobody calls me Jordy except her. Listen about Thanksgiving. Maybe you should skip it this year." I interrupted the trace I was running. "Why?" "Grandpa has been terribly fatigued recently. The doctor advised him to avoid becoming overly excited. You know how he reacts when you visit. He wants to stay up chatting, show you his old maps, and tell you stories about Korea." She laughed, but it sounded artificial. "We're thinking of a nice getaway with only the local family. I reside in Denver. My family lives in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Approximately 2,000 miles of extremely handy distance." "Since when did Grandpa want to be quiet?" I asked. "Since he reached 87, his doctor has advised him to minimize stress." That bit could have been correct. Grandpa George Carter, a decorated warrior and retired civil engineer, and the only person in my family who had ever listened to me, had been slowing down but requested that I forego Thanksgiving. That did not correspond. Sophia also mentioned that you should definitely save money on airfare. I understand consulting pays well, but those flights from Denver are not inexpensive. There it was. Sophia has never been concerned about my finances in 33 years. In 2019, she borrowed $3,500 from me to fund a business opportunity that proved out to be a multi-level marketing fraud. Never repaid me. When I asked about it 6 months later, Mom said I was being petty about money among siblings. "I'll think about it," I said. "Great. Love you. Bye." She hung up before I could reply. I sat there for a long time, looking at my screens. Something wasn't right. That chat followed the same pattern as the phishing emails I studied. The words were all correct, but the underlying code was harmful. I opened my banking app and looked into the joint account Grandpa had set up for me when I turned 18. He'd invested $6,000. They told me it was for emergencies. "You're smart with money, Ethan," he'd added. "This is just in case you ever need a cushion." I had used it once in junior year of college, when my laptop died 2 days before exams. I repaid it within 6 months. Since then, I had not touched it. The balance indicated $2,550. That seems about correct. The initial $6,000 minus the laptop loan plus 13 years of low interest, yet something compelled me to view the entire transaction history. My stomach sank. August 14, 2024. Incoming wire transfer of $550,000. With love, Grandpa. August 15, 2024. Outgoing wire transfer, $550,000. Destination: an external account with the number 7392. Remember the investing opportunity? I gazed at the screen. $550,000, gone in 24 hours. The account now displayed $2,747 because someone had left just enough to avoid triggering a zero balance alert, which might have sent me a warning. My hands were shaking. I gingerly laid down my coffee mug, as if it could break. I contacted the bank and was transferred 3 times before reaching someone from fraud prevention. Mr. Carter, I'm demonstrating that the wire was initiated using proper login credentials and two-factor authentication. Her name, according to the spokesman, is Patricia. She sounded exhausted. Do you not recognize the transaction? I did not make it. The IP address indicates Bridgeport, Connecticut. Is it an area you frequently visit? My family lives there, but I haven't been since July. I see. And you are positive you did not allow someone to use this account on your behalf? Absolutely certain. She paused. I could hear typing. Mr. Carter, we also have a document on file. You signed a power of attorney document on August 10th, allowing authority for additional typing. Linda Carter. Could it be your mother? The room slanted. I never executed a power of attorney. The signature matches our records. The signature is then falsified. More typing. This time, the duration is longer. I've marked this account for investigation. You will need to submit a formal fraud report. I'm giving you a link now. I'll also want you to authenticate your identity by answering a few security questions. The verification took 20 minutes. By the time I hung up, my coffee was cold, and the Estonian phishing operation I'd been following had vanished, most likely due to a change in server farms. I opened the power of attorney form that the bank had emailed me. It was a PDF with decent quality and all the appropriate legal text. The signature at the bottom resembled mine. I recognized the looping G and the strong vertical line on the J, but I knew I hadn't signed it. I have a very unique practice when it comes to signing legal paperwork. I always make a little diagonal mark in the upper right corner of the signature block. It's invisible unless you seek for it. A paranoid tendency I got after witnessing too many contract conflicts in the IT industry. This signature included no mark. I zoomed in. The ink pressure was incorrect, too consistent. This was a computer composite, most likely generated by scanning and sewing numerous signatures together. Professional work, but not quite professional enough. I looked for the destination account number from the wire transfer. External account number 7392. Most banks only display partial account numbers for security reasons, but I had tools for that. After 15 minutes of database queries and some clever use of financial APIs, I had the whole account. On August 2, 2024, Nathan Cole established an account at First National Bank's Bridgeport office. I searched for the name LinkedIn profile investment consultant, 35 years old, Columbia MBA, founder of Cole Capital Management, professional headshot of a man with perfect teeth and a suit that cost more than most people's monthly rent, and there in his recent activity, excited to announce my engagement to the incredible Sophia Carter. Here is to new beginnings. The post was dated August 20th, 6 days after my money vanished. I navigated to Sophia's Instagram. It was public. She had never understood privacy settings. The feed was a chronicle of devastation masquerading as leisure content. August 16th, a snapshot of crystal blue sea, white beach, palm trees, and a much-needed reset in the Maldives graced our paradise. August 18th, sunset over an infinity pool. I am grateful for this moment. August 20th. A close-up of her left hand. A big diamond captures the light. He asked, and I answered. Yes. We've been blissfully engaged ever since. I focused close on the ring. Emerald cut. Must be at least 3 carats. Platinum band. The conservative estimate is $35,000. My $35,000. I took screenshots of everything, created a folder, and began charting the money path with the same systematic accuracy that I used in corporate investigations. On August 14th, Grandpa sends $550,000 into the joint account. On August 15th, money was deposited to Nathan Cole's account. On August 16th, Sophia posts from the Maldives. Flight records. I have access to specific databases at work just for valid security reasons. Showed 2 first-class tickets from JFK to the Maldives. Purchased on August 14th. Travelers Sophia Carter and Nathan Cole. Cost $20,000. August 20th. Engagement announcement. Ring purchased from Cartier Manhattan. Credit card data are surprisingly easy to locate if you know where to go and have the necessary credentials. This might be considered a legal gray area. I didn't care. The trend was evident. Sophia had somehow persuaded Grandpa to transfer me money. Probably told him I needed it for something, knowing he'd never say no, then promptly transferred it to her fiancé's account and spent it on a fancy vacation and engagement ring. However, the power of attorney's signature disturbed me. That was not Sophia's style. She was impetuous and careless with money, but she lacked the sophistication required to fake legal documents. I opened the paper again and examined the signature more closely. The digital composite was good, but there was something more. Tiny variances in pen pressure and minuscule changes in ink density indicated that this was performed. Someone traced my signature several times before generating the final version. I matched it to Mom's handwriting. She had mailed me a birthday card last year. I kept it because she remembered, which was unusual enough to be significant. The capital letters mirrored the G's downstroke, which curled slightly inward. The particular angle of the cross at the T. My mother falsified my signature. I sat back in my chair. Outside my window, Denver sprawled in the November afternoon light. Traffic is flowing on I-25. People going about their lives without realizing that mine had just exploded. My phone vibrated. Sophia sent a text. "So you're absolutely not coming on Thursday, right? I just want to make sure Mom doesn't buy too much food." I gazed at the message for a whole minute. Then I typed, "Actually, I changed my mind. I'll be there." Her response was quick. "Really? Are you certain? I thought you mentioned work is crazy right now." I'd never stated that. "Work can wait." I typed, "Family is essential." 3 dots emerged, vanished and reappeared. "Okay, perfect. See you on Thursday." I booked a trip, packed my laptop, a portable projector I use for professional presentations, and printed all of the evidence I had gathered. Bank documents, wire transfer data, a falsified power of attorney, screenshots from Sophia's Instagram, credit card receipts, and airline information totaled 47 pages. I put them in a leather portfolio that Grandpa had given me after I graduated from college. The irony was not lost on me. On Wednesday, I arrived at JFK, hired a vehicle, and drove to Bridgeport in the freezing rain that makes November in Connecticut feel like the end of the world. I checked into a Hampton Inn 15 minutes from my folks' house and spent the evening putting together a presentation. Title slide, Family Investment Opportunity, Case Study, and Wire Fraud. Subtitle, How $550,000 Became $250. I practiced timing. The complete disclosure takes 12 minutes, with strategically placed pauses to maximize effect. I'd delivered presentations in boardrooms, testified in court, and explained complicated cybercrimes to jurors. This should have been easy. It was not. These were the individuals I grew up with. My sister had taught me to ride a bike. My mother had driven me to the robotics club every Saturday for 3 years. My father, who had never been very involved, was still family. But they had stolen from me. Not only the money. They had taken my grandfather's talent, trust, and willingness to assist me. And they had done it so casually and simply. Thursday morning at 2 p.m., I traveled to my parents' place. Dinner was at 4 p.m. Mom texted the schedule. Appetizers at 4, turkey at 5, and dessert at 6:30. Everything is well organized and under control. I parked on the street and carried my laptop bag up the front walkway. The home looked the same as it always did. Cream-colored colonial, black shutters, and the maple tree in the front yard that I had climbed as a child. Normal and innocent. Mom opened the door before I could knock. "Ethan, you made it." She drew me into a well-practiced hug. "I am so delighted you chose to come after all. I wouldn't miss it." She was wearing a lovely cashmere sweater with pearl buttons. Her hair was styled professionally. Her grin seemed fragile. "Sophia's in the kitchen. Nathan is also here. I understand you haven't met him yet. He is fantastic. You're going to adore him." I followed her within. The home smelled like turkey, stuffing, and pie. Grandpa was in his normal recliner by the fireplace, reading the newspaper with reading glasses perched on his nose. He looked up as I stepped in. Ethan's entire face glowed. There's my boy. I crossed the room and cautiously hugged him. He felt more fragile than the last time. Bones were more visible under his cardigan, yet his grasp remained firm. How's Denver treating you? He inquired. Good. Really good. Working on some interesting cases. Still catching the bad guys. Always, he said, smiling. That's my grandson. Justice comes first. The words hurt more than they should have. Sophia emerged from the kitchen, with Nathan behind her like an expensive ornament. She has lost weight since I last saw her. The type of weight loss that results from stress, green juice, and not eating. The engagement ring caught the light, creating little rainbows on the wall. Jordy held me too, and I could feel her stiffen slightly when I didn't pull away quickly. This is Nathan. Nathan, my younger brother Ethan. Nathan extended his hand. It's great to finally meet you. Sophia talks about you all the time. His handshake was strong and well practiced for an investment consultant. Everything about him had been rehearsed. He smiled, made eye contact, and stood with his shoulders back and chest open. Alpha stance. Congratulations on the engagement. I responded. Thanks, man. She's one in a million. He drew Sophia in and kissed the top of her head. She shined. Actually glowed. Either she was a greater actor than I'd given her credit for, or she had compartmentalized the robbery so thoroughly that she convinced herself it had not occurred. Dad was in the den, watching football on mute. He glanced up and nodded as I stepped in. Ethan, nice to see you. You too, Dad. We didn't have much else to say to each other. We never had. Mom introduced appetizers. We convened in the dining room. The table was laid with fine china, candles lighted, and everything was picture perfect. Grandpa sat at the head of the table, Mom and Dad on each side, and Sophia and Nathan across from me. The talk seemed aggressively normal. Nathan discussed a recent golf vacation to Scotland. Sophia discussed her new employment at a marketing business. Mom talked about her book club's recent pick. Dad remained silent, drinking wine quicker than was appropriate. I waited. Finally, Mom got up. I almost forgot. Ethan, Grandpa wanted me to give you something. She went into the kitchen and returned with an envelope, white and business-sized, with my name scribbled on the front in her handwriting. From Grandpa, she whispered gently, placing it in my palm. Don't mention the amount. He's a bit embarrassed that things are tight this year. I opened the envelope. The inside contained a check. Pay to the order of Ethan Carter. $250 written in my mother's handwriting and signed with Grandpa's weak signature. The room waited for my response. I looked at Grandpa. He was looking at me with the warm, pleased face I'd known all my life. Thank you, I said. This is very generous. Mom's shoulders relaxed. Sophia had a drink of wine. Nathan checked his phone. We went to the living room for supper. Turkey on a plate, sides and serving plates. Everything was staged like a Norman Rockwell painting. Grandpa sliced while Mom supervised traffic, ensuring that everyone received the appropriate quantities. Sophia began telling a story about her Fiji health getaway from last month. The sunrise meditation sessions were absolutely transformative. I feel like I'm finally learning to be present, to really appreciate the moment. Nathan was nodding his head. She came back a completely different person, more centered, more herself. I wondered whether he was aware that the retreat had cost me $20,000. Probably. He appeared to be the type of man who scrutinized receipts. Mom caught my attention. Ethan, you should try something like that. All that computer work. You need to learn to enjoy life. Disconnect sometimes. I enjoy life just fine, I said. Do you? You're always working. Always so serious. Life isn't just about chasing criminals in cyberspace. The hypocrisy was staggering. Dad poured himself some more wine. Fourth glass. Grandpa rose up and tapped his water glass with a fork. I'd like to make a toast. The table became silent. I'm an old man, he explained. I've lived 87 years, fought in a war, built bridges that are still standing, raised a family. But one of my greatest joys has been watching my grandchildren grow into the people they're meant to be. He first glanced at me, then Sophia. Sophia, you've always known what you wanted and gone after it. That determination will serve you well in marriage and in life. She cracked a grin. And Ethan. His voice became heavier with emotion. You've always been my quiet one, thoughtful, principled. You don't take shortcuts. You do things right. Even when it's hard. That's rare these days. My throat tightened as he continued. I wanted to help you take the next step. Buy a house. Start your own firm if that's what you want. You've earned it. And I hope the gift I gave you will make that dream a little easier to reach. He lifted his glass to Ethan. May you build something lasting. Everybody lifted their glasses. I reared my. Thank you, Grandpa, I said simply. Thank you so much for the $250. His smile wavered. The table remained stationary. What's $250? He inquired. I withdrew the check from my pocket and held it up. This check? The one Mom gave me before dinner from you. $250. Grandpa's expression shifted. Confusion turned to something deeper. Linda, what's he talking about? Mom's fork clattered on her plate. Dad, you're confused. You said things were tight. The gift I wired Ethan was $550,000. Silence. Absolute quiet. Nathan's wine glass had halted halfway to his mouth. Sophia had turned absolutely white. Dad was looking at his plate, as if it had answers. Mom's face had crushed into desperation. Dad, you're not remembering correctly, Mom said again, her voice raised. Your medication. The doctor said it can cause confusion. I'm not confused. Grandpa's voice rang through the room like a dagger. I transferred $550,000 into Ethan's account on August 14th. I received the confirmation email. I've saved it. He took out his phone with trembling hands and began scrolling. Mom stood up. Dad, please. Let's talk about this privately. You're getting upset. Grandpa ignored her and continued. Show me the account, Ethan. Pull it up right now. I had already taken my laptop out of my backpack. I opened it. In the candlelit room, the screen shone blue. I opened the bank statement and tilted the laptop so Grandpa could see. On August 14th, $550,000 was received by incoming wire. On August 15th, an outbound wire of $550,000 was sent. Current balance, $2,747. Grandpa just stared. His hand moved to his chest. For a brief time, I assumed he was suffering a heart attack. Where did it go? He muttered. I looked at Sophia. She was weeping now, silent tears flowing down her cheeks, mascara streaking. Nathan had his hand on her shoulder, but he appeared ready to flee. That's what I'd like to know too, Grandpa, I murmured gently. Mom remained standing, fists clenched at her sides. This is a family matter. We can discuss it later privately. No. I opened a folder on my desktop. We're discussing it right now. I took out the portable projector, laid it on the table, moved away the mashed potatoes and stuffing to make room, and plugged it into my laptop. With my first slide, the white wall behind Grandpa lighted up. Family investment opportunity. A case study on wire fraud. Dad's wine glass slid from his grasp. Red wine splattered on the white tablecloth like blood. People began standing up. Uncle Ryan and Aunt Laura, who had remained silent in the corner, Cousin Chloe and her husband, and Mom's sister Patricia. They backed away gradually, then quickly. We should go, Aunt Laura murmured. This is between immediate family. They simply walked out. The front door opened and closed 3 times. Car engines began. By the time the chaos subsided, just 6 of us remained. Grandpa, Mom, Dad, Sophia, Nathan and I. I moved to the next slide. The bank transfer records were blown up to a size that could be read from across the room. On August 14th, Grandpa begins a wire transfer for $550,000 as a gift to me. On August 15th, someone with access to the joint account sent $550,000 to Nathan Cole's external account. Nathan became stiff. Next slide. Sophia's Instagram postings are dated and time-stamped. On August 16th, my sister posts from the Maldives. 2 first-class tickets from JFK to Maldives were booked. August 14th. Cost $20,000. Sophia made a sound of a wounded animal. Next slide. The engagement ring. Zoomed in. August 20th. Engagement announcement. Ring purchased from Cartier Manhattan. August 19th. Cost $35,000. Nathan stood up. I don't have to sit here and listen to this. Sit down, Grandpa instructed. His voice was soft, yet it held weight. Nathan sat. I moved to the next slide. The fabricated power of attorney, with the signature underlined. This paper, filed with the bank on August 10, grants Linda Carter power of attorney over the joint account. The signature is forged. Notice the differences in pen pressure here, here, and here. I used a laser pointer. The letter forms are in my mother's handwriting, not mine. Mom was sobbing too, but these were furious tears. You don't understand what we've been through. The medical bills from your father's surgery. Dad's surgery was covered by insurance, I told him. I checked the mortgage. It's current. I retrieved the paperwork. You had no right. I had every right. You stole from me. Next slide, an audio file. This is a voicemail left by Linda Carter on August 28 to John Harris, attorney at law. I obtained it through legal discovery after filing a fraud report. I selected the play button. Mom's voice permeated the entire room. John, we already spent the first installment. If Ethan finds out, he'll go crazy. We need to paper this over. Can you help us create some kind of, legitimate explanation? Maybe a loan agreement or something. John Harris's reaction. Linda, this is fraud. I won't be a party to it. You need to tell Ethan the truth before this gets worse. Mom's voice returned. You don't understand. Sophia needed the file closed. Mom's expression was utterly devastated. I was trying to help your sister with my money. You have a good job. You don't need. That's not the point. The words came out more forcefully than I had intended. The point is that Grandpa gave me a gift, a life-changing gift. And you stole it before I even knew it existed. You forged legal documents. You lied to him. You lied to me. And you gave me a $250 check like it was some kind of generous gesture when you'd already taken everything. Sophia was weeping openly now. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I just needed the weddings in 6 months. And Nathan said we needed to make the right impression, and I panicked. So you stole from me. It wasn't like that. What was it like then, Sophia? Explain it to me. She couldn't. Nathan stood again, but this time with purpose. Lose my number, he said, Sophia. All of it. This family, this drama, whatever this is, I don't do this, he said as he left. The front door slammed. Sophia yelled after him. Actually yelled. Then she turned against me. Mascara smeared, and the face was blotchy. You just destroyed my entire life. You destroyed it yourself when you chose to steal. I hate you. She grabbed her coat and pocketbook. I hate you so much. She too fled. Her vehicle erupted to life in the driveway, the tires screaming as she drove away. Dad remained immobile through it all, looking at the wine stain that had spread across the tablecloth. Finally, he rose. I'm going to bed, he said to no one in particular. He walked upstairs. We heard the bedroom door close. 3 of us have now departed. Me, Mom, and Grandpa. Mom was trembling. She collapsed into a chair, hands over her face. I thought it would be okay. I thought you'd never find out. I thought you thought wrong. Grandfather stood up. His hands were firm now, and his face was set in an expression I hadn't seen before. Anger, betrayal, and grief. He took out his phone. Mom grabbed his arm. Dad, please. Please don't do this. Think about the family. Think about Sophia's future. Think about it. I am thinking about it, he added softly. I'm thinking about how I trusted you. How I called you before I made the transfer. Told you I wanted to help Ethan. Asked you to make sure he knew it was from me, that it came with love, and you took that trust and turned it into theft. Dad, he said as he flew away and called 911. Mom sank on her knees, hands clasped in prayer. Please, please don't do this. I'm your daughter. I made a mistake, please. This is George Carter at 847 Maple Drive in Bridgeport, Grandpa was saying by phone. I need to report a theft. Mom began weeping. The type of sobbing that makes your heart ache. Police came 18 minutes later. 2 cops, 1 elder and 1 younger. Officer Martin Chen has been with the force for 23 years, while Officer Rachel Kim has been there for 5 years. I had previously prepared a folder for them. All evidence is ordered chronologically. They sat at the dining table, the turkey cold, the candles burned to stubs, and went over everything slowly. Mr. Carter, Officer Chen asked Grandpa. Do you want to press charges? Yes. Are you certain this is your daughter? I'm certain. He stared at me. And you, Mr. Carter? Ethan, do you want to pursue this? I recalled Sophia's screams, Mom's tears, and Dad's abrupt departure. I reflected about Nathan's callous leaving, the wrecked holidays and shattered family, and the years of Thanksgiving dinners that would never happen again. Then I considered Grandpa's expression as he made the toast. The pride, the love, the fact that he had saved for years to be able to do something important for his grandkids. Yes, I answered. I want to pursue this. Officer Kim took notes. We'll need you both to come to the station tomorrow to file formal reports. We'll also need to coordinate with the bank and possibly the FBI since this involved wire fraud across state lines. Mom looked up, face blotchy and swollen. FBI, wire fraud is a federal crime, ma'am. She appeared to collapse in on herself. The cops left at 11 p.m. Mom had moved to the couch and curled up like a kid. I packed up my projector, laptop and evidence files. Grandpa led me to the door. Are you okay? I questioned him. He grinned sadly. Last night before you arrived, your mother told me she'd given you my check. She said you'd thanked her. Said you were grateful things weren't as tight as you'd feared. Said the $250 would really help with your rent. The manipulation was astounding. And I believed her, he added. Because why wouldn't I? She's my daughter. I raised her. I thought I knew her. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Don't be. You did the right thing. It's her choice to live with. He placed a hand on my shoulder. The same hand that taught me how to tie my shoes, cast a fishing line, shake hands firmly, and look people in the eyes. When you called and thanked me for $250 at dinner, he said gently. I almost let it go, almost convinced myself I was confused. My memory was faulty. Maybe I hadn't actually sent the full amount because it was easier than believing my own daughter would do this. He took a seat. But then I looked at your face and realized you were giving me the opportunity to see it, to truly see what they had done. You were saving me from spending the rest of my life as their idiot. My throat felt constricted. Last night you thanked me for $250, the man added. Tonight you proved you're worth more than any amount I could ever wire you. I held him tenderly because he was delicate, 87, and the strongest guy I'd ever met. I love you, Grandpa. I love you too, Ethan. Now go home. Get some sleep. I drove back to my hotel through the November rain. I checked my phone at a red light. Sophia left 17 missed calls. Mom left 6. And I ignored 4 voicemails. I blocked their numbers. The next morning, Grandpa and I went to the Bridgeport Police Department to submit formal reports and sign statements. Dylan Torres, an investigator with 11 years of experience in financial crimes, told us that the case will take months to establish, but it is strong. Power of attorney fraud, wire fraud, and possible conspiracy. The evidence you've compiled is better than most of what we see from professional investigators. I am a professional investigator, I said. Just usually for corporations, not family. How does it feel? He inquired. Going after your own family? I thought about it with justice. The repercussions were swift and widespread. By Monday the tale had leaked to local media, most likely through a police complaint or one of the family who witnessed the Thanksgiving incident. Family Thanksgiving ends in theft charges, reported the Bridgeport Courier. Sophia's firm, a boutique marketing business that emphasized ethical brand creation, fired her on Tuesday. I know because she left me a voicemail yelling about it. I did not listen to the entire thing. My parents' church, St. Matthew's Episcopal, where they had been members for 32 years, requested that they stand down from their volunteer roles on the fundraising committee. The official explanation given was that there was too much unfavorable attention. Nathan Cole updated his LinkedIn status to single and removed all images of Sophia. His firm website erased his bio for a week before reinstating it with no reference of his personal life. The bank investigation discovered that Dr. John Harris, the attorney Mom had contacted, had reported the discussion to the State Bar Ethics Hotline. There was evidence that he attempted to warn her off. That testimony helps to prove intent. In January, federal accusations were brought. Linda Carter faces charges of wire fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, and forgery. Sophia Carter, accessory after the fact, conspiracy. The FBI became interested because the wire transfer crossed state boundaries and utilized digital banking networks, which are subject to federal authority. I gave a 4-hour deposition at a federal facility in Hartford, going over every piece of evidence, database query, and screenshot. Emily Wilson, the assistant U.S. attorney prosecuting the case with 14 years of white-collar criminal experience, told me it was one of the cleanest fraud cases she'd seen. Most families who steal from one another conceal it better, she added. Or sometimes the victim lacks the necessary abilities to fully document the incident. You basically built our entire case for us. I do this for a living, I explained. Just usually not against my own family. She smiled sadly. How does that feel? The investigator asks the same question. The solution is the same as justice. The trial was scheduled for August. Mom's lawyer attempted to arrange a plea agreement. I refused to sign any arrangement that excluded prison time. Grandpa supported me. Mom eventually pled guilty to reduced charges, including 1 count of wire fraud and 1 count of forgery, and was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison, 3 years of supervised release, and full restitution of $55 million plus interest and penalties. Sophia pled guilty to conspiracy and received a 12-month sentence, 2 years of supervised release, and an order to return the engagement ring. It was sold by Nathan Cole the week following Thanksgiving. She had to purchase it back at auction for $30,000. Which she did not afford. She borrowed money from an aunt. The ring was then auctioned on the court's orders, with the earnings going toward reparation. Nathan Cole was never charged. Prosecutors couldn't show he knew the money had been taken, but everyone suspected he did. He relocated to Boston 6 months later. Dad petitioned for divorce in February. I cited irreconcilable disagreements and my spouse's illegal acts. The procedures were swift and unpleasant. He received the house. Mom received nothing. I haven't communicated with any of them since that Thanksgiving. I banned their phone numbers, emails, and accounts across all platforms. My father attempted to contact out twice through intermediaries, once through Grandpa, and once through my cousin Chloe. Both times, I declined. I didn't want to reconcile. I did not want apologies. I wanted them to learn that their actions had repercussions. That betrayal kills trust, and once shattered, it cannot be repaired. Grandpa and I now eat dinner once a month, generally via video call because Denver to Connecticut is a considerable distance. I occasionally travel out to sea. We do not talk about Mom or Sophia. We discuss his maps, his professional experiences, my job and my life. In March, he opened a new account and transferred another $550,000. This time, it arrived with a letter. Ethan, this is the gift I always intended to give you. Use it to buy a house, start a company, build something that matters. I know you'll do it right. Your mother asked me to do something wrong, and I was foolish enough to trust her. You showed me the truth even when it hurt. That's the mark of real integrity. Love, Grandpa. I purchased a home. 3-bedroom craftsman in a desirable Denver neighborhood, walking distance to a park. I now have a home office, a suitable workstation for my investigations. I occasionally consider establishing my own business, but Sentinel Tech treats me well, and I enjoy my work. The 2nd bedroom is for Grandpa to use when he visits. The 3rd is vacant. Perhaps one day it will not be. Last week, I received a handwritten letter from Sophia, 8 pages long, in a simple envelope with no address. It started, Ethan, I know you'll probably throw this away without reading it, but I have to try. What I did was unforgivable. I was selfish and desperate, and I didn't think about what I was stealing from you beyond just money. I read it all and then shredded it, seeing her words disintegrate into confetti. Some individuals believe that forgiving is honorable. Perhaps it is, but I am not interested in being noble. I am interested in becoming entire. And for me, completeness was removing the folks who attempted to chop me apart and sell the bits. They took my cash. They attempted to take Grandpa's present. They almost succeeded, but I left with something they couldn't take. My parents abandoned me to start over with my sister. 10 years later, they asked me for money after living their dream life. I blocked them forever. Hello everyone. I've been lurking here for a long and wasn't sure whether I should write this, but it's been weighing on me for several years. Maybe putting everything out there will help me make sense of everything. My name is Ethan, and I'm 25. But my narrative began years ago, when I was just 13. Back then, I believed my family was rather average. At least what I believed was usual. We weren't affluent, but we had a good house and clothes, and everything looked to be going well. Marianne and Daniel, my parents, acted as if nothing was wrong. Well, until it was. Then there was my sister Claire. Claire was the golden kid. You know the type. Teachers adored her. Her parents could not stop gushing about her. If she even sneezed, it was considered as a masterpiece. I was just Ethan. I wasn't a horrible child. But no matter what I did, I felt like background noise. Claire secured the fridge space for her sketches. I received a slap on the back and a, "That's nice, Ethan." And the truth is, I didn't resent Claire for it. It wasn't her fault that they treated her like a prize and me like I didn't matter. But it certainly made me feel insignificant. Anyway, the day everything came apart began very routinely. I was in my room, playing with some old action figures that I hadn't completely outgrown yet. Marianne then summoned me downstairs in that strange voice parents use when they're trying to appear calm, but you can tell something's up. I assumed I had left the milk out or forgotten to complete a task. When I came into the living room, Daniel and Marianne were seated on the couch, looking far too serious to be discussing milk. "Sit down, Ethan," Daniel said, motioning to the chair across from them. His tone was tight, as if this were a conference rather than a family talk. Marianne, on the other hand, was doing her best to be empathetic, but something felt odd. I sat down, confused. Marianne took a long breath and said, "Ethan, we need to talk about something important." My immediate impression was that someone had died. Perhaps it was a grandfather I scarcely knew. But then Daniel added, "We've had some financial difficulties, and we can't afford to care for you anymore." At first I thought I misheard him. "What do you mean you can't afford to take care of me? Am I some kind of subscription you're canceling?" I simply gazed at them, trying to absorb what he'd said. But Marianne kept going. "It is not your fault, sweetheart. We've been grappling with this for a long time and had to make a difficult decision. It's a difficult decision, right?" They made it sound as if they were considering which cable package to maintain, not whether or not to abandon their child. I inquired what they meant, hoping it wasn't what it sounded like. Marianne stated that they had found a foster home for me that was just temporary. She kept using the term temporary, as if it were intended to make me feel better. "Why can't Claire go to a foster home?" I blurted out. I was desperate to comprehend. Marianne's face grew icy for a short second before she responded. "Claire's in school, Ethan. She requires stability." "Stability? Like..." I didn't. Daniel interrupted me before I could say anything further. "This is not about picking one of you over the other. It comes down to what makes the most sense right now." I started weeping, and it wasn't the silent type. It was nasty. Full-fledged crying. Because how else would a 13-year-old respond when informed his parents are giving up on him? Marianne attempted to hug me, but I pushed her away. "Why are you doing this?" I asked again, but all they did was regurgitate the same scripted phrases about difficult decisions and financial troubles. The following day they prepared a tiny suitcase for me and transported me to the foster home. The journey there was peaceful. Not the type of silence where people are deep in concentration, but the kind where the tension is palpable in every breath. I continued gazing at them, expecting that one of them would crack, glance back at me and say, "This is a mistake, you're returning home." But they didn't. When we arrived at the home, I waited in the car for a bit, thinking they'd change their minds. Daniel turned back and whispered to Ethan, "Come on. Let's get this over with," as if it were a duty he merely wanted to cross off his to-do list. I stepped out of the car, carrying the duffel bag they'd prepared for me. The foster parents, Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, were standing at the entrance. They appeared pleasant, but I scarcely noticed them. All I could think about was the notion that my parents were ready to abandon me there. Marianne knelt in front of me and said, "We love you, Ethan. This isn't goodbye forever. Just give it some time, okay?" She kissed my forehead, but it didn't seem soothing. It seemed like someone was stamping our return label on me. Daniel shook my hand. He gave me a handshake rather than an embrace, as if I were a distant relative he knew little about. Then they were gone. I stood on the porch, watching their car disappear down the street, my chest feeling heavier by the second. I kept thinking, they'll come back. They have to come back. But they didn't. That night I replayed the day in my brain. What did I do wrong? Was I not good enough? Why Claire and not me? Those questions haunted me for months, and the worst part was that I didn't have any answers. All I had was their promise that this was only temporary, and even though I wanted to believe it, deep down, I had a gnawing feeling that I'd never see them again. Looking back, I realized that was the moment everything changed. It wasn't just that they were leaving. It was the way they left, as if I were some burden they were relieved to be rid of. But at 13, I didn't have the words to process that. All I knew was that my parents had driven away and I was alone. Over the next few days, the Thompsons tried to make me feel at home. Mrs. Thompson made pancakes for breakfast every morning. Despite their efforts, I wasn't ready to trust them or anyone else. My parents had promised me that this was only temporary, so I clung to that like a lifeline. I kept telling myself that they'd call, explain everything, and I'd be back home before I knew it. But days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into years, and not a single word from them. It wasn't until I returned to school that the reality of my situation began to sink in. Kids at school noticed I was new and asked me all kinds of questions, like where I was from and why I moved here, and I didn't have the energy to explain the truth. So I made up vague answers like, "Oh, my parents are working in another state for a while." Even saying those words felt bitter in my mouth. One afternoon after school, I was sitting in the Thompsons' living room, scrolling through my phone and avoiding homework, when I made the mistake of looking up my parents online. I didn't know what I was looking for, maybe just a sign that they were still thinking about me, but what I found knocked the wind out of me. They were smiling on a beach, the ocean behind them, looking happier than I'd ever seen them, with the caption, "Finally living our dream life." My stomach churned as I scrolled through their posts, picture after picture of tropical vacations, fancy dinners, and of course, Claire, who was in nearly every photo, usually front and center, with captions like, "Our amazing daughter." It was as if I didn't exist, and the more I scrolled, the angrier I became. They told me they couldn't afford to keep me, but here they were living like influencers, and Claire, who wasn't in foster care like me, was still with them, smiling for the camera as if everything was perfect. I felt like my head was spinning. They hadn't just abandoned me, they'd erased me. What hit me the hardest wasn't just the pictures, but the travel blog. They had a whole blog where they detailed their journey to freedom, and they wrote about how letting go of material possessions, aka me, had given them clarity. I scrolled down to comments, and this time something stood out. A comment from an account with no profile picture, which read, "Must be nice running away and leaving everything behind. Hope it doesn't catch up to you." I frowned. The words felt sharp, as if they were meant to cut through whatever shiny image Daniel and Marianne were attempting to project. My mind raced. What did the commenter mean by leaving everything behind? Were they talking about me, or something else entirely? I clicked on the comment, but the account was private, and their profile picture was just a blank gray circle. I scrolled down the page, looking for more. Someone else had written in another photo, one of Marianne holding a tropical drink. Guess skipping town was worth it after all. My chest tightened as I stared at the words. Why would someone say that? I scrolled through more comments, but there was nothing else as pointed as those two. Most people were congratulating them, telling them how inspiring their lifestyle was, and I couldn't let it go. Were those comments random trolls, or did they know something I didn't? Daniel and Marianne weren't strangers to lying. They had told me they couldn't afford to care for me, but clearly that wasn't true. Was there more to it? The questions swirled in my head and I couldn't stop thinking about them. But what could I do? I didn't have access to their past or secrets, so all I could do was stew over those cryptic words and wonder what else they were hiding. I closed my laptop, my hands shaking. It wasn't just the lies they'd told me. It was about the fact that they didn't even feel guilty. They were out there living their best lives, and I was here trying to figure out how to live without them. That night at dinner, the Thompsons noticed something was off, and I wasn't exactly subtle about my mood. "You okay, Ethan?" Mr. Thompson asked, setting his fork down. "Yeah," I mumbled, not wanting to get into it. But Mrs. Thompson wasn't the type to let things slide. "You don't have to tell us if you're not ready, but if something's bothering you, we're here," she said gently. I looked at them. These people who barely knew me but seemed to care more than my own parents ever did. And for some reason, I broke. I told them everything. The blog. The pictures. The captions. I expected them to tell me to stop looking or that it didn't matter. But they didn't. Mrs. Thompson just listened, her eyes full of that quiet sympathy I was still getting used to. Mr. Thompson, on the other hand, looked angry. "You have every right to be angry," he said, leaning forward. "What they did to you, that's not on you. That's on them. And don't let anyone make you think otherwise." It wasn't a big speech, but it hit me. For the first time, someone was admitting that what had happened wasn't my fault. Over the next few weeks I began to adjust more to life with the Thompsons. They weren't perfect, but they were consistent. They asked me about my day, helped me with my homework, and encouraged me to try new things. I even began to open up at school, joining a couple of clubs and making friends. However, my resentment toward my parents didn't go away. In fact, it grew stronger. I knew one thing. I wasn't going to let their decision define me, so I started joining clubs at school, not because I suddenly wanted to be the most social kid on the planet, but because I needed to stay busy. I signed up for the debate team first, figuring I was already used to arguing. Thanks, Daniel and Marianne. So why not put that to use? It turned out, I was pretty good at it. Mr. Thompson had been hinting for weeks that I might enjoy some spending money, so I caved and applied for a part-time job at a local bookstore. It wasn't glamorous, but I loved being surrounded by books, and people who actually wanted to talk about them. It also gave me a taste of independence. When I told Lucas about my parents, he just nodded and said, "That's messed up, man. Want to play video games?" One afternoon, I came home from school to find the house unusually quiet. Every paycheck felt like a step toward creating a future that was mine and mine alone. Normally, Mrs. Thompson would be in the kitchen humming along to some oldies playlist while Mr. Thompson tinkered with something in the garage, but this time, I heard hushed voices coming from the dining room, so I paused in the hallway, just out of sight, straining to hear. "Should we tell him?" Mrs. Thompson asked, her voice low and uncertain. "He has a right to know," Mr. Thompson responded. "If it's about him, we can't keep it a secret. It'll just upset him. He's doing so well right now," she argued. I took a step closer. What were they talking about? "We should at least wait until we know more," Mrs. Thompson continued. "This letter doesn't explain much. It could be nothing." I leaned against the wall, my heart pounding. A letter about me? Before I could figure out how to ask without sounding like I was eavesdropping, Mr. Thompson sighed. "Fine, we'll wait. But if they contact us again, we have to come clean." I heard footsteps heading toward the living room and quickly ducked into the kitchen, pretending I had just walked in. Mrs. Thompson smiled when she saw me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Later that night, after everyone was sleeping, I sneaked into the dining room. I knew I shouldn't spy, but I couldn't help myself. On the table was a stack of mail, and toward the bottom, I discovered an envelope with my name on it, which I feared to take up. The return address was from a legal office. My stomach turned as I opened it, scanning the first few lines. "To whom it may concern, this is a notice regarding unresolved debts associated with Daniel and Marianne. As Ethan's listed guardians, we request any relevant documentation regarding the family's financial situation during—" I stopped reading, my hands shaking. Debts. Was this what Daniel and Marianne had been running from? Had they dumped me not because they couldn't afford me but because they couldn't face their own mistakes? I stuffed the letter back into the envelope and placed it back on the stack, pretending I hadn't touched it. My mind was racing, and I didn't know what to do with this information. But one thing was certain. Daniel and Marianne had been lying about more than just their financial struggles. By the time I was 17, things were starting to click. I'd been working hard in school, balancing my job and extracurriculars, and it was paying off. My grades were solid and my debate coach told me I had a good chance of getting a scholarship. That was the first time I allowed myself to imagine a future without my parents or their baggage, and it felt good, even liberating. Then the scholarship became real, and I still remember the day I received the letter. I'd applied on a whim, thinking there was no way I'd actually get it, and when I opened the envelope and saw the words "full ride," I couldn't believe it. I ran downstairs to show the Thompsons, who were practically glowing with pride. Mrs. Thompson hugged me so tight, and Mr. Thompson kept saying, "I knew it. I knew you could do it." That night, I decided to share the news on social media. I wasn't big on sharing personal things, but this felt like a moment worth celebrating. I wrote something short and sweet about how hard work pays off and how grateful I was for the support I'd gotten. The comments started rolling in almost immediately. Friends from school, teachers, even random classmates I barely knew. But there was one comment that made my stomach drop. "We're so proud of you, Ethan. Let's reconnect soon." After everything, I was proud of myself. I stared at the comment for what felt like an eternity, my anger bubbling up again. It wasn't just that they commented, it was how casually they said it, as if we were just distant relatives who'd lost touch, not parents who had completely abandoned their son. I didn't respond. What could I say? Instead, I deleted the comment and blocked them both, realizing that I didn't need their approval or guilt trips. The scholarship gave me a new sense of purpose, and I threw myself even harder into my studies, determined to prove to myself, and perhaps to them, that I could succeed without their help. Mr. Thompson began teaching me financial literacy, which I found fascinating. He taught me how to save, budget, and set long-term goals. It wasn't glamorous, but it was practical, and it gave me a sense of control that I'd never had before. With their encouragement, I began tutoring younger students after school. It wasn't something I'd ever seen myself doing, but it turned out I had a knack for explaining things in a way that made sense, and it felt good to help kids who were struggling, especially since I knew what it was like to feel left behind. During one of our tutoring sessions, Lucas asked me what my ultimate goal was. Like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? He asked, leaning back in his chair as if it were the most casual question in the world. I thought about it for a second before answering. I just want to be stable, like have my own place, my own life, and not feel like I'm relying on anyone else. That's solid, he said with a grin. But don't forget to have some fun along the way. Lucas's words stuck with me, and I realized I'd been so focused on proving myself that I hadn't left much room for anything else. So, I made a promise to myself to find a balance, and I kept working hard, but I also started saying yes to things I'd normally avoid, like game nights with friends, spontaneous road trips, or even just hanging out at the park on a lazy Sunday. It wasn't much, but it reminded me that life didn't have to be all grind and no joy. By the end of that year, I felt like a completely different person. I wasn't just surviving, but thriving. The Thompsons had become my rock, Lucas was like a brother, and I finally felt like I was on my own path. My parents' absence still hurt at times, but it didn't define me. In fact, it inspired me to keep going. Then came graduation day, which was supposed to be the culmination of everything I'd worked for. It was the day I'd finally be able to stand up in front of everyone who supported me and say, I made it. The weeks leading up to graduation were a blur. I barely had time to think. The Thompsons were buzzing with excitement, making plans for a small celebration at their house afterward. Even Lucas, who normally shrugged off anything sentimental, seemed genuinely excited for me. I remember the morning of graduation like it was yesterday. My mind was racing with thoughts about everything it had taken to get here. From the moment my parents left me on the Thompsons' porch, to all the nights I stayed up studying just to prove to myself I could do it. Mrs. Thompson had ironed my graduation gown the night before, leaving it hanging on my bedroom door with a little note that said, "So proud of you, Ethan." I smiled when I saw it, and it wasn't just the note. When my name was called, I walked across the platform to get my diploma, and for a brief moment, it felt like time had frozen. They were no longer simply foster parents. They were my true family. After the ceremony, we gathered outside to take pictures. The Thompsons were beaming, and Lucas was making dumb jokes about how my diploma was probably written in crayon. The crowd was cheering, and I could hear the Thompsons and Lucas shouting my name like I was a rock star. Claire had even shown up, which was surprising because she usually kept to herself. My world seemed to be perfect until I saw Daniel and Marianne standing at the edge of the crowd. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I hadn't seen them in years, and I hadn't invited them. But there they were, dressed like they'd just walked off a cruise ship, scanning the crowd as if they were looking for something or someone. I tried to ignore them, hoping they'd leave once they realized I wasn't going to acknowledge them. But Daniel caught my eye, and before I could turn away, he started walking toward me, dragging Marianne along behind. My chest tightened as they approached, their faces plastered with fake smiles. "Ethan," Marianne said, her voice way too chipper for someone who abandoned their kid. "You look so grown up." Daniel clapped me on the shoulder like we were old friends catching up. "We're so proud of you, son. This is such a big day for all of us." I laughed at the audacity of that statement. I stared at them, unsure whether I should scream, cry, or walk away. The Thompsons and Lucas were standing a few feet away, clearly perplexed but unwilling to intervene. "What are you doing here?" I asked, keeping my voice steady despite my shaking hands. "We came to celebrate with you," Daniel said, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. "We've made mistakes, Ethan, but we always wanted the best for you," Marianne chimed in, her voice dripping with faux sincerity. "We've missed you so much. We thought this would be the perfect time to reconnect as a family." "You don't get to call yourselves my family," I said. "You abandoned me. You left me with strangers and didn't even bother to check if I was okay. And now you want to show up as if none of that happened." Marianne's smile faltered, and Daniel's face turned red. "That's not fair, Ethan," Daniel said, trying to keep his voice calm. "We did what we thought was best for everyone." "Best for everyone?" I shot back. "You mean best for you. Don't stand here and act like you did this for me. You were living your dream life while I was trying to figure out how to survive without you." By now people were starting to notice and the Thompsons stepped closer, their faces a mix of concern and anger. Claire surprised me the most, walking right up to Daniel and Marianne and saying, "You don't get to ruin this for him, you've done enough." It was the first time I'd ever seen her stand up to them, and I couldn't have been more proud of her. Daniel tried to argue, but Marianne tugged on his arm, whispering something about causing a scene. They both looked at me one last time, their faces a mix of frustration and pity, before turning and walking away. The Thompsons were quick to jump in, wrapping me in a hug and reminding me that today was about my accomplishments, not their drama. Lucas handed me a tissue, muttering something about how I should charge them for emotional damages, which actually made me laugh. The rest of the day was a blur. We returned to the Thompsons' house, where they had decorated the backyard with streamers and balloons. And for a few hours, I let myself forget about Daniel and Marianne and just enjoy being surrounded by the people who truly mattered. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I sat on the porch with Claire, and she looked at me and said, "I'm sorry for everything. I didn't see it before. But you were right. They manipulated us while they only care about themselves." I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. We sat there in silence for a while, and I felt Claire and I were on the same page, which was enough. That day wasn't just about graduation. It was about finally standing up for myself and cutting ties with the people who had tried to drag me down. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. But I knew my parents weren't done yet. Their sudden contact with me, the way they insisted on coming back into my life after all these years, made me feel something was off, and I couldn't have been more right. 10 days after graduation, I received an email from Marianne, which I initially mistook for an apology, but deep down I knew better. It was long, full of half-truths and excuses. She wrote about how difficult things had been for them, how they'd made mistakes but always had my best interests at heart. Then she hit me with, "We hope we can move past this and reconnect as a family. You're doing so well, and we're proud of you. Maybe you could help us out during this tough time." Claire had been keeping an eye on them, more out of curiosity than anything else. I didn't respond to their email and blocked their address, but the anger lingered like an unwelcome guest. They had the audacity to ask for my assistance after everything they had done, or had not done. She told me about their most recent antics. They had spent all of their resources attempting to preserve the illusion of their dream life, which they couldn't afford, and their travel blog had failed, leaving them with nothing but debt and terrible credit. They had sold most of their belongings and were couch surfing with distant relatives who, according to Claire, were losing patience with them. "They're a mess," Claire said one night during a call. "But they're still blaming you for everything. They think if you just forgive them, everything would magically fix itself." "Forgive them for what? Making me homeless at 13? I snapped, the bitterness coming through in my voice. Claire sighed. "I'm not saying they're right, Ethan. I'm just telling you what they're saying. Their downfall wasn't something I celebrated, but I couldn't say I felt bad for them either. They made their choices, and now they're dealing with the consequences." Meanwhile, my life was moving on. One afternoon, I received a notification on my phone that left me speechless. Daniel and Marianne had found me on LinkedIn and left a comment on a post I'd made about my upcoming scholarship. "We're so proud of you, Ethan. Let's catch up soon." It was almost identical to the comment they'd left on my graduation post, and I had no idea they knew how LinkedIn worked. I blocked them right away, but it wasn't enough. They began contacting individuals in my network, including co-workers, instructors, and even the Thompsons. The messages were all the same, a combination of guilt-tripping and plain falsehoods about how I'd abandoned them. One of the messages reached my employer at the bookstore, who drew me aside one day to ask what was up. "Look, I don't want to pry," she said, "but someone claiming to be your parents sent us an email. It was weird." I was mortified. "I'm so sorry," I said. "They're not really part of my life. I'll handle it." To her credit, my boss didn't press me for details. She simply nodded and said, "Well, if they bother us again, let me know. We've got your back." That was a relief, but it also made me realize how far Daniel and Marianne were willing to go. It wasn't enough for them to infiltrate my personal life. They were also attempting to sabotage my professional one. Claire stepped in around this time, posting a public statement on her social media calling them out. She didn't hold back, detailing how they'd abandoned both of us and refused to take responsibility for their actions. "Ethan and I have worked hard to rebuild our lives without their support," she wrote, "and we don't owe them anything." Her post went viral, with thousands of people commenting and showing support. While seeing so many strangers siding with us was validating, it also escalated the situation. Daniel and Marianne began to lash out, posting their own dramatic rants about how we were ungrateful and how they had sacrificed so much for us. Their posts were full of half-truths and outright lies, but the more they talked, the more people saw through them. Then Claire called me, her voice unusually excited. "You remember that old storage unit they had? Turns out they stopped paying for it, and the landlord let me grab a few things before clearing it out." An hour later, she arrived at my place with a battered cardboard box. "You need to see this," she said, dropping it on the table. Inside, I found a folder stuffed with paperwork, unpaid bills, foreclosure notices, and letters from collections agencies. As I flipped through them, my stomach sank. They were living way beyond their means, Claire said bitterly. Failed businesses, maxed out credit cards. Looks like they ran instead of facing it. Near the bottom of the stack, a letter from their lawyer caught my eye. It mentioned restructuring finances and reducing dependents to streamline expenses. My name was right there, listed like a liability, and I slammed the folder shut, my hands shaking. "They didn't leave because they couldn't afford me," I said quietly. "They left because it was easier than cleaning up their mess." Claire paused for a moment before saying, "I thought you deserved to know." "Thanks," I muttered. After she left, I stared at the folder, torn between burning it and keeping it as proof. In the end, I kept it, not for them, but for myself. By the time I started college, their reputation was in shambles. People were reporting their crowdfunding campaigns as fraudulent, and even the relatives they'd been staying with had kicked them out. Claire reported that they were still clinging to the idea that I owed them something. But I was thriving. College was everything I had hoped for, and I was determined to make the most of my scholarship. I also started a small side hustle, teaching financial literacy workshops on campus. It was nothing fancy, but it felt good to give back, especially given how much the Thompsons had taught me about money management. One day during my third semester, I received a call from Claire. "You're not going to believe this," she said, her tone equal parts frustration and disbelief. "They showed up at my apartment." "What?" I asked, my chest tightening. "They were crying, Ethan, begging me to convince you to talk to them. They said they're desperate." I sighed, rubbing my temples. "What did you say?" "I told them to leave. I said if they showed up again, I'd call the police." I didn't know whether to be angry or relieved. Part of me hated that they were still trying to drag Claire into their mess. Of course, Daniel and Marianne weren't done with me, and I was proud of her for standing her ground. She'd come a long way from the quiet girl who used to avoid conflict at all costs. I didn't owe them my forgiveness, money, or time. What I owed was to myself to continue building the life I desired, free of their influence. They weren't the type of people to let go, especially if they thought there was something in it for them. It began with the calls, random numbers popping up on my phone at all hours of the day, which I usually ignored, but one day I made the mistake of answering. It was my Aunt Diane, a relative I hadn't spoken to in years. She didn't waste any time. "Ethan, what is wrong with you?" she snapped before I could even say hello. "Excuse me," I said, completely taken aback. "Your parents are struggling, living in their car, and you're just ignoring them like they don't exist. They're your family, Ethan. You owe them at least a little kindness." I bit back the urge to laugh. Kindness? Did they show me kindness when they dropped me off at a foster home and never looked back? Did they show me kindness when they abandoned me at 13? Diane huffed, clearly not expecting me to push back. "They were doing what they thought was best. People make mistakes, Ethan. You're being heartless." I hung up. I wasn't going to waste my energy justifying myself to someone who plainly had no clue what I'd been through, or worse, didn't care. Over the following several weeks, similar calls came in from distant cousins, most of whom hadn't contacted me in years. It was the same script every time. I was the ungrateful son, the selfish one who couldn't forgive his poor parents. What none of them seemed to understand was that Daniel and Marianne weren't just bad parents. They were toxic, manipulative, and completely unwilling to accept responsibility for their actions. Helping them would only drag me back into the mess I'd worked so hard to get out of. When the phone calls didn't work, Daniel and Marianne took things to the next level. One day, I received an email from a lawyer representing them, with the subject line, "Notice of Intent to Pursue Financial Support." I opened it, skimming the legal jargon, which boiled down to this. They were suing me for financial abandonment. According to the email, they believed I was obligated to support them now that I was successful. It was laughable. First of all, I wasn't a millionaire. Sure, I was doing well, but I was still in the early stages of my career. Second, I'd been in foster care. Legally, I owed them nothing. I forwarded the email to a lawyer the Thompsons had connected me with, who assured me it was an empty threat. They don't have a case, she said. They're trying to scare you into giving them money. Don't engage. It was good advice, but it still left a bad taste in my mouth. The idea that they could twist the story, that they could make me look like the bad guy after everything they'd done, felt like salt in the wound. My financial literacy workshops, which had begun as a side hustle, had grown into a full-fledged organization, assisting young adults across the country in learning how to manage their money and build their futures. Rather than stewing over it, I poured my energy into my work. I had collaborated with nonprofits, schools, and even some well-known companies. When I received an email from a producer who had heard about my story through one of my nonprofit partners and wanted to feature me in a series about resilience, I was initially hesitant. After discussing it with the Thompsons and Claire, I decided to go for it. If sharing my story could make even one foster child feel less alone, it would be worthwhile. The filming process was surreal, and they asked if I wanted to include anything about Daniel and Marianne. I thought about it for a long time before deciding to mention them briefly, not to shame them, but to provide context for my journey. They made their choices, I said during one of the interviews, and those choices shaped me in ways I never expected, but they don't define me. My life now, the family I've built, the work I do, that's what matters. But during one of the filming breaks, the producer drew me aside, appearing uneasy. "Hey Ethan," she began. "We found something during our research. It's about your parents. Are you okay hearing it?" I arched an eyebrow. At this point, I'm not sure anything could surprise me, but go ahead. She took a deep breath before continuing. It turns out they were evicted after defaulting on several loans. There's also a history of unpaid bills, and this is where it gets messy, potential fraud accusations. It looks like they skipped town to avoid legal trouble. I stared at her. Fraud accusations? The words felt heavy, like they were sinking in slow motion. She nodded. It wasn't major, at least not on the surface, but there's a pattern. Failed business ventures, sketchy credit card activity, and attempts to secure loans they couldn't repay. They left a lot of people hanging. The anger I thought I'd buried flared up again. They weren't just selfish. They were actively screwing people over and fleeing when it caught up with them. The producer gave me a sympathetic smile. It seems that way. I thought you should know in case it comes up later. I nodded, though my head was whirling. Their lies had always felt personal, as if they were all about me, but knowing they'd left a trail of damage behind them made it much worse. When the documentary premiered, people who had grown up in similar situations flooded in to thank me for sharing my story, and some even said it gave them hope. Everything about them confirmed my suspicion that they had abandoned me because it was convenient, a way to cut their losses and start over. Daniel and Marianne tried to use the documentary to their advantage, posting long dramatic rants on social media about how I'd painted them as villains and how they were the true victims, but it didn't work. In fact, it backfired. People who saw the documentary started calling them out, pointing out the holes in their stories and questioning their motives. Their attempts to regain sympathy only solidified their reputation as manipulative and selfish. In the meantime, I bought my first home, a cozy place in a quiet neighborhood where I could finally feel like I belonged. I invited the Thompsons and Claire over for a housewarming dinner, and we spent the night laughing, eating too much, and reminiscing about how far we'd come. Claire was also thriving, having graduated from college and starting her own career, free of the shadow of Daniel and Marianne. To be honest, I don't regret my decisions. At the end of the day, family isn't about blood. It's about who shows up, who stays, and who helps you become the best version of yourself. It wasn't easy to let go of Daniel and Marianne, but it was necessary. My success came from the Thompsons, Claire, and the family I built. And the family I picked exceeded all of my expectations. My mom pressured me to satisfy my sister's crazy demands, but I refused to let them ruin my career. So, I exposed her lies in front of 180 guests. My sister Jessica destroyed my Juilliard audition when I was 16. She was 20 years old and already a family favorite. The night before my audition, she informed our parents that I had been sneaking out to parties. Complete falsehood. Mom grounded me, confiscated my vehicle keys, and told me I could get the bus to the audition in the morning. Except she neglected to leave the bus money. I arrived at the audition site 1 hour and 45 minutes late, having walked the 7 kilometers. They would not let me perform. That scholarship was my only chance at music school. Mom blamed me for being reckless. Jessica merely shrugged, saying it may be a hint that I should pursue a more realistic job. I ended up attending community college and working 3 jobs to pay for vocal training on the side. But here's the thing about beginning from the bottom. You learn how to battle for every chance. I spent 6 years grinding. Singing at weddings for $150, recording demos in dubious studios, and teaching kids music at the YMCA. Every week I upload covers on YouTube. Nothing fancy, just myself and a keyboard in my flat. One of the covers went viral. 3.5 million views in 1 month. A talent scout reached out. Suddenly I'm singing backup for real touring musicians. Subsequently I do my own modest venues and subsequently larger ones. Last year I signed with an actual label. My debut record is released next month. The advance totaled $350,000. I purchased a home. Meanwhile Jessica became just what our parents desired. Dental degree, suburban home, 2 children, and a spouse who runs a bank. She received $75,000 from our parents for her wedding. They handed me a $60 gift card. I didn't complain. Instead, I continued to advance in my job. I haven't been to a family gathering in 3 years. Jessica never phoned to congratulate me on my record contract. Neither did Mom. Then 2 months ago, I underwent vocal cord surgery. Polyps resulting from years of usage. The doctor advised me to refrain from singing for at least 10 weeks, or risk permanently damaging my voice. I'm 8 weeks into my rehabilitation. Cannot even hum without discomfort. I announced it publicly so that my followers would understand why I'm not performing. I received thousands of sympathetic responses, not a member of the family. Then last week, Jessica called. This is the first time I've heard from her in literally 18 months. Does not inquire about my operation. Doesn't inquire about my record. She's pursuing an MBA, and the graduation celebration is coming month. She asks me to sing a certain song. She wants me to sing her favorite song, which went viral, in front of the entire class. It would mean a lot to have my renowned sister perform. She recalls. I reminded her that I had just had surgery. Can't sing for at least another month. She chuckled. Come on, 1 song will not hurt. You always sing for strangers, but never for your own sister. I said that I am physically unable to sing right now. Doctor's orders. She said I was being selfish and envious of her accomplishments. Mom called an hour later. Your sister worked really hard for this degree, the least you can do is help her. I informed her about the procedure again. She suggested I was exaggerating and that I could easily handle 1 song if I really wanted to. Jessica had already informed her pals that I would be performing, that my tough behavior was humiliating to the family. The calls have not ceased. Every day, Mom, Jessica, and Jessica's husband James, merely lip sync if necessary. Take some throat lozenges. Stop penalizing Jessica for her achievements. That entitlement was ridiculous. They asked me to jeopardize my entire career, voice and livelihood for Jessica's party. The same sister who ruined my chances at music school. Yesterday, I had had enough. I phoned my friend Alex, who is also my manager. I told him I wanted him to accompany me to handle some family business. He is aware of my previous interactions with them. Didn't even hesitate. We drove for 5.5 hours to Jessica's city. The graduation party occurred today. A very posh country club. Probably costs $18,000. We stepped in right as Jessica was delivering a statement about her journey and successes. She noticed me and her face brightened up. Actually informed everyone that her sister, a music artist, was arrived to play. The whole audience turned to stare at me. 180 individuals, including her classmates, professors, husbands, and co-workers. Mom was grinning, as if she'd planned the entire affair. I stepped directly to the microphone. Jessica handed it to me while immediately opening up the background track on her phone. Thank you, Jessica, I replied, my voice resonating over the speakers. But I won't be singing for your events today or ever. See, when someone sabotages your Juilliard audition at 16, pretends to have you grounded the night before, and costs you your only opportunity at music school, you learn not to give up your profession for others. Congratulations on your MBA, she said, her face devoid of color. Especially when they demand you sing 8 weeks after vocal surgery, which could end your career if you further damage it. Mom approached me and smacked me hard. The security officer intervened before Mom could swing again. Alex grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the microphone. The entire country club became quiet. 180 people are gazing at us. Jessica's face went from white to crimson red. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I could hear her MBA classmates talking to one another. One of them had their phone up and recording. Ethan maintained his hand on my shoulder and escorted me to the exit. My legs shook, but I continued going. As we passed, the crowd separated. Someone gave a gasp. A woman placed her palm over her lips. Jessica's husband, James, stood still at the bar, his glass halfway to his lips. Mom was hollering something behind us, but Ethan refused to let me stop. We pushed through the double doors and entered the lobby. The country club manager stood there, puzzled. Ethan did not slow down. He took me straight through the front entrance and into the parking lot. The frigid air touched my face, and my hands began to shake. Really shaky. It seemed like I had no control over them. Ethan unlocks his car and opens the passenger door. When I got in, my entire body began to tremble. He shut the door and dashed around to the driver's side. My phone vibrated in my handbag. The humming continued unabated. Ethan leaned over and grabbed my handbag. He took out my phone and switched it off. The screen became dark. He gave me a water bottle from the cup holder. I attempted to open it, but my hands were too shaky. He returned it and opened it for me. I sipped water. Mom smacked me on the face and it stung. The skin felt hot and tight. Ethan started his car and drove out of the parking area. Looking back, I saw the country club building. People were exiting the front doors. Jessica stood there, arms folded. Mom stood next to her, pointing to Ethan's car. We drove into the main road and they vanished from sight. Ethan drove for 4.5 hours before we exchanged any words. I glanced out the window, watching the highway signs pass past. Trees, buildings, and gasoline stations. My face still ached. Despite the fact that I had not attempted to speak or sing, my throat felt constricted. Ethan kept looking over at me every few minutes to make sure I was okay. The sun started to set, and the sky turned orange and pink. I pondered about what I had just done. Standing in front of all those people, telling them what Jessica and Mom did. Years of being quiet and accepting it. And now everyone knows. Jessica's classmates knew. Her instructors knew. Friends at her husband's workplace were aware. After all this time, I finally spoke my truth. But my face stung, and I could already envision the calls, messages, voicemails, Mom yelling at me, and Jessica calling me terrible names. Dad would probably not call at all, as he always does. Ethan leaned across, gripped my hand briefly, and then returned his hand to the wheel. The roadway stretched out ahead of us. We still had 4.5 hours to go till we arrived home. We stopped at a rest station halfway home. Ethan needed petrol, and I wanted to use the restroom. My legs felt tight from sitting. I entered the rest stop building. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead. The bathroom was vacant. I walked inside a stall, then emerged to wash my hands. That was when I noticed my reflection in the mirror. My left cheek was covered with a crimson mark. Bright crimson, as if someone had painted it there. The margins began to turn purple, like a bruise. I touched it softly and winced. It stung harder than I expected. The door opened, and an older woman entered. She looked at me and her gaze went right to my cheek. Her demeanor shifted, indicating concern and worry. I glanced aside and wiped my hands. Ethan was waiting outside the restroom. He observed my expression and his jaw clenched. He took out his phone and held it up. I didn't understand at first, so he pointed to my cheek. He wanted to take pictures, documents, and evidence. I nodded. He shot 3 photographs from various perspectives. The flash caused me to blink. He placed his phone aside without explaining why he needed the images. We both knew, just in case. We got back in our car and drove the rest of the way home. Ethan drove into my driveway around midnight. The home was dark. I left in such a haste yesterday that I failed to turn on any lights. Ethan shut off the engine but didn't move to exit. He gazed at me in the faint light of the street lamp. He told me he was staying in the guest room. Didn't ask. Just told me. I was thankful. The energy from the party was wearing off and I felt lethargic and heavy, like if my body weighted twice as much as usual. We went inside, and I showed Ethan where the guest room was. The bed was already made up with fresh linens from his previous visit. He said goodnight and closed the door. I walked to my room and sat on the side of the bed. I was still wearing the same outfit I had worn to the party. My phone was still turned off in my handbag. I did not switch it back on. I didn't want to view the texts yet. My cheeks throbbed. I touched it again, and agony raced through my jaw. I stood up and peered at my bathroom mirror. The bruising appeared worse now. Darker purple is creeping over my cheekbones. I took off my dress and changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt. I washed my face gently around the bruising. I brushed my teeth. Went to bed. But I could not sleep. Just looked at the ceiling, reflecting on what I'd done. What happens next? What this meant for my family, my work, and everything. I awoke to sunshine shining through my bedroom window. My phone was still off. I switched it on and waited for it to start up. The screen lighted up and alerts began to flow in. Missed calls, text messages, and voicemail. The numbers continued increasing. 42 missed calls. Most of the numbers I didn't recognize. Others came from Jessica. Others from Mom. And others from James. I opened my texts. Jessica had sent me a lengthy message at 2 a.m. She called me every awful thing she could think of, calling me envious, bitter, and pitiful, claiming I wrecked her wonderful day because I couldn't bear watching her succeed, that I was a loser who blamed everyone else for my problems, and that I should be ashamed of myself. I erased it before completing. Mom left a voicemail. I played it via the speaker. Her tone was chilly and aggressive. Said I was no longer welcome at family gatherings. That I embarrassed them in the presence of significant people. Jessica worked hard for her MBA, and I couldn't even be supportive for a single day, that she was embarrassed to call me her daughter. The voicemail has finished. I sat there, holding my phone. My cheek still aches. The bruising probably seemed worse today. I got up and walked into the kitchen. Ethan was already preparing breakfast. Eggs with toast. Coffee is brewing in the pot. He glanced up as I walked in and asked how I slept. I told him, "Not great." He nodded as if he anticipated it. He poured me a cup of coffee. We sat at the kitchen table, eating. I showed him some of the communications, including Jessica's SMS and Mom's voicemail. He read them attentively. His face hardened when he finished. He stated, "We should document everything, save all the messages, keep photos of my bruise." The slap occurred in front of 180 witnesses. We had documentation if things grew worse or if they did something legally. I wasn't sure I wanted to go that road. Taking legal action against my own mother seemed awful, despite everything. But Alex suggested we should be ready just in case. Keep everything recorded and organized. I agreed. We spent the following hour screenshotting communications and organizing data, putting together a calendar of events, and writing down what happened at the party while it was still fresh in my mind. Ethan was thorough and professional. This explains why he was such an effective boss. My phone rang at 9 a.m., unknown number. I nearly didn't respond, but Ethan nodded at me. I heard a professional-sounding female voice. She introduced herself as Sophie, my publicist. I had forgotten that the label appointed me a publicist last month. We had just chatted once. She inquired whether I had noticed what was going on online. I said no. She informed me that a video of the encounter was circulating. Someone at the party recorded the entire affair. I'm at the microphone, telling everyone what Jessica did. Mom slapped me, and Alex pulled me away. The video was released last night and has already received thousands of views and thousands of shares. People were commenting and discussing it. Sophie said she was coming over to discuss damage management. They asked for my address. I handed it to her. She said she will be there in 2 hours. The call has ended. Ethan and I stared at each other. A video. Of course, someone recorded it. Everyone has their phones out at parties now, documenting everything. I felt nauseous. Not because I regretted what I had spoken, but because it was now permanent. There will be no returns. There is no use in pretending it never happened. Sophie arrived precisely 2 hours later. She was younger than I imagined, maybe 30. Dressed professionally with a blazer and excellent pants. She had a laptop bag over her shoulder. Ethan welcomed her in, and we sat in my living room. She opened her laptop, pulled up the video, and asked if I wanted to see it. I said yes. She turned the screen toward me and hit the play button. There I was, coming up to the microphone. Jessica handed it to me with a wide smile. Then my voice came through the speakers, informing everyone about the Juilliard audition, the sabotage, the operation, and the danger I was taking with my career. The camera shook slightly but got everything. Jessica's cheeks turned pale. Mom is walking toward me. A smack. The boom resonated across my peaceful living room. Alex is tugging me back. The audience reacts. Gasps and whispers. The video ended. Sophie shut the laptop. She looked at me and remarked, "This might actually help my career instead of hurting it." I gazed at her. She said that people have responded with enormous support. The comments criticized Jessica and Mom's actions, praised me for standing up to family pressure, and mentioned how brave and genuine I was. The video has reached 500,000 views. Major music blogs picked up the story and wrote stories. Sophie brought up her phone and showed me some headlines. She advised us to seize this opportunity and issue an open declaration regarding my family condition and voice rehabilitation. Instead of hiding or downplaying this, make it a part of my artist story. I sat with Sophie and Ethan at my kitchen table. Laptop is open between us. Sophie opened a blank document and asked me to tell her everything I wanted others to know. I began with the Juilliard audition, how Jessica lied to keep me grounded. Mom stole my vehicle keys and left me without transit money. Walking 7 kilometers in the cold. I'm missing out on my only opportunity to attend music school. Sophie typed as we chatted. Then I informed her about the operation, the polyps, and the doctor's orders not to sing for 10 weeks. How come I'm just 8 weeks into recovery? How singing now may forever destroy my voice. How Jessica phoned after 18 months of quiet, asking that I perform. How the entire family put pressure on me for days. Sophie continued typing. Ethan provided details that I had forgotten. The everyday telephone calls. James's proposal for lip sync. Mom said I was exaggerating. Sophie read the statement to us after I finished talking. It was wonderful, straight, and honest. No drama, just the facts. She asked if I wanted to add anything. I said no. She shared it on my social media networks, all of them. Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. We sat there and watched the screen update. The first like arrived in seconds, followed by 10 more, and finally 50. Comments started pouring in. People expressed their support for me. Other musicians shared their personal familial stories. Fans stated that they understood why I couldn't perform. Within 20 minutes, we received 4,500 likes. 30 minutes, 12,000. An hour later, there are 48,000 likes and counting. The remarks kept pouring. There are many of them. Artists I liked had shared my post. Music bloggers picked it up. Sophie grinned, saying everything was going as planned. My phone began ringing. Unknown numerals. Sophie instructed me not to respond. She would manage all media queries. Ethan brewed coffee while we watched the figures rise. Then my email arrived. Sophie opened it on her laptop. Augustine Parks, a journalist, wanted to interview me. Sophie understood his efforts. He wrote for a prominent music magazine. Long profiles of artists, thorough dives into their professions and personal tales. No gossip, just true journalism. She picked up some of his previous pieces. They were terrific, insightful compositions that helped you understand the artist better. Sophie stated, "This could be huge for my album launch. Turn my personal story into part of my artist brand. Show people the journey from sabotaged audition to record deal." She asked whether I was okay with it. I said, yes. She responded to Augustine right there. Schedule a phone interview for 2 days later. Ethan refilled our coffee mugs. The phone rang again. This time, I recognized the number. Dad. I gazed at the screen. Sophie nodded at me. I responded. Dad's voice sounded different than I recalled. Quieter. He stated he noticed my post and read it all. He wanted me to know that he was sorry for everything, for not sticking up for me over the years. I didn't say anything, only listened. He informed me he was always aware that Jessica lied about me sneaking away before the Juilliard audition. He knew I wasn't at parties, that I was at home studying and practicing, but he didn't want to cause family discord by revealing this. He didn't want to upset Mom or make Jessica look terrible, so he remained mute. Allow me to accept the responsibility. Allow me to forfeit my scholarship opportunity. My throat felt tight, not from the procedure, but from rage. I informed Dad that his quiet encouraged Jessica's actions, which affected me as much as Mom's active partiality. That seeing him remain silent all those years made me feel invisible, as if I didn't matter enough to protect. Dad became silent on the other end. He then asked if we could meet for coffee. Just the two of us to properly discuss things. I was startled. Dad never requested to meet one-on-one and never attempted to have genuine interactions. I answered, maybe I'd think about it. He said he understood and asked me to call him when I was ready. The call has ended. Ethan gripped my shoulder. Sophie closed her laptop and promised to get back to me regarding the Augustin interview. She departed at midday. Alex stayed. We ordered dinner and watched television without actually watching it. My thoughts continued swirling. I interviewed Augustin over the phone 2 days later. It lasted 2 hours. He inquired about everything. Growing up with Jessica, the Juilliard audition, community college and 3 jobs, years of hard work, YouTube covers, the viral video, being signed, the surgery, and the graduation party confrontation. I told him things I'd never said publicly. Details of those early years, including how broke I was, how many times I almost quit, and how important music was to me. Augustine listened intently, offered appropriate follow-up questions, and made me feel heard. When we concluded, he indicated the story will be published in 2.5 weeks, exactly before my record came out. Perfect time. That day, my phone rang. Dr. Campbell's office is scheduling my 10-week checkup. The receptionist told me the date and time. I scribbled it down and hung up. Then I realized how tight my throat felt. Painful in a manner it had never been before. Not from chatting on the phone, but rather from continual strain. I had been unintentionally clenching my jaw and tightening my neck muscles. The stress of everything was manifesting physically. I softly stroked my throat. It stung. I called Ethan to tell him. He advised me to bring it up during the checkup to ensure that it would not interfere with my healing. The appointment arrived. Dr. Campbell performed his normal check, looked at my vocal cords with the scope, and stated the healing was going well, with no issues. But then he massaged my neck and shoulders, asked me to swallow, and watched my throat move. He stated that I was carrying a lot of strain and physical stress, which may hinder my recovery or develop other issues. He jotted down the name and phone number of Finn, a vocal therapist who specialized in assisting singers with post-operative recovery and performance anxiety. Finn, according to Dr. Campbell, might teach me stress reduction strategies. I took the paper, called Finn's office from the parking lot, and scheduled an appointment for the following day. Finn was younger than I imagined, possibly in his early 30s, and with a calm voice and an easy grin. His workspace was tiny and pleasant, with comfy seats and gentle lighting. He asked me to sit and explain what was going on. I described the operation, the family conflict, the viral video, the frequent phone calls and texts, and how my throat felt tight and uncomfortable even as the voice cords healed. Finn nodded as if he had heard it before. He said, "Emotional stress manifests as physical tension in the throat and neck, especially for singers. Our voices are tied to our emotions. When we're stressed or upset, we unconsciously tighten those muscles. It's protective, but it can interfere with healing." He had me stand up, put one hand on my stomach and one on my chest, and teach me breathing exercises, deep breaths from the diaphragm, and slow exhales. We did it for 10 minutes. Then he showed me some modest voice warm-ups. Nothing to strain my mending chords, just humming at low level, softly moving between notes, relieving tension piece by bit. For the first time in days, my throat began to feel less tight and sore. The pressure lessened. Finn booked me for twice-weekly appointments. We agreed to address both the physical strain and the mental stress that was causing it. I left feeling lighter. I got home and discovered a fresh voicemail. James is Jessica's spouse. His voice was harsh and loud. He said that I wrecked Jessica's celebration, made her seem awful in front of her co-workers, that she was saddened and embarrassed, and that I was a self-centered attention-seeking who couldn't give her a great day. The voicemail went on for 2 minutes, with each syllable dripping with rage. I played it for Ethan when he arrived that evening. His jaw tightened, and his protective instincts kicked in strong. He wanted to call James back, confront him, and defend myself. I put my hand on his arm and ordered him to let go. Engaging would just make matters worse. Give them more ammo, more reasons to play the victim. Ethan disliked it, but he consented. I deleted James's phone number so I wouldn't feel tempted to respond. The next day my phone became inundated with alerts. The video had 1.8 million views overnight. My social media feed was filled with messages from strangers. Reporters, journalists, and television producers all eager to discuss what transpired at the party. Ethan arrived early in the morning with coffee and his laptop. He showed me the statistics. The video appeared everywhere. It was covered by entertainment blogs, music websites, and even mainstream news outlets. People were sharing it with remarks about poisonous families and sticking up for oneself. The response was astounding. Sophie called at 8 a.m. sharp. Her voice was enthusiastic but controlled. She had a list. The morning programs wanted me. Podcasters were looking for interviews. Entertainment programs were reaching out. She stated, "We needed to be smart about this. Pick the right platform. Tell my story the right way." We spent 2 hours on the phone discussing choices. Some areas simply desired drama. They would alter my statements and make them fantastic. Others appeared more interested in the genuine narrative, my trip and how I arrived here. Sophie referred to a journalist called Augustine Parks. He wrote for a prominent music magazine, doing lengthy profiles on musicians, true in-depth pieces about their lives and careers, not gossip or sensationalism, but actual tales. She stated he had called out especially to do a profile on me. I sought him up and read many of his pieces. They were good. He allowed individuals to express their tales without seeming phony or theatrical. He asked serious questions and received real responses. I instructed Sophie to set it up. Augustin contacted me in the afternoon. His voice was calm and professional. He outlined everything he planned to achieve in detail, including my history, the Juilliard tale, and how I built my profession from the bottom up. The surgery, the family situation, and everything. He stated he wanted 2 hours on the phone, maybe longer if necessary, with just me talking and him listening and asking questions. I agreed. We booked it for the next day. Augustine phoned, and I was scared, but he made it simple. We started with easy inquiries. Where I grew up and when I first started singing. He did not rush. Let's chat. Really listened. I told him about being 17, Jessica lying to keep me grounded, trekking 7 miles to the audition and arriving late, Mom blaming me, and Jessica proposing I pursue another career. He inquired how that felt. I told him the truth. It ruined me. The scholarship was everything. My only route out, my one opportunity at the life I want. When it vanished, I felt as if my future went with it. But then, I became enraged and resolved to prove them all incorrect. He inquired about community college, the 3 jobs, the singing lessons I had bought for myself, and the YouTube covers. I told him about posting movies every week for years, how most only had 100 views, and how I continued going since there was nothing else I could do. Then one video touched me differently. 3.5 million views in 1 month. Everything changed once that scout reached out. Augustine was curious about the years between grinding, singing at weddings for $150, recording in shady studios, and teaching children at the YMCA. I detailed everything. The tiredness, the uncertainty, the moments when I almost gave up, but also the minor victories. The first time someone recognized me from YouTube, and the first paid work that felt authentic. The first time I sung my own song rather than a cover. We discussed the record agreement, the album, and the operation. He asked specific questions regarding the polyps, the recuperation process, and what it meant to be unable to sing for 10 weeks. I described how terrifying that was, and how my voice represents my job, my life, and all I've worked for. If the operation failed or I injured my cords during the recuperation process, it may all be over. Then he inquired about Jessica's call, and her demand that I perform. I talked him through every discussion, guilt trip, manipulation, Mom telling me I was exaggerating, James urging me to take throat lozenges, and the blatant disregard for my health and work. Augustine questioned why I went to the party. I told him I was done staying silent, letting them treat me as if I didn't matter, and pretending their conduct was okay. He asked whether I regretted it. I said, no, not even a little bit. The interview lasted about 2.5 hours. When we ended I felt fatigued but relieved, as if I had finally given the entire tale to someone who cared about getting it right. A few days later, Dad texted me and asked if I wanted to meet him for coffee, just the 2 of us. I gazed at the writing for a long time. I wasn't sure I wanted to see him. I wasn't sure what he could say that would matter. But I agreed. We chose a coffee shop that was midway between our cities and on neutral ground. When I got in, Dad was already seated at a corner table. He appeared older than I recalled, more exhausted, with gray hair and creases around his eyes. He stood up when he spotted me and offered me an uncomfortable half-embrace. We sat down, got coffee, and didn't talk for a minute before Dad began, saying he was sorry, that he should have spoken up for me years ago, that he took the easy way out by agreeing with Mom, allowing her to favor Jessica, and being silent when he knew things weren't fair. I just listened and didn't interrupt. He admitted that viewing the video made him feel terrible. Witnessing me finally speak out, witnessing Mom smack me, and understanding how horribly they had failed me. He confessed he was always aware Jessica lied about my sneaking out before Juilliard. He knew I wasn't partying, that I was at home studying and practicing. But he didn't say anything since it would have sparked a conflict with Mom. Would have made Jessica upset. So he allowed me to take the fall. Let me lose that audition. Let my entire future alter because speaking up was too difficult. He then stated something that startled me. He had been helping me pay for my vocal lessons. Years ago, while I was attending community college and doing 3 jobs, I used to receive checks in the mail from someone I assumed was a distant aunt. It turns out it was Dad. He had been sending me money for tuition without informing my mother, secretly encouraging my music while remaining mute in public. I wasn't sure what to say. I didn't know how to feel. Part of me felt thankful. He had assisted me when I was in terrible need. However, another part was enraged. Why hide it? Why not speak up? For me openly. Why help in private when Mom and Jessica treat me like garbage in public? We spoke for 2.5 hours. Dad stated that Mom always preferred Jessica because she did things the conventional way. College, dental school, marriage, children, the life Mom envisioned for both of us. Mom perceived my decision to pursue music as a rejection, as evidence of my difficulty and impracticality. Dad stated that wasn't fair or right. But this is how Mom viewed it. He went along with it since resisting Mom was hard. I inquired why he was telling me this now. He stated he couldn't keep quiet any longer. Couldn't watch me suffer while pretending everything was okay. He inquired whether there was any possibility to repair our connection. I told him the truth. I appreciated the apologies and knowing about the voice lesson money. But that one chat didn't reverse years of his allowing Mom and Jessica to harm me. That if he truly wanted to make things right, he ought to stand up to them rather than simply apologize to me in private. He pledged to try. He said he would talk to Mom and tell her how wrong she had been. I wasn't certain I believed him. I wasn't sure if he would truly follow through. But I thanked him for meeting me and being honest. We drank our coffee and embraced farewell. I drove home feeling uncomfortable. Not necessarily better, but perhaps little less alone. 2 weeks later, the Augustine story appeared. The headline ran, "From Sabotage to Stardom. How one artist used familial treachery to drive his career." I reread it 3 times. Augustine had caught everything. My voice, narrative, struggle, and resolve. He didn't make it theatrical or phony, he just expressed the truth. I demonstrated how I had made a career despite the odds. The article went viral quickly, shared thousands of times. My social media erupted. People commented on how motivating it was, how it linked to their own difficult family circumstances, and how they appreciated me for not giving up. Within 48 hours, my album pre-orders increased by 280%. My label is named Ecstatic. They wanted to push the release date up 2 weeks to capitalize on all of the interest, which meant I had to be ready for promotion sooner than intended, with extra interviews, material, and everything. Sophie was already working on it. She scheduled me for a huge morning program 2.5 weeks out, immediately after my 10-week vocal clearance session with Dr. Campbell. If he gave me permission to sing again, I could perform my single live on national television. The time was excellent. Scary, but wonderful. Then Jessica unleashed a lengthy rage on social media. Someone called me a liar. Said I made up the Juilliard tale for attention, that our family had always supported my music career, that I was distorting facts to make myself appear like a victim, and that she had never ruined anything. The post was frantic, furious, and full of falsehoods that anybody who knew us could see through, yet she still posted it, most likely in an attempt to control the narrative and make herself appear better. It backfired instantly. Within 3 hours, others began submitting older screenshots. One showed Jessica commenting on my YouTube account 4 years ago, claiming that my covers were amateurish and humiliating. Another came from her Facebook where she advised someone that I was wasting my time with music and should get a real job. A guy who went to high school with us said that he remembers Jessica bragging about having me grounded before my Juilliard audition. She said she joked about it at a party the same week. More folks piled on. A female in Jessica's dentistry school program told her that Jessica stole her study papers and passed them off as her own. Someone from Jessica's MBA program blogged about her putting a classmate under the bus during a group assignment to make herself seem good. The receipts kept flowing. Screenshots, photographs, and comprehensive narratives with dates and witnesses. Every hour provided further proof that Jessica was precisely who I claimed she was. Her desperation post attempting to label me a liar simply prompted people to research deeper into her background. The comments on her original post were savage. People were calling her out for lying, pointing out the discrepancies, and questioning why she never mentioned supporting my music career if she was such a wonderful sister. Her attempt to control the story failed entirely. By nightfall, someone had gathered all of the evidence into a Twitter thread that became viral on its own. The thread included screenshots of Jessica's disparaging remarks about my music, testimonies from others who knew about the Juilliard sabotage, and accounts from her students about her entitled conduct. It was shared thousands of times. Around 8 p.m., my phone buzzed with a voicemail notice. Mom's voice came across the speaker, both furious and trembling. She insisted that I make a public statement protecting Jessica immediately. They said I was ripping the family apart and damaging Jessica's reputation. That I needed to inform everyone that I made everything up, exaggerated, or misinterpreted what happened. She stated the media circus had to end, and it was my obligation to repair it. I erased the voicemail without answering. Ethan sat across from me at my kitchen table, his laptop open. We spent the next 2 hours planning my album's advertising program. He organized shorter interview sessions, allowed for extra rest time between obligations, and ensured that nothing would damage my voice before I was totally cured. We designed stuff that I could make without singing. Behind-the-scenes footage, Q&A sessions, and photo shoots for the album artwork. Ethan recognized my limitations and worked around them rather than forcing me to accomplish more than I could bear. 3 days later, I met Finn at his studio for our first session. He asked me to practice light humming exercises, which felt unusual after weeks of solitude. We focused on breathing methods to relieve stress in my neck and shoulders. He attentively observed my posture and made little adjustments to assist my voice recuperate correctly. Finn mentioned that my discipline impressed him. Most vocalists pushed themselves too hard and too quickly, which hampered their recuperation. He assured me that my voice will recover stronger than before since I was learning right technique during the mending process. We started meeting 3 times each week. Each session developed upon the previous one. Gentle workouts with progressively increasing difficulty. Finn carefully watched everything and made adjustments based on how my throat felt each day. My 11-week appointment with Dr. Campbell occurred on a Tuesday morning. He inspected my voice cords with the scope and nodded while seeing the photos on his screen. They said the recovery looked great. There is no irritation or consequence. If everything remained this excellent at the 12-week point, he would allow me to resume singing with certain restrictions. Short performances only for the first month following approval. Nothing too demanding for my voice. I spent my days doing promotional activities that did not include singing. A photographer arrived to my house to shoot an album cover. We spent 6 hours trying out different clothes and lighting configurations. I created video material for social media. I discussed my creative process and the tales behind each song. Conducted written interviews for music websites and publications. The forced vocal rest helped me develop other aspects of my artistry. I learned how to talk about my music in new ways. My phone rang as I was editing images for Instagram. Dad's number appeared on the screen. I responded, and he sounded exhausted. He informed me that he confronted Mom about everything, including the Juilliard event and how she treated me throughout the years compared to Jessica. They said it didn't go well, and they could hardly speak now. But he eventually said what needed to be said, despite the fact that it sparked a massive argument. I thanked him for advocating for me. I then told him the truth. That one chat didn't reverse years of him allowing Mom and Jessica to harm me while remaining silent. That admiration was not synonymous with forgiveness. He replied he understood. I asked if we could have regular coffee sessions to gradually restore our friendship, focusing on solving things rather than just apologizing. I promised to try. The 10-week checkup arrived on Thursday morning. Dr. Campbell performed a comprehensive examination that lasted nearly an hour. He examined my voice cords from several angles, had me perform light vocal exercises while he monitored and reviewed all of Finn's progress reports. Then he grinned and told me my voice cords had recovered perfectly with no issues. He formally approved me to resume singing with modest increases in intensity over the next month. I could give brief performances but needed to avoid anything too taxing for the next 4 weeks. I began weeping right there in the doctor's office, not sad sobbing, but relief crying. The sort you can't stop because you've been holding your breath for 3 months hoping to hear those words. Ethan rose from his chair and hugged me as Dr. Campbell grinned and printed my clearance paperwork. My voice was coming back. I could sing again. Dr. Campbell advised me to take things slowly and provided me a list of limits for the following month. There will be no performances lasting more than 30 minutes, no yelling or shouting, lots of drink, and relaxation between sessions. I nodded and cleaned my face with the tissue he gave me. Ethan drove me directly to Finn's studio since I had already texted him the good news, and he wanted to start working with me right away. Finn had set aside his afternoon schedule specifically for this. He greeted us at the door with a huge grin and brought me into the practice area, where he had set up recording equipment in case my voice was good enough to record. Ethan sat on the couch against the wall while Finn and I stood by the piano. Finn began with the most moderate warm-up exercises, humming initially and then basic scales. My throat felt constricted from nerves, yet the sound came out clearly. Different than previously, but in a positive manner. Finn's eyes widened, and he motioned for me to continue. We progressed through increasingly difficult exercises, and my voice felt stronger with each one. The polyps that had been causing tension for years were removed during surgery. The right method I learned upon rehabilitation improved my control. My tone was crisper and fuller than it had been before the surgery. Finn filmed everything and played it back to me. I could scarcely recognize my own voice. It sounded professional and polished, like the voice of someone who had already made it. Ethan was smiling from the couch, and Finn kept repeating he couldn't believe how fantastic I sounded after only receiving clearance. We spent 2 hours in the studio, and by the end, I was singing actual songs, although short ones with careful breath control, but real songs with words and passion. Finn captured film of me performing, and the footage looked incredible. Genuine, raw, and authentic. Sophie called as we were watching the recording, so I placed her on speaker. She intended to upload the video right away with a comment about perseverance and healing. I agreed and emailed her the file. She had it up within 20 minutes. The response was swift and tremendous. Hundreds of comments poured in inside the first hour. Thousands of likes and shares. People said they were sobbing while seeing me sing again. Other artists responded with encouragement and congratulations. Fans are sharing their own experiences of overcoming adversities. By that evening, the video had received 100,000 views. Finn has booked 3 further sessions with me over the next week to help me increase strength safely. The morning show performance was in 5 days, and we wanted to make sure I was prepared. Every day I rehearsed my single, with Finn keeping a tight eye to ensure I wasn't pushing myself too hard. He made little adjustments to my technique that made a significant impact, showed me how to properly support my breath, and reduce stress in my jaw. My voice felt powerful, and I was more delighted than afraid to sing on national television. This was the moment I'd been striving toward for the past 12 weeks. Dad phoned 4 days before the show. He sounded uneasy, and I knew right once something was wrong. He informed me Jessica had requested him to deliver a message. She wanted to apologize and speak. I remained quiet and let him continue. He claimed he told Jessica she needed to undertake real self-reflection about her actions and that she couldn't simply apologize since the public response was damaging her reputation and job. He claimed he wasn't sure whether her willingness to communicate was real or intentional. I thanked Dad for being honest with me. Then I told him I wasn't ready to talk to Jessica and may never be. Some relationships cannot be mended, no matter how much someone apologizes. That I was concentrating on creating the life and profession I want rather than repairing a family dynamic that had been strained long before the graduation celebration. Dad said that he understood and was proud of me for setting boundaries. We spent another hour discussing my impending performance and CD release. He wanted to watch the morning program, and I said yes. I woke up around 5 a.m. on the day of the concert. I conducted my vocal warm-ups in the shower. Ethan picked me up at 6 a.m. We drove to the studio. Sophie greeted us with my clothing and makeup artist. The green room was modest but pleasant, and I spent an hour getting dressed and preparing my talking points for the interview. When we met backstage, the host was nice and told me how much she enjoyed my story. They said it would inspire a large number of individuals. I walked into the scene at 8:30 a.m. The studio audience applauded. The interview lasted 6 minutes, and I discussed the surgery recuperation and rediscovering my voice, both physically and metaphorically. Then I played my single live with a little band backing me up. My voice was loud and clear and I struck each note precisely. The audience gave me a standing ovation. The performance footage was made available online shortly after the program concluded. It became viral within hours. 5 million views in 24 hours. Comments are streaming in from all across the world. Music blogs and entertainment websites are publishing pieces on my reappearance. My phone didn't stop vibrating all day. 2 days later, my record was out. I spent the release day conducting radio interviews and social media advertising. Ethan zealously tracked sales figures and texted me regular updates. By the conclusion of the first week, the album had debuted at number 3 in the rankings. My label has not seen such strong first-week sales from a new artist in years. The combination of my tale, the quality of the music, and the attention had resulted in the perfect launch. My label hosted a modest celebration in their office, and everyone started thanking me. Ethan and I went to my favorite restaurant that night to celebrate. Only the two of us at a quiet corner booth. He ordered champagne and told me he was happy of how I handled the conflict and recovery. Sitting there, I recognized that standing up to my family had been both scary and vital. It unlocked doors I didn't realize were possible. They gave me permission to cease tolerating their abuse and begin developing something better. 6 months have passed. I was on a nationwide tour, performing in locations I had previously only imagined. Shows in big cities were completely sold out. Fans are singing along to every word. My voice was stronger than ever, and I'd developed a career on my own terms, free of family backing or approval. Dad and I would meet for coffee every couple weeks, and our relationship was gradually improving. He'd started standing up to Mom and establishing his own boundaries. But I'd accepted that Mom and Jessica might never be a part of my life again, and I was quite fine with it. Alex and Finn and Sophie, as well as the people who backed my music, had become like family to me. People who embraced my accomplishment rather than resented it. Who turned up when I needed them. Who believed in me even when I doubted myself. That was sufficient. I found out my sister's fiancé had been cheating for months. I waited until the wedding to expose him. She ran out crying, and I felt no regret. My sister Lily and I were never great friends, but we got along well growing up. She was 4 years older and always had to be first in everything. First to drive, first to graduate, first to obtain a job, typical sibling behavior. I did my own thing, attending community college while working at a veterinary clinic, saving money, and finally earning a degree in accounting. Lily went straight to university on our parents' pay, earning a marketing degree she never utilized. When I started dating Ethan, Lily suddenly became opinionated about everything. He was too short. His position with the fire department was not prominent enough, and his vehicle was too outdated. Meanwhile, she was only dating people for around 3 weeks before they ghosted her. Ethan and I moved in together after 3 years, and Lily arrived unexpectedly to view the apartment. They said the neighborhood was dangerous and the kitchen was out of date. We lived in a pleasant area and had recently rebuilt our kitchen ourselves. When Ethan proposed on our 4th anniversary at the beach where we first met, I phoned Chloe first because I was overjoyed. She congratulated me and then inquired whether I was pregnant. When I responded no, she expressed amazement that Ethan would commit without a cause. I should have known she would attempt something. We scheduled a little engagement dinner at my favorite Italian restaurant. Just family and close friends, perhaps 25 people. Despite the fact that toasts are often reserved for weddings, Lily insisted on offering one. My mother thought it was sweet. Halfway through dinner, Lily stood up with her wine glass and began discussing how marriage is about trust and honesty. Then she dropped it. She said she didn't feel good celebrating after seeing Ethan at a pub last month with a blonde who appeared extremely intimate. The entire table became silent. Ethan's mother dropped her fork. My dad's cheeks turned crimson. Ethan seemed perplexed and stated he hadn't been to a bar in months. Lily doubled down and said she had images. When people demanded to view them, she explained that she removed them to protect me. My cousin Sophia really laughed out and stated that Lily was full of it. Lily began weeping about how she was only looking out for me, and no one believed her. Ethan took out his phone and showed everyone his location history, confirming he had been at work or home every night that month. Lily whispered that she could have gotten the dates incorrect. Everyone was uneasy as the supper came to an end early. In the parking lot, Lily revealed she made it up because she suspected Ethan was concealing something. No evidence, just vibes. My mother demanded that she apologize, but Lily said that I was exaggerating and that she was doing her sisterly duties. I stopped talking to her entirely. 5 months later, Lily quit her mall job because she continued taking longer breaks to flirt with the guy at the phone repair kiosk. She called, sobbing about rent, and said she could stay with us for a few weeks. I said no. She said I was wrecking our relationship for nothing. I hung up. My parents pressed me to forgive her, but I was finished. Then something interesting occurred. Lily began dating a new person, Jason, who remained with her. They got engaged within 9 months. She made a big deal about her ideal relationship and how she met her soulmate. She planned a big wedding that she couldn't afford. When we asked our parents for money, they handed her $12,000. When we asked our grandparents, they contributed an additional $7,000. That wasn't enough for her ideal venue. That's when I became petty. Jason's ex-girlfriend Megan worked at my veterinary practice. We'd never talked about him before, but she said at lunch that Lily was marrying her ex. I inquired as to how it had ended. Megan said Jason had cheated on her with 3 separate women over a 2-year period, and she had receipts, genuine receipts, text messages, images, and even footage from security cameras in his apartment complex. Jason was still conversing with one of them. I didn't do anything with this knowledge immediately, but I did take Megan out for drinks with my cousin Sophia, who had called out Lily at my dinner. Sophia had a loud mouth and enjoyed drama. Within a week, our whole extended family was aware of Jason's past. Nobody spoke to Lily directly, but individuals began refusing the wedding invitation. Her maid of honor unexpectedly had a business travel that weekend. Her college pals recalled previous obligations. Even our grandparents said that they could be traveling. Lily panicked and requested me to be maid of honor when her first option dropped out. I agreed graciously. I spent the next 2 months being the perfect sister. I helped with decorating, went to dress fittings, and organized a fantastic bachelorette celebration. Jason's history was never addressed once. The wedding day arrived. Requested Reds is now available on Spotify. Check the link in the description or comments. I stood at the altar, clutching Lily's bouquet, and watched her and Jason exchange vows in front of everyone. My heart hammered so fiercely that I imagined others might hear it. The officiant went over all of the traditional wedding rituals about love and commitment. When he got to the bit about objections, I stood quite motionless. Some folks in the throng turned to stare at me since they were all aware of the engagement dinner issue. I simply smiled and gazed down at the flowers. This wasn't going to be one of those Hollywood moments where I stood up and caused a scene. What I had planned was so much better than that. The event continued, and I delivered an excellent performance. I handed Lily her bouquet at the appropriate time, fixed her train when she turned around, and smiled for all the shots. Nobody could foresee what was coming. The cocktail hour began, and guests walked to the reception room as the wedding party took photographs. I excused myself and met the wedding organizer behind the bar. She was checking something on her clipboard. I approached with my nicest grin and informed her that Lily had a particular request she had forgotten to share. The organizer seemed perplexed because women seldom forget to discuss items on their wedding day. I stated that Lily wanted a surprise presentation during the reception, something romantic to Jason. She questioned why Lily hadn't told her straight. I said that Lily was concerned that explaining it might cause her to become overly emotional and destroy the surprise. The coordinator still seemed dubious, so I took out the USB disk I had prepared. I told her everything was all set to go, only needed to be added before the first dance. She accepted it and said she'd check with the AV man. I thanked her and hurried away before she could ask any more questions. Next, I found the photographer. He was examining photos on his camera at the entryway. I told the same tale regarding Lily's surprise slideshow. He seemed less worried than the coordinator because photographers aren't often involved in receptions, but I wanted to make sure he was aware so he could capture Lily's reaction. I told him Lily would be very touched, and we'd want those images. He nodded and stated that he would place himself at the head table. Perfect. Lily had worked hard for 4 months to decorate the reception hall, and it looked fantastic. Round tables with white tablecloths and gold centerpieces, string lights hanging from the ceiling, and a gigantic cake in the corner that cost more than my monthly rental. Everyone found their seats, and dinner service began. I sat at the head table, between Ethan and one of Chloe's bridesmaids. Ethan gripped my hand under the table and asked if I was all right. I told him that I was okay. He seemed relieved since he probably expected me to be unhappy about having to come here after everything with the engagement dinner, if only he knew. Dinner proceeded pleasantly, with everybody eating and conversing. Then came the toasts. Jason's best man spoke first, telling a funny college anecdote. Then it was my time. I stood up, holding my champagne glass, and glanced at Lily. She smiled at me through tears as if she was overjoyed that I was there to support her. I began about sisterhood and how we had gone through everything together growing up. Said sisters know each other better than anybody else. That we can see each other's genuine selves even when we try to conceal them. Lily nodded and dabbed her eyes with a napkin. I discussed trust and honesty in marriage. How crucial it is to truly understand the person you are marrying. The irony was not lost on me, but no one else saw it. I lifted my glass and everyone cheered. Lily sprang up and hugged me tightly, whispering, "Thank you," into my ear. I hugged her back and sat down. Ethan leaned over and said, "That was a beautiful speech." He asked if I was all right because I was tight. I told him I was just bored of wedding preparations. He gripped my hand and told me we could leave early if I wanted. I shook my head and told him I wanted to remain for at least the first dance. He grinned as he kissed my cheek. Had no clue what was about to happen. Before the first dance, the DJ informed that there will be a special presentation. The lights faded, and people became silent. My pulse raced. But I kept my face neutral. The screen in the front of the room sprang to life. For a moment, there was only the blue loading screen. Then the first screenshot emerged. Jason exchanged text conversations with someone named Ashley. The communications were sent 3 months ago. Very straightforward and explicit. Ashley asked when he could come over. Jason said he'd come up with a reason to leave work early. More texts about meeting at her residence. Then Ashley emailed him a snapshot of them together. The room became quiet. Someone gave a gasp. Additional screenshots displayed on the screen. Messages were exchanged with one lady after another. 3 separate ladies, all within the last 7 months. Some of the communications were sent only last week. One featured Jason discussing how he had to attend a wedding with his fiancé but would text her later. The timestamps confirmed everything. This was not old history. He was constantly cheating while engaged to Lily. Lily's cry broke through the quiet. She sprang up so quickly that her chair tumbled backward. Jason lunged toward the AV equipment table, but the slideshow kept playing. His parents began shouting at him from the table. Chloe's bridesmaids encircled her, but she dropped into them, crying so hard that her entire body trembled. The visitors sat immobile, looking at the TV, each other, or Jason. Some folks had their phones out, recording. The slideshow eventually finished, but the harm was done. Everyone in the room had seen everything. My father figured it out first. He gripped my arm hard enough to bruise it before dragging me away from the head table and into the corridor outside the reception area. His face was flushed, and he was breathing heavily. Asked what the heck I did. I gently told him that I had just made sure Lily understood who she was marrying. That, unlike her falsehoods about Ethan, this was true. He said I went too far. That this was harsh and wicked in ways that beyond everything Lily did at our engagement dinner. I attempted to explain that Lily was going to marry a cheater and that I was protecting her. He stated I could have informed her privately and provided her the proof prior to the wedding. Instead, I chose to embarrass her in front of everyone she knew on what was meant to be her best day ever. Ethan found us in the hall. He took me outside to the parking lot. His hands were trembling, and his voice was filled with a wrath that I had never heard before. Asked what the heck I was thinking. I discussed Megan and the proof, as well as Jason's history of cheating. I said I was protecting Lily in some manner. Ethan looked at me as if he did not recognize me. Said that protecting her would have entailed notifying her quietly, not embarrassing her in front of 100 people, not ruining her wedding day, and not using her misery as retaliation for something she committed months ago. I attempted to protest, but he only shook his head. He said he needed a minute and went away. Everything in the reception hall had fallen apart. Guests were departing in tiny groups, conversing quietly. Some individuals cried. Jason was surrounded by his groomsmen at the bar. I could hear him defending himself, saying the communications were outdated or out of context. Nobody was buying it. Lily had shut herself in the bridal suite and refused to come out. Her bridesmaids took turns banging on the door. The wedding organizer appeared confused, unsure what to do with the remainder of the planned celebration. The cake remained untouched. The DJ had packed his equipment. My mother found me in the parking lot. She stepped up to me and smacked me across the face hard. I had never seen her beat someone in my life. She called me harsh and ruthless and that what I did was terrible. I tried to explain Jason's adultery, but she insisted it didn't matter. Said that even if everything in the slideshow was factual, the way I handled it was incorrect. That I ruined my sister's wedding out of spite. That I was vengeful and cruel. And that she was embarrassed of me. Ethan returned and said we were going. We got into his pickup and drove home in total quiet. He would not look at me. His jaw was tight during the journey. When we arrived home, he headed directly to the guest bedroom. Didn't say goodnight. Did not say anything. Just closed the door. I sat alone in the kitchen with the lights turned off. My phone started vibrating with messages, texts from family members accusing me of being sick and terrible, claiming I wrecked Lily's life out of spite. That what I did was worse than anything Lily ever did to me. That I was cruel and vengeful, and that they wanted nothing to do with me. I flipped my phone face down and could still hear it humming. I expected to feel good about what I accomplished. I expected to feel like I had evened the score. Instead, I felt empty and unstable. Ethan emerged from the guest bedroom at roughly 8 a.m. I had not slept at all. He prepared coffee and sat across from me at the kitchen table. He said he had been thinking about what I did all night and that it revealed something about my personality that worried him. He wasn't sure he wanted to marry a lady capable of planning such public humiliation. I attempted to persuade that Lily deserved it for what she did at our engagement meal. Ethan remarked that 2 wrongs do not constitute a right. That what Lily did was horrible, but what I did was far worse. She told one fib at a dinner. I ruined her wedding in front of everyone she knew. He stated he needed distance to reflect about our relationship and if he could trust someone capable of such vengeance. 4 days passed with Ethan sleeping in the guest bedroom and me going through the motions at work like a robot. My phone remained face down on my desk because every time it buzzed, I knew it was another family member reminding me how bad I was. Then Sophia phoned during my lunch break, and I almost did not answer. Her voice came out weak and moist from sobbing. She told me Megan was a wreck, and she'd been contacting Sophia every night, saying she felt awful about what happened. Megan assumed I'd use the knowledge to warn Lily quietly, perhaps pulling her aside before the wedding and showing her the facts so she could make her own decision. Instead, I made it into a big spectacle, destroying Lily in front of everyone. Sophia claimed Megan repeatedly stated that she never intended for things to turn out that way, and that all she wanted was for Lily to know the truth about Jason. Sophia then burst into tears and admitted that she too felt horrible. Said she knew she had a loud mouth and liked drama, but she had no idea spreading rumors about Jason would lead to what I did. Family members were now blaming her for everything, claiming she helped me spoil Chloe's wedding. I tried to reassure Sophia that it wasn't her fault, that I made my own decisions, but she just continued weeping and said she had to leave. My mother phoned that evening while I was gazing at leftover Chinese cuisine that I couldn't eat. Her speech sounded frigid and flat, not like her usual kind tone. She informed me that Lily had not left her flat since the wedding day. I just stayed inside with the curtains closed, not taking calls or texts from anyone but my mother. Jason departed the same night, grabbing his belongings while Lily was locked in the bathroom and leaving his key on the counter. They lost all of their honeymoon deposits to Hawaii. They lost the deposit and first month's rent for the new apartment they were meant to move into together. Mom stated that the landlord refused to return any of it, despite what had occurred. Lily was distraught by Jason's adultery, but she was much more devastated by my humiliation of her, and by her own sister doing so in front of everyone she knew. Mom's voice trembled as she said that numerous family members had stopped communicating to her and her father entirely as a result of what I had done. My aunt and uncle were not responding my calls. My grandparents explained they wanted distance since their daughter was nasty enough to ruin her sister's wedding in the worst way. I attempted to explain how Jason was a cheater, but Mom cut me off. They said it didn't matter what Jason did. What I did was worse. Then she hung up. Ethan's mother phoned 3 days later. When I saw her name on my phone, my stomach fell because Ethan's mother was always pleasant to me, friendly and caring. Her voice was kind as she began speaking, which made matters worse. She stated she understood how I was upset by what Lily did at our engagement dinner, that what Lily said was inappropriate, terrible, and should not have happened. But my reaction was far out of proportion. It was vicious in a manner that terrified her. She said Ethan had been staying with Zachary and calling her every night, discussing whether I was the person he thought I was, whether someone capable of plotting such calculated revenge would be a good long-term partner, and whether he could trust me not to do something like that again if we had a fight or disagreement. Her remarks resonated differently than my mother's smack or my father's quiet. She didn't shout or reprimand me. She was truly concerned that her son might marry someone capable of what I did. When I tried to justify myself, she simply stated she hoped I would reflect on my actions and what they said about my character. Then she stated she loved me but understood why Ethan wanted space. The call ended, and I sat on the kitchen floor for an hour weeping. 3 weeks after the wedding, my father left me a voicemail. I listened to it 3 times, attempting to grasp his flat factual tone. He stated that Lily had such a severe panic attack that her mother had to take her to the emergency room. Her heart was racing. She could not breathe. She believed she was dying. The doctor diagnosed anxiousness and sent her home with medicine. She was now taking anti-anxiety and antidepressant medications and visiting a therapist twice a week. According to Dad, the therapist informed them that the public humiliation sparked something deeper in Chloe, something related to her lifelong desire for outside acceptance and affirmation. The way I revealed her and Jason's connection in front of everyone hurt her in an already wounded place. I did not simply wreck her wedding. I genuinely harmed her mental health in ways that would take months or perhaps years to repair. Dad's voice remained cold and factual throughout the speech. There is no passion or wrath, simply information provided as if it were a weather report. This felt worse than if he had screamed. The voicemail concluded with him stating he had to leave, and the beep rang in my ear. Ethan arrived home on a Tuesday afternoon when I was meant to be at work. I called in sick because I couldn't stop weeping, and my boss advised me to take a few days off. I heard his pickup in the driveway and assumed he was returning, that we'd chat and work things out. Instead, he stepped in with an empty duffel bag and went directly to our bedroom. He began collecting things from his drawers and packed them carefully. Despite my knowledge, I followed him and asked what he was doing. He said that he would be living with Zachary for a time to think things out. He needed to consider whether he could marry someone who did the same thing I did. He continued to fold shirts and roll socks while he chatted. He said he kept thinking about our future children, whether I'd use the same techniques in later disputes, if I'd teach our children that vengeance was okay when someone wounded you, and whether he could trust me not to turn that calculating cruelty on him someday if things between us were bad. I begged him to remain, to sit down and talk things out. I reached for his arm, but he jerked away. He claimed he couldn't look at me right now without being dissatisfied. The word disappointed impacted more than if he had stated he was furious or upset. He shut the suitcase, took his amenities from the bathroom and went out. His vehicle began and moved away, leaving me standing in our bedroom, surrounded by his half-empty drawers. I began phoning family members, attempting to explain my side. I called my aunt, who had always been kind to me growing up. She responded, but her voice was icy. I attempted to tell her about Jason's cheating, about all of Megan's proof, and about Chloe's plans to marry someone who would undoubtedly cheat on her. My aunt interrupted me and remarked that even if everything about Jason was true, there were 100 other ways to deal with it. I could have informed Lily quietly. Could have presented her the proof prior to the wedding. Instead of trashing her in front of everyone, he might have spoken to her as a sister. Then she told me that until I made a genuine apology to Lily, I was no longer welcome at Thanksgiving or Christmas. Not a phony apology, but a sincere one in which I accepted responsibility for what I did. I claimed Lily never sincerely apologized for the engagement meal. She just said something in the parking lot after being pressured by her mother. My aunt's voice became harsher. Lily's actions were described as an example of poor judgment. Perhaps jealousy. Maybe stupidity. Over the course of several months I plotted psychological warfare. They were her exact words. Psychological warfare. Then she hung up. I called my uncle but he didn't answer. I called my cousin and she directed me to voicemail. I called my grandmother and she answered, but said she couldn't talk to me right now because she was too angry. Everyone rejected me until I gave up trying. Megan texted me and asked to meet for coffee. I almost said no since I didn't want anybody else to tell me how bad I was, but I went anyway and met her near the clinic on Saturday morning. She appeared exhausted, as if she hadn't slept properly. She ordered a coffee and sat across from me in the corner booth. She began talking about how she had been thinking a lot about why she told me the information about Jason. She admitted she was still angry about how he treated her, how he cheated and lied and made her feel insane for suspecting him. She wanted him to face the consequences. I wanted someone to hold him accountable for being a serial cheater. But she never expected me to utilize it in the way I did. I never imagined I'd use it as a weapon to destroy Lily at her own wedding. Megan stated that she had been in therapy for a year, dealing with Jason's trust difficulties. Her therapist also helped her recognize something. Using someone else's suffering for retribution does not cure anything. It only causes additional sorrow and transforms you into someone you don't recognize. She stared at me when she stated that last bit. Not nasty or condemning, simply sad. She said she felt guilty for handing me the ammo, despite the fact that she did not pull the trigger. We sat there for a long, without talking, just drinking coffee and watching people pass by outside. When we departed, she hugged me and expressed her hope that I would work things out. I went home and couldn't stop thinking about what she had said. I forced myself to seriously consider what I did, and why. Sat down at the kitchen table with a notebook and wrote everything down. The engagement supper, the humiliation, the outrage I felt when Chloe lied about Ethan. How I wished she had harmed me the way she did. But when I looked at what had transpired, embarrassing Lily did not make me feel any better. It didn't mend the engagement meal or undo what she did. If anything, I felt worse now that Ethan was gone. My whole family despised me, and Lily was on medicine for anxiety and despair. I harmed her more than she did me. The engagement dinner was one night of agony and awkwardness that we eventually recovered from. What I did would haunt Lily for years, maybe forever. Everyone at the wedding will remember her as the bride whose sister revealed her husband as a cheater. During the reception, I took something from her that she would never get back. I sat there writing and weeping, realizing that I had become worse than the person I was angry with. I spent the next several days composing a letter to Lily. I threw away 7 drafts before getting it right. There are no excuses for Jason being a cheater. No bringing up the engagement meal or attempting to excuse my actions. Simply accept full responsibility for my conduct and admit that what I did was harsh and wrong. I shipped it to her apartment and didn't anticipate any answer. 3 months went by. Ethan stayed with Zachary, and we periodically texted about practical matters like bills and mail. My family remained distant. Work became my sole routine. Then Chloe texted me, saying she had received my letter and wanted to meet. We chose a coffee shop midway between our destinations, a neutral location where neither of us had any recollections. I arrived early and watched her walk in. She appeared smaller, exhausted, and strangely more substantial than before. We sat down and were silent for a minute. Then Lily began talking. She said that she was envious of my connection with Ethan. Had been for years. Jealous that I appeared to have my life together while she struggled. The engagement meal was the result of envy combined with a strange protective impulse that even she couldn't understand. She'd spent years feeling like she was competing with me because of her own issues with having to be first, needing to be better, and requiring external affirmation that she was valuable. The therapist assisted her in recognizing this tendency. I told her that I let my rage transform me into someone worse than the person I was angry at. That I really apologized for the public humiliation, the panic episodes, the medicine, and everything that followed. We spoke for 2 hours. Really chatted. It's not just about the surface, it was uncomfortable, and we both sobbed. But it was honest in a manner we'd never experienced with each other. When we departed, we didn't embrace or make arrangements to meet up again. We just admitted that we had both made mistakes in separate ways and would have to live with the consequences. I showed Ethan the letter I'd written to Lily. I sent him a photo of it, along with a long text stating that I'd begun seeing a therapist to find out why I believed retribution was appropriate, and why I allowed anger take precedence over anything else. I asked whether he would be willing to attempt couples counseling. He did not react for 3 days. Then he texted, stating he'd attempt counseling, but making no guarantees. We hired a counselor who specializes in relationship difficulties and began meeting once a week. The sessions were harsh. Ethan forced me to recognize how my behaviors demonstrated a penchant for brutality that clearly worried him. The counselor pressed me on my anger, sense of justice and readiness to punish someone who had wronged me, forcing me to examine patterns in my life in which I had carried grudges or cut people off entirely rather than working through disagreement. Ethan discussed trust and if he could establish a life with someone who would take deliberate retribution on him eventually. I had to sit there and listen, accepting that I had harmed something that might never fully recover. Over the following several months, I attempted to demonstrate by my actions that I could manage disagreement differently, that I could choose to talk things out rather than get even, and that I could be someone worthy of trust again. It was slow and difficult, and some days Ethan looked at me as if he was still unsure whether he wanted to stay. Nonetheless, we continued to attend counseling sessions and attempt. Thanksgiving at my parents' place seemed like going through a minefield where everyone was aware of the dangers yet pretended they did not exist. My aunt, who had uninvited me for Christmas, arrived but sat at the other end of the table without looking at me once during the dinner. My uncle made light chat about the weather and football scores, but he avoided anything that may lead to a serious topic. My mother carefully set the table, ensuring that I sat between Ethan and my father, most likely to avoid awkward seating situations. She asked whether I needed additional filling or another role in the same courteous, detached voice she had used with a stranger. My father tried harder, asking about work and how the apartment was, but even his inquiries seemed prepared, as if he'd researched what safe topics to bring up. Lily wasn't present. Nobody asked any follow-up questions when my mother indicated that she would be spending the holiday with friends. The vacant chair where she typically sat seemed louder than any talk at the table. My cousin, who had helped me spread the Jason rumor, arrived late and departed early, hardly making eye contact. Half of the regular audience was absent, and those who did attend spent the most of the evening looking uncomfortable. Dessert happened quickly, with folks making excuses about early starts or lengthy rides home. Ethan and I went before anyone mentioned watching football or playing cards like we used to. In the car, he asked whether I was okay, and I assured him I was okay, which we both knew was false. The fact was, I expected some people to remain angry, but seeing it happen, having my own family treat me like a polite stranger, brought it home in a way I hadn't anticipated. Christmas was made worse by my mother calling 3 weeks in advance and politely suggesting that Ethan and I come by on Christmas Eve rather than Christmas Day because Lily would be present on the actual holiday. She framed it as if she were giving me an option, but we both understood what she was saying. I informed her that Christmas Eve was okay. After I hung up, Ethan gripped my hand and whispered, "At least we'd have Christmas morning to ourselves." We arrived on Christmas Eve with gifts and handmade cookies that I had stress-baked the night before. My parents' house was adorned the same way it had been every year, yet something seemed different. My father hugged me at the door and hung on a bit too long, as if he was trying to make up for something. We gathered in the living room, unwrapping presents, and my mother gave me a scarf she had knitted and a gift card to a bookshop I enjoyed. Safe, tasteful presents that did not need much talk. I gave them a framed photo of myself and Ethan from a hiking trip we took in the autumn. And my mother displayed it on a side table rather than on the mantel with the other family photographs. We stayed for precisely 2 hours before making excuses about needing to get home to feed the cat. My mother accompanied us to the door and hugged me. For a brief moment, I thought she was going to say something serious, but she just drew back and urged me to drive safely. On the way home, I sobbed for the first time since the wedding. Not because anyone was unkind, but because my mother's cautious politeness stung more than I expected. Ethan returned after New Year's, but our relationship had changed. He left his belongings half-packed in boxes in the guest room closet, as if he wasn't quite committed to remaining. We went to counseling every week, and he gradually began opening one box at a time. But there were times when I caught him looking at me with a distrustful expression, as if he was waiting to see whether I'd do anything nasty again. We had a dispute in March when I got upset with a coworker for claiming credit for my project presentation. And I complained to Ethan about wanting to send the email chain to our employer to verify it was my work. He became quiet and asked whether I intended to disgrace her publicly or if I could simply talk to her personally. The question hit like a blow because I understood what he was truly asking. I ended up talking to the coworker in private, and we worked things out, and Ethan relaxed a little thereafter. But I knew he was watching, waiting to see who I was when I became enraged. The wedding revealed something about me that terrified him. And now I had to demonstrate, via 1,000 tiny decisions, that I could handle dispute without being harsh. I saw Lily at a family BBQ in June, 9 months after the wedding. My mother had told me she would be there and asked whether I could take it. I said yes. Chloe arrived with a guy I didn't recognize. She was dating someone fresh. He appeared regular, nice, and nothing like Jason. She noticed me across the yard and we both paused for a second. Then she walked over. We remained there awkwardly till she greeted me and asked how I was. I answered I was okay and asked how she was. She stated she was feeling better and that treatment was helping. We spoke for approximately 7 minutes about trivial matters, her new work at a marketing business, and my promotion at the clinic. Nothing profound. Nothing about the wedding, the engagement dinner, or the years of rivalry and cutting insults. Just two former sisters having a talk with someone they hardly know. Her new boyfriend came over and introduced us, and he appeared pleasant, truly kind, which made me hopeful that she had met someone decent. When they departed, she said it was nice to see me, and I responded the same, and we both meant it in the most subtle manner conceivable. Ethan subsequently asked whether I was okay, and I told him the truth. It was strange but manageable. Chloe and I would definitely never be close, but we could be in the same room without everything erupting. He nodded and continued. That was probably the best outcome I could hope for, given everything that happened. I could see he was correct. Some things you shatter are irreversibly damaged.